It's been a bit of a trying time here in Portugal, but good to see the weather clearing now, and we get to see some more Group B action today. 7 teams competing for 2, potentially 3 places in the finals, which is in just over a week's time. Should be great. I'm excited to be back here on the ground as well. Things are looking up. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Bom dia, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's day 12 here in Portugal, and I know this has been one of the most rain-affected series we've ever had, but the good news is things are looking up, things are brightening up, and the race is on for qualification, of course. In the Super 5 stage already, we saw Punjab CC, Amadora and Gamblers SC qualifying from Group A. Also Gorka, they finished third. They have a bit of a nervous wait to see if they will qualify. Of course, the best third-place team in the group stage also makes it through to the last 3 days of action. So we're starting the day with match number 55, and it's going to be great to see these two teams out in the park. It's Fighters CC taking on Marlow. Now, again, both these teams, they've been affected by the weather so far, which had crept into the opening stages of Group B. But I do have some toss news for you. I can tell you that a little while ago, Mian Shahid of Marlow won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. So, look, last time we saw Marlow on the park, they had a bit of a shocker against Oeris, really. Couldn't even take a point out of that game. Also, they've had a couple of washouts, which means they haven't really written too much of their story yet. Of course, they did start with a very, very strong win, a 4-pointer, in fact, over Friendship CC. And look, watch out for some of their players. I think that Mian Shahid, the captain, actually scored his highest score on ECN yesterday. You got Imran Khan, great pickup for Marlow as well. You got Najam Shahzad with all that experience at 3 and Amandeep at 4. Watch out for the keeper as well, Rushan Singh. I think he's one of the better keepers going around in European cricket. Let's talk Fighters CC though, or Dalwinder and Paraminda. They've got a large burden to carry, I think, at the top of the order. Let's see if they can get through the power play play, put a competitive score on the board, and then bowl to back it up. So, fighters, they are a side that we have seen do pretty well before. Remember a couple of years ago, this was the final, the Fighters CC Marlow matchup. On that occasion, it was just a few runs in it, but Marlow, they continued their stranglehold here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. Let's talk weather. I know a lot of people are interested about the conditions, and I can tell you we do have a bit of blue sky around. I think it'll be cloudy, but I think it'll stay dry. Having said that, this outfield has taken a lot of water over the last week or so. It's held up reasonably well, but I will say that the good news is we're not expecting any rain today on day 12. Well, here's the man. He's been taking you through the last few days, doing a great job. I'm here to help out now, and actually we're back in the cube as well. Rico Full to take you to the first ball. Marlow winning the toss and bowling. Let's get ready for day 12. Let's get ready for match 55.
Bom dia. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yes, let's get ready, fighters. Taking on Marlow. It will be a fight. But I tell you what, it's good to have the cricket back on. We got all the matches in yesterday as well. Let's take a look back at what happened there. Remember, we started with match number 50 and we welcomed 2 new teams to the party. In fact, it was 3 in total because it was Precious, Ronin, and also the Lisbon Werewolves were all making debut on the European Cricket Network. First match, match number 50, was Precious taking on Ronin. It was a 7-a-side match because of fog, we couldn't start on time, but it ended up being a win for Ronin, their first win on the European Cricket Network, winning by 5 wickets. And good performances there from Nilesh Suravanshi, 3 for 7 and also 38 for 15. Player of the match performance. Then it was time to see Awarish. Awarish would have 3 matches in the day and they were in ruthless form. They played the Lisbon Werewolves first and, well, let's just say in this one, the batting sort of fell away the second part of their innings with Conor Greenshields top scoring with 40 and Miguel Stoneman putting in a fine 27. But it was the bowling of Alex McKay that got him the player of the match for Awarish as Awarish won by 22 runs. Then the rematch of Ronin taking on Precious CC. This time around it would be a 10-over affair. Ronin 127 for 2. Just when the Kuma gets a half century, 54 of 28. And then it was, well, the bowling of Tajinder Dhillon, 2 for 11. He also took 3 catches. One of them was a superb one, which helped Ronin win their second match by 19 runs. Awarish then, well, they were too strong, weren't they? With Conrad Greenshields failing to get 100, was out on 90. Daniel Dolkaya, 65 for 23. A partnership of 155 got them to 170. And Lisbon Werewolves this time, well, they were blown away, bowled out with 3 balls to go. A win by Awarish by 72 runs. So Awarish in good form, and they stayed in good form. They were absolutely ruthless against Precious in the last match. Precious put in to bat, only made 56 for 9. Taj Mohammed was in sensational form, 1 for 4. And in the earlier match, he took 4 wickets as well. Awarish got there and won off just 13 balls. And it was a fine display of hitting once again from DDC. And Brendan Badenhurst was back to his best as well after 2 ducks in the previous matches. That meant that the standings look a little bit like this in Group B. Awarish are way ahead, and the team in second are Marlow, and you can see the difference here. It's huge. So Marlow, they've got some work to do and some catching up to do. Awarish, only once did they not pick up all the points, and that was against the Fighters. And that tells us that the Fighters, they do have some fight in them. And a couple of players that Vinny mentioned there, Delwinder and Parminder, watch out for them. They will be your openers here. If they can click and if they can get going, the Fighters can put a big score on the board here. Looking forward to this match, and I'm looking forward to 5 very good matches here in the day. And Marlow, well, remember the last time we saw them, they, well, talk about being blown away. They were absolutely thrashed in just the one match that we were able to get in on match day 2. Marlow made 92 for 6 against Awarish, and Awarish, well, they knocked them off with 37 balls to go, taking all of the points. And Marlow are looking to hit back here. A very good morning to everybody in the chat. Lovely to have you with us, and a few people saying, well, Vinny seems to have brought the sun with him. A quick look at the 2 teams there, but we'll talk more about them a bit later as we get ready to start. So it is umpire Malik who's out there with John. Looks like we're just getting ready to go. But at the moment, a bit update on the weather. Yeah, the sun was out early this morning. It just disappeared behind some cloud. but I'm sure it will be back normally around about 11. The sun comes out for sure. That's what the locals say. So 10 o'clock local time here now. So get ready to start. And you can see we're going to go with Amir Zahib to bowl the first ball. He'll be bowling to Dilwinder. Dilwinder has been in fine form. So here we go. The battle of bat versus ball. And this played away defensively. You'll notice that the outfield has had a fresh cut, courtesy of Paulo Butsamati. He was out there early this morning on the old lawnmower. And you'll see some of those banners coming up ready for the weekend as well, for the Western Shield. We've seen this from Dilwinder before. He'll plot at a few, but then he'll unleash. And sometimes he'll defend balls that you'd expect him to be thrashing out at. But that's just his style. It's another one that pops up. It's good bowling, though, from Zahib. He's just keeping that short of a length. Now, we've seen this before. I think if you get the ball in the right areas, and it is just that little area, just short of the length, just around about there, maybe a little bit fuller, the ball does, if you hit the seam, it does really pop up. And we saw a lot of swing out there as well. And similar again, so just keeping him outside the off. Got the field nice and tight there on that offside. Number of players got short third point, backward point, and even the cover really close in, so they're not giving him anything here, keeping the squeeze on. 4 balls, 4 dots. And this time it's another dot, so he plays this with a bit more confidence, but that's to Ashgar, who makes the stop, so no runs. We're going to start with a maiden here. Joining the dots up so far. You'll feel now that Dilwinder will be looking for the big hit. And excellent work there from Rashan. Vinny mentioned him, and you'll know, even from listening to me, I'm very excited about this guy. I think he's an exceptional keeper, and that's excellent work. Let's have a look at this side on, and the batter does well to keep that toe down. Look, he slightly lifts it up, which is why Rashan Singh goes through with the stumping. But what a great over that is. Superb. We will start with a maiden, and that's not going to help the run rates, is it? Look, slightly lower after yesterday. We were going at around about 12, so it just went a bit lower. That's because of the low-scoring match, I think. Match number 54, the last in the day. And also, we started with that 7-over match. But still, the maximum rate is good. Wickets just about just over 5. And then look at the number of runs, though. The runs, we're approaching 7,000 runs in this series. So plenty of action, and plenty of action to come here today. I think Marlow are looking to go big here. So it's going to be Daniel Ashgar who's going to bowl the next one. And it's a fine time to welcome back the man who's, well, he's brought us some sunshine. Disappeared for the moment. But it's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
So far, so good. He's Ashgar to get us going. And, well, we're going to get the first run of the day. We will. Might have been a low chance, you know. Belted back. Probably not what you need at 10:03 in the morning. It's fighters. They finally do get a run. So, got to say good morning to everyone that's welcomed me back so nicely, and everyone here at the ground, of course. We are back in the cube, aren't we? And we're on Western Shield Watch, expecting some of the dignitaries coming in over the next couple of days as well. You can see that was a low chance. Anyway, let's see if Dilwinder can get going, because he's eaten 6 balls up so far. Now he has the left arm spin to deal with of Daniel Ashgar.
Yeah, Ashgar. Clever bowler. Right, this is uppish, but he gets plenty off this. So we get the first off boundary of the day. That's nice hit by Dilwinder. Well, after playing out a maiden, Vinny, he needed to get hold of this, and he does.
Yes, he does. And you can see it's kind of a challenge ball, I suppose. Maybe slightly overpitched or underpitched, depending on what he was going for. One bounce for. There's the puppies after it. Looks like Alex Macy out there. I mentioned on the weekend when I was in the studio, obviously experimenting with the transparent sight screens. I don't know if that'll be launched during the Western Shield, but let's see. Comeback ball from Danny.
And he gets a swivel on this. They take on the arm of the fielder, and they'll get there. It's a bit of a wild throw. But it's good to have you back.
Yeah,
what have you been up to then? Come on, spill the beans.
Had some time away. Visited family and friends in Australia and spent Easter down there, and yeah, it was quite nice. Quite pleasant weather, actually. It was a bit funny. I'll tell you the funny thing after watching so much cricket from Portugal, or so much attempted cricket from Portugal.
And this one is going to elude the fielders. It will. Yes, well, good effort, but he can't make the stop here. 4 runs. I thought it was going to plug for a moment because, well, the ground is so soft. And even with the cut that it's had, this one still managed to get to the boundary. Bit of luck, but you've got to ride that luck. So
Yeah.
Parwinder gets his first boundary.
A frustrating one, I think, for Marlowe. As fighters try and turn things around in this second over.
It's nicely played, and this is going to be a chase on for the fielder. And a little clip back. The batters will come back for a couple.
Wasn't taking any chances on that one, was he? No, the funny thing was, obviously, we had plenty of rain that abandoned. We've had over 20 games abandoned in this series. But I kept expecting when I went outside for it to be, I was bracing myself, and it was like 26 and beautiful. So this is the funny thing. I want to pop out to the shops or something.
All right, this one should be taken, and it will be dropped. Doesn't get anything on this at all. And, well, that's an opportunity, and that's Amir Ikram, who has the chance, but he gets no hands on it at all.
Yeah, this probably carried a bit more than everyone thought off the bat. It really is flying this morning, isn't it? So 13 runs in the second over, and that makes the score 13 for none, of course, after the maiden in the first. Probably gives us a chance to have a little bit of a look at the table. And, well, Awerash, they certainly haven't wasted any time. They've also had the benefit of not having as many washouts as some of the other teams. So you can see there that they just had the 1 game washed out, but they've taken, out of their 5 wins, 3 of them have been bonus points wins. So,
yeah.
Okay, although they've played more matches than anyone else, it's a very healthy lead early on, isn't it? And Marlowe, that certainly want to put themselves in the frame for the top 2. They're the top 2 that would be favourites, I imagine,
Yeah.
in this group. But in the other teams, a bit of a mixture of experience there. Some good teams in there, and put fighters in that category, Friendship as well. Then you got the 3 newbies. Zaib coming back. And remember, he started with 6 dot balls, but this won't be a dot ball. This is out of here. Change of striker, change of luck for Zaib, who gets pumped maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a biggie, isn't it? He's right in the wheelhouse. He thumps it. He gets it good. Boom. Shakalaka. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the new teams. What about Rollin? What a good start from them. 2 out of 2 yesterday. Got some good plays. I mean, even the Werewolves, I know they got absolutely thumped in the last match, but all 3 of the new teams, including Precious, they've got a couple of good plays. If they do click, they could literally cause a few upsets.
And what I like about this, 12 matches each team. So, it gives them time to kind of gain that experience as well.
Keeper has no idea where this is. I think Roshan Singh has gone round about, done the 360 on 2 occasions trying to find the ball here. Watch this. He goes round and says, where is it? He's looking for it. He says, Gidargi.
I think I might have hit the bottom of the bat and gone straight into the ground, squeezed, and just couldn't locate that one, but no run.
It's a bit of a false shot. He doesn't go through with it. He stops his shot, and he's just pointing there to the pitch or something, but yeah, I think you go through with this, you get it over that infielder.
I'm probably glad that he stopped it as much as he did in the end, because otherwise it was probably going on the full to the fielder. In the end, it's 1 bounce to Imran Khan. What a good pickup he is for Marlowe as well.
And this one has been another good pickup, but this time from the batter is a little bit too short. And he whips it away. He gets it over the man who's short on the 45. So 4 more. Well, they started slowly with a maiden on the first, but they're going now. And Amir Zaib, well, this time he's a little bit too short. And he's put away.
It's been a reasonably frenetic start, but I'll try and give out a few hellos to the chat in a moment. Here's Zaib.
This is over the top, and is this going to be stopped? Yeah, it does slow down on the soft outfield, but the batters will eventually get back for 2.
Gets the 2. The hare and the tortoise about these 2 running between the wickets, if you want to call it running.
You will obviously know, because you have been watching, that the batters will be advised strongly to run on the pitch, not on the outskirts. Otherwise, they're going to get stuck and go all over the place.
Well, there's a process of natural selection about that as well. If you go over on your you-know-what a few times, you realise it is smart. It's just common sense. I think in most European cricket grounds, when it's artificial pitch, you should be running on the pitch. I just think it's a safety thing as well. Also, you get a good bat slide. That's a good little cutter from Zaib, who ends up going for 12 in his second over, and that's all he goes for. Ends up with that maiden as well, don't forget. And after 3 overs, fighters fighting, no wickets down, but need to get a bit of a move on 25 without loss after 3 overs. Gives me a chance to say hello to John Tucker. He said he's lurking from South Africa. He's away at the moment. He's lurking while working. So saying hello to Rico and welcome back to Vinny. Hello to you, John. Always great to see you. Stephen Kelt watching from the Netherlands. Hello to John Gray as well, Chris Ward. Helix is in there. So Jules was in there. Kevin's in there as well. If you do want to say hello, just jump in and get involved in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Sorry to anyone that I might have missed out. Maybe Rob Thompson in New Zealand. Already it would be probably early evening there, I imagine. Tooth missing on the old Manhattan. Ground zero. Anyway, yep, sun's out now. We're liking the sunshine. Hopefully there's plenty more of it. And I think it's a 3-week tournament. It'll just be it'll be a distant memory, all the wet times. Hopefully by the end of this. I hope. And the thing is, Portugal, you can play 12 months a year. Even speaking to everyone here on the ground, they've said it's been very unseasonal, very unusual.
All the locals you speak to. I know when I was off, when you covered me remotely, that, I went for a walk. I spoke to a lot of the locals, and they were all saying that, at this time of year, you'd get a day or two, which you would. And it's the same in Spain. It's that sort of changeover time with the weather, but never like this. This is really sort of unprecedented weather. But let's hope that the worst of it is done and dusted with, as we will see that it is Najam Shazad who comes on to bowl. And this one is going to get worked away, but they have got third back. Just a single.
Najam's a good player, isn't he? He likes to jump wide of the crease. He's got with a lot of international experience, which he brings to the table. Hey, so I've even been chatting with, Don Mundo from the empanada shop. And he said that ever since we left Malaga from that weekend,
we got
he said it's been raining non-stop.
We got very lucky.
Yeah.
We got very lucky. I know a lot of people that I know from back home as well. I said, you guys are so lucky. You finished the tournament, and the very next day, the heavens open, and we got some of that desert rain as well, which you remember that from a couple of years ago.
I was even hearing from my friends in Central Europe that the dust even gets up there, up in Switzerland and places like that, which you wouldn't expect. But, like I said, it's a 3-week adventure here in Portugal. It's been a bit of a rough start in the first half of it, but we're hoping for clear skies and full fixtures getting played as Shazad comes in to Parminder, the lefty.
This one's well bowled. Well, you mentioned Switzerland, so I know Switzerland, it's a public holiday there today as they celebrate the Battle of Nafel. So enjoy your holiday and enjoy the cricket. Nice to have you with us.
They've done well, coming off Easter as well, haven't they? So they're just stacking up the public holidays. It's nice when they all line up. Shazad keeping things pretty tight.
This one probably will be called a wide. It's down leg side. It's a difficult one to contend with, isn't it, Shazad? Because he does get that ball. I mean, just look the height that he gets it. It's an uncomfortable height.
Exactly. He kind of skids onto you because of his action as well. Hello to this username. Don't laugh. Hello, Mr. Vinny Sandu. Welcome back. Okay, I won't laugh, but I can't promise.
No, we always laugh. We have to have a laugh. That's what we're all about.
You don't laugh, you cry with the weather.
He just clips this away. Fielder's got work to do here, but can't get there. It's quite a clever shot. He times and places this perfectly. He knows he's going to get that heavy ball into the body from the jam. So this time, he just works it away cleverly. Look, clever little shot.
This is your shot because ball's pitching outside leg stump pretty much all the time from Shazadi Skiddy. So you let the field do your bidding. And you can see, because it's had a mow this morning, and so it's very, very quick. And you can see it wasn't too far from the fielder. Just everything's downhill on this field. It's crazy.
He tries to do it again, but this time it's slightly quicker from the jam and a bit fuller as well, so not quite there for the same shot.
Yeah, exactly. But tell you what, kind of need a spark, don't they? Delve into 6 off 10. The thing is, with Marlow, it's not like they've got obvious bowlers that then you can go after. You know, the pressure's going to keep coming. Obviously, you've got Shazad here. They've got plenty of options, really. So sooner or later, you've got to take the bit between your teeth and try and make something happen. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, that made a very liddy sound. I think it is a wide, you know.
There was a sound here, for sure.
Is this it, Roshan? Let's have a look. Yeah. It's off the end of his fingers and went into his grill. And, I mean, that looks pretty innocuous, right? But, I mean, sometimes you say, why would you have the lid on when you're keeping back? Yeah. There's a very good reason. If you're comfortable in it, you know, I can't say something that I did, but I can see a reason for it. Way across here, probably climbing over the top. But another thing is I think that might be the end of the over as well, which is a pretty tight one from Najam. Only 8 come off it. It's 33 with that loss after 4. The other thing is, because I would wear the lid if I'm up to the stumps, but I noticed when throws are coming in from the outfield, that often they're these one bounce throws, they can hit the edge of the pitch and stuff. You know, you've got a lot more protection there. So if you're comfortable keeping back in the helmet, then I actually think it's... And also, there you often get a couple of second bounces on the slower balls that might just jump up and get you as well.
I think it's something you see more of today now. I mean, I think a lot of the cricket that I've sort of seen away from the European Cricket Network, I have noticed that more and more wicket keepers are wearing the lid standing back. And I just wonder whether that's because now, for the last few years, that the juniors, the youngsters are encouraged to wear lids,
actually, in Australia,
all the time. That to them now it's a natural thing, whether you're standing up or standing back. And of course, don't forget the helmets have, the design of the helmets have moved on a lot. That then they don't seem, they're
like
not
the old
such
motorcycle helmets that they used to wear in the late 70s when they first came in. All right, time for some spin now. And here's Amandeep. Like I said, they've got good bowlers that just keep on coming. Amandeep is a guy who is certainly very experienced in the format as well, and I think he's a good matchup against the left-hander with the ball turning away.
Well, he hits this firmly, but to the fielder who holds on to the catch. It's a good catch. We can see that. Now that we're outside, we can see some of these things developing in front of us. But as soon as that's hit, Rizwan has got his eye on this. He's well in control. He gets himself in good position and holds on to the catch. It's a good wicket to catch because Pawinder, well, he scored 31, but Dalwinder Singh is struggling. So they get the key source, really, at the moment.
Goes
Marlow.
Yeah, he kind of tries to drag across a little bit. Doesn't really work out for Pawinder. It's a good catch, though, from Javed down there on the boundary, wasn't it? It's an easy one for it to bounce off the fingers and maybe jump up over the rope for 6. So, yeah, nice bit of work. And, the spin does the trick, 33 for 1. Yeah, but as far as the keepers wearing the helmet, I think that's actually, I actually, the first time I wicket kept, do you want to know why it was?
Yeah.
I was in under 12s, and I always used to field first slip. This is one of my best mates was a wicketkeeper. And he is actually the reason, I'm sure about this, he's the reason they brought in that rule. Because one game, let's just say the Tooth Fairy was pretty active at his house that night. As he took one back. He's keeping back. And we're only maybe 11 or 12 at that stage. So that was my first time. And I just think it's something that people are more comfortable with. You're right about the design. Oh, not really smart bowling here. Goes the bouncer. And it's just helped around the corner. Sahota is the new batter. I can understand you want to surprise the new bat, but to be honest, Amandeep, not so sure about the show back to tactics there from the off spinner.
This guy impressed last time. Did Harjot Sahota 34-16 against the Irish, and he and Dalwinder Singh put a good partnership on together. Dalwinder, he hasn't quite got going here yet, but he's still there, and you just feel that he just needs to get one out of the slot, and that these two can start to build on a good partnership.
See, I think sometimes when you're coming in, you're looking for pace on. So I think that kind of ball makes you more uncomfortable when you first come to the crease. You want to tempt Sahota here. Maybe draw him forward into an error. You've got a good keeper backing you up as well.
Oh, he gets this good. Oh, that's gone a long way. Bolle, Kinasona. That was right in the slot, Vinny, and he nailed it.
Yeah, still, it's a difficult shot to play early in your innings, you see. If he gets this wrong, it can easily go straight up in the air. But Sahota, good eye from him. Absolutely nails that one. 6 runs. Left-hander replacing a left-hander for fighters. Last ball, the 5th coming up from Amandeep.
Might have to bowl it again. Yeah, he gets a bit of movement, doesn't he? Movement away, but he catches some of the line, and the umpire, good call.
Umpires have been very good, I think, in some trying conditions as well. A pretty experienced crew here now, aren't they?
Firmly hit, no run. A good over. And just the 11 that comes from it. So well bowled by Amandeep. Spin gets the first wicket. And then good time to welcome you back into, well, we're back in the cube.
We're back in the cube. Let's see, the Spiders haven't taken over yet. I think they're hatching a new generation. But Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maxo back on the ground. Rico Ford with me. And we're pretty excited as well because we're only about 48 hours from the first ever Western Shield. The players and a lot of the ECN back-end office crew will be here tomorrow. Best of 9, first ever. It's a concept that actually we discussed first on the network last year, but it's kind of based on the Ryder Cup. So it's the best of Britain and Ireland versus the best of continental Europe. Should be fantastic.
It's going to be brilliant. It really is. And it's nice to see that the preparations at the ground are happening as well. We can see some of the banners going up. We can see that the boundary fence is taking shape. Yeah, very exciting. And some of the top, well, that's the thing, some of the top players in Europe coming together, and the top players, as you said, from the British and Irish Knights. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah. Roshan, yeah, it's a couple of times he's been caught just keeping a bit too close. And I know that some of the keepers are trying to get on that artificial surface, but he's not quite on the artificial surface anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Exactly. It is tough, and I have played a little bit in Europe on when you obviously you don't have the ability to wear spikes, right? So you're playing on soft ground.
Yeah.
It's tough to get those feet moving and have confidence in your footwork and your kind of normal processes. But for Roshan, to be honest, I'd just be keeping up to everyone. That would be my tactic to counter it, because he's good enough to do that. I think that way it kind of takes the soft ground out of the equation. Even someone like Shazad. Yeah, he's got a bit of pace about him, but it's nothing that Roshan couldn't handle up to the stumps. Again, not all keepers have that luxury or that skill set, I suppose, at this level to be able to do that.
Dewilda, he's had 11 balls for 6, so he probably feels that he needs to now get going. He's been there for more than half the innings as well. He was the opener, but he hasn't really clicked. So he'll be looking to latch onto one, but Shazad will be bowling that short of a length delivery. Right, goes for it, and he's going to get this. It will go all the way. So that's what he can do. He's dangerous, and it's about time he gets going. And I just felt that in his mind, he's probably thinking, right, I've been here long enough. I've got to get going. That one just a little bit fuller from Shazad, and he gets the treatment.
Dalvin's got really fast hands. That's the thing. There's a beautiful snap of the wrist there, just when he needed. And tries to go for it again. It's not so easy. 50's up, by the way, for fighters. So they said they're on for 1-1-1, which is not so bad after they burnt the first over, didn't get a run off it. But, you know, Marlow, I think they're well on top at the moment. This is a rematch of the 2021 final, I remember, when we were here. And in the end, it was, fighters actually pushed Marlow all the way. That was the first time we ever saw fighters in the European Cricket Series.
Oh, that's a tremendous take from Roshan, but it's not the best of deliveries from Najam, who, well, as he walks back there, he's got a bit of a limp there. So just wonder if the follow-through went wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, it's only barely on the pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting that he'd missed by that much. But, yeah, I suppose that it's not necessarily an easy approach for the bowlers either.
You know, that car's been there all the time we've been here. I reckon we could, we've got to try and move that.
If you hit it, you should win it.
Yeah, really, I tell you what, DDC and came pretty close yesterday, and Connor and Greenshields, they put that amazing partnership together.
Like I said, the see-through or the invisible sight screen is not giving a lot of protection to that vehicle out there. It is an awkward thing. Remember one of the viral videos last year, it wasn't us, but there was a guy in England that hit his own car with a 6. Have you seen that one?
I've not seen it, no.
It's quite good.
Oh, well, it might be hit now because that's been absolutely blasted. What a pickup this is. And he gets a swivel on this proper, doesn't he? Here's a little bit of the MJ. Oh, as he smashes this. Oh, this is a biggie.
Yeah, he catches up now, doesn't he? And you can see why Shazad didn't want to get too straight to the right-hander. So you might say, oh, how's he missing? How's he missing outside the off? Well, because he knows his opponent. He knows that he doesn't want to. He's got that natural angle that's right into the swing plane of Dalvinder. Yeah, that one went a long way. Yeah,
you can see why Najam Shazad didn't want to bowl the straighter ball. Trying to keep him outside the off, but a couple of wides, and then he straightens up, but too straight. And a little bit too short, and Dalwinder is onto it. So this is better from him. Couple of boundaries, 2 sixes in this over so far from him.
Good to see Diogo Mendonca in the chat. I was watching him yesterday as well, picking up a couple of wickets. Congratulations, Diogo. And we won't see Awarish actually until Monday after the Western Shield, but good to see Diogo in the chat. We'll see him here soon. Here's another one. This is also going to go for 6, different direction, but same result. Maximal. And isn't it remarkable? A guy that took 6 in his first 11 balls, or even might have been 12 balls, he then goes 6, 6, 6, and that's how quick he can pick up the pace.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. And that what Dalwinder shows there is that he has the ability to play all the shots. So after a couple of pull shots, he cuts this beautifully, and the timing on it was superb. So what a strike. So Dalwinder, after taking an age to get going, remember he was on 6 off 11 deliveries. He is now flying.
He sure is. And then we're 6 off 12, I think. Oh, no, you're right. 6 off 11. Now he's gone 6.66. So 3 and 4 balls. A couple of wides in there as well. Shazad's into the dirty 30s here with the ball to go. Need to break this partnership. Off the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, off the bat. The slower delivery, so at least he does something different here, Shazad, but no runs here. Let's have a look at this again.
Appeal for LBW, but straight off the bat. Seen him given, though. But yeah, this one. And also, look at where he's standing. Probably one of the more ambitious appeals I've ever seen, that one. And that's by European cricket standards. At the end of the 6th over, fighters are 67 for 1. Hello to Alan. Good to see you in there as well. Hello to Nowhere Man. He's saying about Shazad's action. He does have this kind of, his head falls away. It's natural for him. Again, it's not necessarily a bad thing these days to have something that's maybe not pure and technical in the bowling. You look at some of the bowlers around, and some of their actions that are a bit unusual. They're effective, I suppose, because they're difficult to face. You can't really practice against them. Here's Amandeep coming back, and there's the switch. And it's going to get hit all the way for 4. And this is lightning, this outfield as well. Everything's running downhill, and fighters fighting up to 75 now. Start of the 7th over.
Yeah, liking this. Well, the sun is coming out. Sun, sea, sand, and, well, a little bit of sexy cricket. Ay, ay, ay. I see, me gusta. Well, I can see that. Oh, Hota, he certainly eats his carrots, because you need good eyes for that. It is International World Carrot Day
Is
today.
it?
Yeah.
It's kind of fitting straight after Easter.
Well, he hits this proper as well. He says, it's not just carrots I eat some aloo parontas as well, as he clobbers this for a biggie.
Yeah, great shot. And I like the way he just goes straight through the line of the ball here. Not a lot of footwork there, kind of opens the front side a little bit, but hit straight through the line. And the bat swing was perfect there from Sahota, who's made a very good start as well. 21 off 7.
All right, well now he's trying to beat the fielder on the boundary here. Well, that's not the way the coaching manual says to do it, but he uses his feet and he gets lucky.
Yeah.
Does the fielder? That's Adnan Gundal.
Amandeep's actually got a dead giveaway when he's going to bowl this bounce in his wrist position. Just one step out, you can pick it a mile away, and I think that the batter does. And then that's the old shin buster. I suppose in football that's a good pass. Let's see how he deals with the right-hander now as Dalwinder's back on strike.
And, well, oh, he's dropped. And I think this is Daniel Ashgar again, who's Well, he's having a bit of a mare in the field. The last time we saw them as well, he put a couple down. He was also the man who was responsible for giving away 5 penalty runs as well, because he took an age to get out there. But, yeah, you got to be taking these.
Yeah, it went fingers up, but it wasn't an easy height to do that. It was kind of chest high and awkward height, to be honest. That one climbing over the top, they think of a run. They should think against it in the end. Hello to John Gray as well. And, yeah, I had a question from Diego. I think I might have said, who's my favourites going to the series? I said it was always hard to go past Marlowe because they've won every single time here. So probably earned some favouritism. There's that bouncer again.
This one, well, let's have a look at this side on. I mean, does it get it over the head or not? I think it's definitely over the shoulder.
Called wide.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call, Vinny.
He's on his, maybe it's top of his head, but he's on his tiptoes. So if he's standing, it probably isn't. Yeah, touch and go, but fair enough.
Do you reckon he's told Roshan he's going to bowl it? Because I tell you what, if you're the wicketkeeper, you're thinking, what are you doing to me? All right, this is well hit. He's got it in the gap. He's going to be 4 more. So, well, Dalwinder Singh and Sahata are moving, and Amardeep, he'll go for 28 of his spell. And some good shots selection here. So, yeah, international carrot. You know me, I'm not the biggest fan of carrots, especially when they're like boiled carrots or so. But carrot cake any day. I love a nice slice of carrot cake.
I'm into carrots. I don't mind carrots. Okay, Western Shield, these are the squads. You must have talked a little bit about some of the late changes with Hamza Saleem Dar. Unfortunately, a back injury has ruled him out of the squad. So Sean Gomes, a bit of Portuguese representation in there. And also the big news in the last week that Mujadadi has come in as a like-for-like replacement for Nasser Balouch. They're led by Sikandar Zulfikar of the Netherlands. And Western Shield will take place on the weekend. Best of 9. Interesting. Also a bit of chat. I know that Hornchurch a bit disappointed that Hankins can't get a run in there, and there's no Van der Merwe, so it's a very ECC kind of based squad. To be honest, I think it would have been nice to get some of the guys that have just played ECL, maybe not ECC in there. But anyway, I picked this squad. Let's see how they go. It's a very strong squad.
It's a very strong squad. Hey, the other thing is, I mean, you just touched on it there, 9 matches over 2 days.
Yeah.
And is it 5 scheduled for the first day?
5 for the first day. Yeah. There is a slight break, I think, between matches 2 and 3 to allow players to grab.
A lot of cricket, right? A lot of cricket. Yeah. And this is going to disappear as well. Shaba. Manos. Arriba, Vitro. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Well, there's Buxy. Well, we've seen him umpiring now. He's doing a little ball retrieving duty as well.
He's a brilliant servant of the game here in Portugal, isn't he, Bucks? Of course, that's Big Papa Stoneman, father of Miguel, who we have seen in the tournament. And Faf Stoneman might be in action for
Spiders are back
for too long. Oh, good. One jumped into a cup of tea, I see.
Why would he give me a cup of tea of all the places to go to? Anyway, that tea's done and dusted. All right, this one is going to be, well, he takes the catch. We'll just have a look and make sure that there's no issue with the footwork, but the batter, he's walking. I reckon he takes his comeback. This is a good catch.
Yeah, and it just kind of beats him for pace, doesn't it, in the end? Swings away. Looks fine here. No issues. So, Zaib, pretty decent pair of hands. It's a catching position these days, isn't it? And finally, do have that partnership broken, and the score is 90 for 2. But yeah, Dalwinder, at least he has something to show for his innings. He was 6 off 11, but then he gets 25 off his next 8, as he's just missed 31 off 19 in the end. Yeah, so as far as, does Damalo still have favouritism? Well, I think this the way that Oerish destroyed them. Yeah, I mean, it's all an opinion, isn't it, really? I mean, I think Marlowe would have been disappointed by that performance. But I think Oerish, you look at some of the players they've got coming into their side now, Daniel Dorkaya, you add him to any side, he's going to add, I don't know how many you put it in percentage terms. But I think with him in the side and with Oerish making such a good start, I think they're the ones to beat at the moment.
Parminder Singh makes his way out there. And he gets a gun. Oh, what a take.
Great take.
I mean, it's a gundy ball, but the keeping here, this is just top draw from Roshan Singh.
And I mentioned that he's a bit closer because I think of the footing, he's a bit more confident in the footing, but it means he's got less time to deal with a ball like that. That was a bit of a shocker from Gondal, to be honest. He'll be the first to say that. Remember when Marlowe won it, first year I was here in 2021, it was on the back of some really good death bowling from Said Meisim and Gondal. They would just lock up those last 4 overs. And this time he goes to bounce and surprises. It's the new batter in there. It's Parminder. But yeah, but there was a lot of Yorkers in there. So I don't mind that, just to kind of keep the batter on their toes. But yeah, Gondal, when he's at his best, he can hit that block hole. Funny, that one might not even be the one for the over because Parminder is very tall. And I think that was kind of armpit height. 8th over now.
Gives himself a little bit of room here, Parminder. Now they're asking the question. They like it. Parminder says, nah, I think I'm here. We're going to have to go and have a look at this.
Yeah, look, he didn't exactly turn quickly. This is closer than you think. Out of the way. Oh, I think he's just back.
Yeah, he does well. Parminder's a big man. He's got long reach, and he needed every bit of it to just get in.
He did. Because of his big strides, it meant he was further down the pitch and had to run back further. But yeah, you can see he wants to get off strike there. Sometimes I see batters wanting to run just because they really want that run. And obviously he's trying to get Sahota back on strike, but it's not worth running him out over. Now 2 to come in the over.
I mean, he can crunch it if he gets it in the right spot. We've seen him do it. The captain goes for it, and he will crunch it just over the outstretched hand of the fielder. Makes a great effort and gets well applauded by Marlowe for the effort, but he gets over him, and Parminder, he gets his first runs, and it's 6. That's a good hit because it wasn't quite in the slot, but he shows he's got the power.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot. But again, if Gondal's their 8th and 10th over bowler, he hasn't bowled one York yet. Needs to be able to at least try and hit that block hole, and you take that shot away.
Oh, top shot. Top shot. Well, he gives himself some room by going down the leg side, and the bowler bowls the perfect delivery to him. You're right, Vinny. When you see a better move here, you go for the Yorker. He goes for it short, gives him some room, gives him what he wants, and he puts it away emphatically.
It's a brilliant shot. It's kind of a mixture of very, very good hand-eye coordination, but also still I'm questioning the tactics of banging the ball halfway down. I know he's kind of following him, but you're giving him the opportunity to get under it by creating that length. Anyway, the 100's up for fighter CC, who, let's not forget, didn't score it in the first over.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, right?
3 for 2 off 8.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. I mean, if they can get to a 130 score here, you know, go at 15s the last 2. I mean, just look at that. It's a long time since I've seen the Worm start like that. It was flatlined, and then, well, it took the maiden in the first, a great over from Zahib. And I wonder if they're bringing back here now for saving for the last.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he's bowled his second, didn't he?
Yeah, he bowled out.
They bowled him already.
So he went 0 and 12 in his 2 overs.
Go with Mian Shahid.
Mian Shahid. He's going to bowl over number 9. I got to say, this is a very Australian reference, but there's an Australian singer, John Farnham, who he's been around for a while, but he did this big tour called For the Last Time, right? He'd been in the game for about 20 years, 30 years probably. Maybe more. And I think he's had about 6 or 7, like, for the last time farewell tours. And I remember Mian told me he was retiring here a couple of years ago. And I said, you sure? Anyway, French cut. This will test the outfield. And it's pretty quick. Going, good throw, might be trouble here. Oh, but it can't be handled by Rushan. So, I mean, the throw came in quick enough, but it's that unpredictable bounce. And to be honest, Rushan, he does snatch at this a little bit. He had to concentrate on just trying to take it cleanly. If he did, I think there's a certain run out. They weren't sure whether they're going for 2 also. Because they're wondering, you know, do we want Parminder back on strike or not? See here. Just doesn't deal with the bounce.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity. And, well, that one has ricocheted of Mian, and we'll go to the fielder and take a single.
I mean, our Australian viewers, I know there's a lot at this time of day. They'll know what I'm saying with the John Farnham reference, because yeah, every time I see Mian, he's like Conrad. He said, and like Corey, he says he's retired. He's retired 7 or 8 times. But you know what? I'm glad he keeps coming back to the game. And hey, well done to him. He got his highest score in ECN yesterday.
Yeah, he scored a 60 on his first knot. All right, this is high up in the air.
Oh boy,
should be dealt with, and
no
it gets dropped, and the batters decide that one's enough. I think the 2 fielders get in each other's way here.
They do in the end. I mean, it was a steepler. Like, it was a real steepler out there. I think Imran was probably in the best position to take that, but he had incoming from his left, and it was dropping. Yeah, in the end, I think they just take the one run. Still, I mean, Mian Shahid's done a pretty good job here. 5 off 4 conceded. Okay, that probably, you can argue it should have been caught, but the result's not too bad for Marlow. 2 to come in the 9th.
Well, he chases this wide ball and it's going to be taken. Well, that's one way to do it. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and that's what Zulfikar gets here. Suerte, suerte, suerte. Because the first attempt it pops up, he then loses it completely. Then, luckily enough, he finds it again on the 3rd attempt and takes the gap. But this is a wide. You don't play it this and leave it. But he goes for it, doesn't get it right.
Look at
and
the
watch
wrist.
This.
Look at the way it hits his forearm here. Well, nowhere even close to the hand on the second touch. That's an amazing catch. It was crazy. But Shahid, yeah, taps him with a wide. It shows pace off. Can be effective. Yeah, but I love this second touch. Look at the way he hits his arm, not his hand. It's definitely nowhere near. It's like, have you ever seen someone eat an apple and they go, and they polish it, and then take a bite? But couldn't do that again if he tried.
But the best thing about that was when you had that shot, he had no idea. When that ball hit his arm, you look at his head, he had no idea where the ball was.
Yeah, but he knew that he dropped it up. So he knew that it must be somewhere. That was a crazy catch. Anyway, this should just be one down the ground. New batter comes out is Rahul. And that'll be the end of the 9th over as well. So interesting they take that run. I don't think I would have with Sahota now having to go back to the non-strikers end with an over remaining. Fighters are 109 for 3.
Yeah, so it has been a good recovery, but they need to finish well here. I said at the end of the 8th over when they reached 100 and 103 that they'll be looking for 2 lots of 15 to get to that 130 mark. They're going to need a very good over here to get it. But you're right. Do you take that single? I don't think you do.
It's always tough, though, then that guy's stuck on 0. He might get a duck. But, I mean, that's modern cricket, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think strategically they should have taken that run. But, hey, time will tell. And Gondal's going to come back and try and finish things out. His first over probably wasn't his best.
Well, he doesn't waste any time giving the strike back to Sahota. So that's the good thing that Rahul does. Yeah. So, all right, here we go.
All right, this is the matchup, really. If Sahota can have a good last over here, maybe lift them up high 120s. You're asking some questions of Marlow. The Fighters, I only saw them on the park once, right, when they took a point off a Warish, which not many teams have been able to do so far. They had 2 washouts. Sahota faces up, 5 to come.
And that's a great take. Oh, it is world class. It really is. Roshan Singh, what a catch. This ball is travelling. I mean, Vinny, you know about it. That is a top catch because he swung hard at this. It takes the edge. It is motoring. What a catch.
Yeah, and I mentioned because of the footing that the keepers are keeping really close. So, you know, you can talk about footwork, you can talk about all these things, but it's all out the window. This is just reaction. It's like, almost like a goalkeeper having to just react really quickly. They have that power in the lower legs to get a good dive on that. And yeah, Roshan did really well to grab it to his left.
Yeah, that is a wonderful catch. I mean, you think he's got, what, a second or 2 to react here. And look at this. That's brilliantly taken. Absolutely brilliantly. Acrobatically done as well. That's a great take.
I always actually think, the longer I kept, I would try and take them kind of fingers pointing up like that. I just think you had more, it's just a better catching surface, I guess. Anyway, Gondal gets the wicket, and now he's going to have 2. That one bangs into the top of the stumps. That was a real bail breaker. So Lalit comes, Lalit goes. It's a golden duck. And Marlow are the ones fighting back against the Fighters in this last over. It's 110 for 5.
Yeah, it's good to see him actually get one up there onto the stumps. I know that a lot of people say you've got to be bowling when you're hitting the top of the stumps, and that's exactly what it does. I think he might have, has he broken the stump there?
I
think it's a stump buster. And that'll be the second one that we've seen broken. And have a look at this. I reckon that stump, yeah look, it's had it. And a new stump, please.
Yeah, you can
it
see
will
it
be
there.
brought out.
And the sticker has kind of, that's always like a badge of honour. We had a proper, smash, destroyed stump, right? Middle stump in the weekend.
That was with a slower delivery, would you believe? Well, there you go. Stump has been busted.
Can you try it upside down? What are you going here?
They get a new stump. New stump's been taken out.
But my thing is, haven't we already used the the replacement stump. So, well, we had an April Fool's Day joke a couple of years ago. And
Yeah.
we're going to just play with 2 stumps. We might have to if we keep going through them like this.
Golden duck then for Lalit Kumar.
A
He
hat
gets
trick
quacked
opportunity.
off.
Hat-trick
Hat-trick ball.
opportunity here with 3 to come. Gustavak is the new batter. We've been waiting a while, haven't we, for hat trick number 10?
We've had so
2
many
weeks.
opportunities,
Yeah.
but I think yesterday on 4 occasions we had bowlers on hat-trick alert. Are we going to get it here? Mark Gowles was the last to do it
I
at
feel
the
this is-
European Cricket League.
If this is on the stumps, it's a good shout, isn't it? But what a brilliant over this has been. And Gondal, top of the stumps, being shown the stumps a lot as well by these batters.
Yeah, 3 for 20. Can he make it 4 for
I
20?
think this is it. I got a good feeling about this one.
Have you? All right, here we
Sorry,
go.
Gustavak.
And it's been hit up in the air, but it won't be taken. He gets a single.
My hat-trick radar's well off, as usual.
It's not a bad shot, actually, from
That was
Guswak.
it was a brilliant shot. Again, I always question why are you backing away? I just don't think that's the odds. Step across. You'd rather get, when you back away, you also get yourself in a bit of a tangle. You end up intercepting a lot of what would be wides down the leg side
Yeah.
as well. Anyway, Rahul, can he finish it off with 2 to come?
It's a powerful hit, but it doesn't quite get the timing right, and it also doesn't carry to the field. It gets a single. You know what's weird? Verinder Verk, why hasn't he come out? I mean, he was the 2nd leading scorer last year behind Dewinder Singh,
Yeah.
and we haven't seen him.
Yeah, interesting. Doesn't that top 7? Maybe didn't bat in his spot and he's got the hump. Anyway, 112. Last ball to come. Gondal has 3 for 22.
And well bowled, finishes with a dot, so they've finished well. In fact, they only score less than 10 in the last 2 overs. I was saying that they need to go at 15s to get to a 130 type of score, but they failed. They were 103 for 2 at the end of 8, and they're going to finish on 112. So good comeback here for Marlow, and really, I think with that score being below par, that puts Marlow on top here, but they just weren't able to capitalise in the last 2 overs. They had wickets in hand as well, fighters, but I think they just lost those wickets at the wrong time. It's a good effort from Deluinde. He took a while to get going, didn't he? He was out there with Parawinda. Those two, they'd put a good partnership together though.
Isn't the supercomputer all seeing and all knowing? Remember, it was predicting 111 as well, and we were like, that's a long way away. And you can see early on, obviously, not a lot happened in that first over. 6 dots, in fact. This was big lefty Paravinda, who was the first one to really get anything happening for fighters. You know, got it going in the second a little bit. Hit 3 4s and a 6 out there, but Samajava took a very good catch to get rid of him. Brought Sahota to the crease, who got off the mark with a boundary there. Dalvinda then kind of sprung to life. So ultimately, the top 3 or 4, they get the job done for fighters, but they do have a fight on their hands. I still think this 112 looks a little bit thin against a very experienced and skillful Marlow batting lineup.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. But what we're seeing here is something that I was talking about yesterday, where the likes of the fighters, Friendship, Ronin, I think Precious as well, and even the Lisbon Werewolves, they have got good players, but you feel that if the top 3 don't make a contribution and a decent contribution, that they're going to struggle to try to get past that to 120 mark. And once again, we see that evident again here. And Marlow will be firm favourites going into this. Amdeep Singh came on and bowled a bit of spin. He did get the breakthrough, didn't he? So spin did work. Some of the line that was being bowled was that heavy length. They didn't really go for the Yorker too much. That was a nice catch taken there on the boundary by Zahib to get rid of the Deluinde. And that was a big wicket because Deluinde at that moment was starting to go pretty well. And then that was a cracking shot though from the captain, Parminder Singh, who made 15 before he departed. Caught by this catch coming up by Zulfikar. He had no idea where that ball was. And I think that story tells it all there at the end. Well, we saw the funny side of it as well. It was an amazing catch, and the more you see it, the more it makes you laugh. If that was an amazing, well, that was sensational. Roshan taking that one off Gondal. What a great catch that was. Lalit would go first ball. But no hat-trick once again, not in this innings, as the new batter at Guswak does survive. But they're not able to get the acceleration required at the end of the innings. So fighters, well, they showed a little bit of fight. They get to 112, but they're going to have to fight hard in the field if they're going to stop Marlow getting to the score here. Marlow, well, maybe, just maybe, they're thinking to keep up with the Irish, we need to try and pick up as many 4-point wins as we can. They'll be going at this hard as you look at the scorecard. The top three, I think they pretty much did their job. Dalwinder Singh started slow. As you mentioned, he was 6 off 11, but he did get the acceleration in. Parwinder Singh also batted very well. Captain came in and hit the ball pretty well as well. Sahota, they're finishing in the 20s, 28 of 13. But Marlow, credit to them, 3 wickets for Adnan gone down, so he's starting to show the kind of form that has helped Marlow become champions in the past. Amandeep Singh bowled a bit of spin, and Main Shahid, he bowled a pretty good over as well. But you do feel that they are missing the likes of Asad Mohammed just to give them that all-round bowling attack. So, but they've done well without it. This is the mid-match summary, 112 for 5. And Dalwinder Singh, Sahota and Parwinder Singh, the 3 that you would expect getting started, but nobody gets the big score, and that's what one of those 3 has to do to get them to a score that becomes maybe a little bit more competitive here. But you never know, if they can start well, if they can pick up 2 or 3 wickets in the power play, they'll be right in with a chance here. Rico Hall here of the European Cricket Network. Nice to have Vinny Sandhu back with us as well. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the end of this match number 55.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers, and welcome back to this beautiful Central Cricket Ground as we get ready for the conclusion of this match number 55. The fighters, they've been out there, they have had a bat, and now it's time to see how Marlow gets on. And always nice to be this part of Portugal, and this is Central Cricket Ground, standing on the top of a plateau, this fertile wetland region. You've got the river Tugas that runs through it as well, and farming and cattle breeding and bullfighting is what this area is known as. And if you go into the centre, you'll see one of the bull rings there as well. And there's also a bullfighting university here as well. And of course, the famous bullfighting traditions are very much known here in this part of Portugal. They call it the heart of Portugal here in Santarém, as we get ready for the start of this one. But the bullfighting ring, known as the Campo Pequeno de Santarém, hosts thrilling bullfights that showcases the bravery and the skills of the matadors. As we get ready to return to the action here, the umpires, Umpire Malik and Umpire John, will lead the players back out. On a day, well, I mentioned already, it is a few holidays here today. Well, I hope you like your food, and it's National Burrito Day today as well. So enjoy your burritos, everybody. And, well, make sure you got plenty of carrots in there, because it is International Carrot Day as well. Not a fan myself, but I don't mind the carrots when they're a bit of carrot cake. That's all right. I know we have, I mean, a lot of people I know tuning in from the Indian subcontinent are watching our fan code, and we have something, we eat gajrela. That's one of my favorites as well, gajrela, which is like grated carrots, and you just literally, you're sort of boiling and boiling them again. Is it with skimmed milk? But yeah, I don't mind a bit of gajrela. So I suppose sweet carrots I don't mind, but just boiled carrots like that, no, I'm not a big fan. But hello to you, wherever you're tuning in from. Also, one of the other days it is today is National Dylan Day. So if your name is Dylan, enjoy your day. We are ready to start here. Welcome back. And Marlow, we'll be looking to get to this 113 as quick as they can now. If they get the opportunity to do it in 7, they will try and do it. We'll probably put up for you what the bonus point equation is, and you'll also be able to see it probably on your screen. It will be the score that will come up in brackets next to the target. All right, so here we go. It's going to be Rahul to start. In comes Rahul. And no ball called. I'm guessing this is because of a foot fault. And might be the return crease, actually. Let's see this again. Yep, it's the return crease. So no ball called straight away. It would have been a wide, but no ball takes precedent. That means a free hit to start off with. That's the bonus point equation there for you. So seems unlikely that the fighters can restrict this to a score of 78, but there's every possibility that Marlow, they can try and knock this off in 7, but they need to make the most of opportunities like that. And Mian Shahid not able to put away the free hit, so the bowler gets away with it. Imran Khan is out there with Mian. These two have opened before. And it's probably fair to say that at the moment, they are the only batters that made any contribution. We know that when they got that win, and it was when they cruised to victory over Friendship, Mian Shahid scored 60, his high score on the European Cricket Network. And he digs this one away, but he'll only get a single. And Imran Khan on that day, he made 39. And there was Mir Zahib, got 32, but none of the other batters, Amrit Singh didn't get an opportunity. And when he did, against Waris, didn't perform. Najam Shazad has had 2 opportunities. He's not being able to perform. So at the moment, I suppose the batters that are in form are out there at the moment. Imran Khan face his first. And he gets beaten as well. So Rahul, it's a good comeback from him. It's always when you bowl a no ball and then you face a free hit. It takes good character to come back, and he has come back well. He's getting this ball to move away, and he's going to get to move a little bit late as well. And that's pulled away nicely. Just a little bit too short. That's a nice shot from Imran. I like the way that he holds his shape here as well. It's beautifully played. So first boundary on the board. And he has it nicely under control as well. Gets a good swivel on it. It's the way you're taught to play it. The bat comes from high to low, gets right on top of it. Good shot. Rahul will be looking to finish the over well. Only 6 from it so far. Yeah, and he does finish well. Well bowled. End of the over. 6 from it. That's a good recovery, like I say, after facing a free hit as well. They needed to go around about the 12s, aren't they, Marlo, to make it safe and to get that win with an over to go. So, well, they're below that to start off with. 59 matches since the golden ball, as Vinny Sandy joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, kind of got out of jail after that back foot no ball first up, Rahul. Yeah, golden ball. We have a bit of a history of them here in Portugal. Remember, there was a very good one between, then known as Rossio, but now known as Gorka 11 and Oerash back in 2020. It's one of our classic matches we've shown. I think we've gone through about 12 of our classic matches in this series, but hopefully we don't need any for a while because we're back on the park. Of course, the Indian Royals versus their brothers. 11 Portugal was a good golden ball as well. We showed too short, but whacks him in the head.
That is right on the lid, so you can see a bit of a concussion test happening here. That clobbered him good. Now I know that Mian Shahid is a bit of a beast himself, but that's got to shake you up a little bit. Yeah, the umpires have to check that he's okay here.
Yeah, and that is the helmet doing its work right there. Look at that. It couldn't have been more dangerous if he wasn't wearing a helmet there. And it's good to see. No immediate effects from it. Obviously gets quick check out. They're happy that he can continue. That's all because of that helmet. Otherwise, that's a trip to the hospital.
Yeah.
That'll be the one for the over. So Imran takes the strike.
Well, he works his way on the leg side, but this time, one of the 2 men out there. Oh, well, he wants the second. And now they will get... Well, what's happened here? Well, has he thrown this backwards or something?
I think it must have slipped out of his hand when he's thrown it.
Because he has the ball.
Yeah.
He has the ball. Let's see. He must have thrown this backwards. Watch.
Oh, yeah. And then, instead of having the secondary chase, so it's almost like a trick play in American football, that one. And so is that I guess that's an overthrow. Is that the world's shortest overthrow?
All right, goes for it, but he skied this. It's an opportunity. Doesn't look comfortable, but he holds on to it. How does he take this? He is in the complete wrong position. His arms and legs all over the place, but somehow Gurwinder Singh holds on to the catch.
Well, this had a full-on argument about whose it was in the air, and neither of them thought it was theirs. And fine, in the end, Gurwinder says, fine, if I have to, this is what we're only seeing the ball. But what you didn't see is 2 players basically jawing at each other, trying to get out the way. And eventually, Gurwinder says, right, I'll take it. And you didn't have too long to prepare. So that's an important one, isn't it? And
yeah,
suddenly, this is no walk in the park for Marlow. They've been restricted early, and now the wicket comes, the first one, and it's 9 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. You got to try and just pick up those wickets, and that's what they do. So they get the man, and so new batter comes in. He's taking guard. So Mian Shahid, he just has a quick chat. He's had 5 balls for 1, but it's Imran Khan that has to depart, and a very good catch there from Gurwinder, but he never looked like he was going to take it.
A lot of noise out there at the moment for fighters. Let's see what Javed can do in the number 3 position. Kind of like a slip in place in a way, like a floating slip there.
Yeah, he likes to hit the deck, doesn't he? And that's one thing you've seen noticing here by Gurwinder. He comes in, he's not afraid to bang that ball in, and gets the ball to talk as well.
Good angle that he's created there. It's an unusual one, left arm around to the left-hander, but it works on that occasion.
Slightly fuller, that's nicely played, but straight to the fielder. No run once again, so Once again, they're not making a huge start here in the power play. Remember that the Fighters had their own issues. They started with a maiden on the first. The second over from Ascar went for 13. So they were 13 off 2. Well, that will help because it's a Gundy delivery. And fielded that superbly well, though. Superbly
really
well.
I mean, really, he got the line wrong there, didn't he? And Dalwinder raced around the boundary to make this stop. Asking to be hit, it was hit, but just gave the fielder a chance. In the end, he did very well, and then made sure he didn't step on the rope.
Yeah, and he threw it in the right direction.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was the other thing. Didn't throw it sideways. Going to be the end of the over. So Marlow 10 for 1 after 2. That required rate has already jumped up towards 13 and over. So it is very doable. I think a lot of this comes down to if fighters can avoid bowling bad balls. You know, avoid bowling those 2 and over that are probably hit-me balls. That was probably one of them they got away with. But looking at the table, both these teams kind of affected by the abandoned matches already. But fighters, you know, with a win here, they could potentially move their way up into that top 3 position.
Okay, that's nicely bowled. There's Dalwinder Singh. I think that you're absolutely right. If they can bowl a good tight line and keep it outside the off, I mean, they are a team that if the chances present themselves, they're good at taking the catches. It's all about the line that bowled and the way that they use the bowlers as well. Okay, Mian hasn't really been able to cut loose at the moment.
Well, they're like a confidence team, fighters, aren't they? If they can get on a bit of a run. Shahid, 1 of 5.
And gone full and straight. And, well, he knows where the cameras are as well, Dalwinder, as he turns round. And, well, he offers a kiss to the world as he gets this one in the right slot. Look, it's full and straight. You don't have to do something special. Just gets it in the area. That sort of just swings away a little bit as well in the air. But Mian is playing all around it. And he gets his stumps knocked over.
That's the length, though. We didn't see too much of it in the first half of this game. It kind of bounces in line with Mian's front foot and gave himself a little bit of room. And that was, I think, the pressure of the fact that he was 1 of 5 when that ball's bowled, looking to make something out of not much. And he gets castled. So well done to Dalwinder, who gets the second breakthrough. It's 11 for 2 as Amandeep comes to the crease at number 4.
Amandeep Singh hasn't had too many opportunities. And he'd be hoping that he can get a good partnership going here with Usama Javid, who's out there with him.
Hello to Terry, who's popped into the chat. I think Terry, because he's in Australia. Football season there. I want to know what sort of football have you been refereeing? He put that in the chat.
Okay.
Terry, from memory, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, are you in Victoria, Terry? In Melbourne, maybe? Maybe let us know. And yeah, it is football season. It's just started down there in Australia. Various codes.
Oh, well bowled. Good teasing delivery. And Amandeep Singh, he chases it. He goes fishing, doesn't he? And almost catches an edge.
Yeah, good area, though. Areas have been reasonably good so far. That rate's continuing to climb. It's up towards 14 and over required already. Now, next ball. Here's missed, and Amandeep having a bit of a tough initiation as well. This is the next ball, which was a bit straighter. Again, when you get that one that is kind of tickleable, I would say, then that might have been a boundary as well, but Amandeep can't cash in. Last ball this over.
And well, he felt the need to go for this shot, didn't he? Amandeep Singh, and he gets it. Gets the boundary, but it's still a cracking over from Dalwinder Singh. And despite that last ball going for a boundary, 5 come from it. And Marlow, their power play is worth 15. And what you'll see here on the graphic is that though the power play from the Fighters wasn't a great one, they are still 10 behind where the Fighters were, 15 to 25.
Interesting, isn't it? There's the tail of the tape so far. How about the first and the last overs going for 0 and 3 respectively? And then pretty underwhelming beginning from Marlow, who won the trophy here in 20 and 21 and 22 and 23. So all 4 European Cricket Series here at this cricket ground being won by Marlow. They also won, I think they've won 2 of the 3 night series Gamblers winning the other one in 2022. But anyway, right now it looks like Parminder, the captain, is taking matters into his own hands here. That one sneaks across and he wins the battle with the short ball.
Yeah, Parminder's a tall guy. He bowled very well against the Irish when they fighters. They did work hard to get a point against them. It was just basically wicket-to-wicket bowling. And, at the moment, he's just beating Javid with that one that's going across him outside the off.
Terry,
Fighters.
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, I was going to say Terry. He's not in Victoria. He's in South Coast, New South Wales. So that's one that you don't want to get wrong. But let me tell you, it's a very interesting area. I've been through there. They have a town that's right on the border, right? Oh, glove. This is going to run away for 4. So yeah, that's the thing with the short ball. Works every time except when it doesn't. We saw a couple of these in the first innings as well. In fact, Amandeep himself, you've seen the non-strikers and kind of got hit for one in this direction. Handy boundary there for Marlow. I was going to say, though, during the coronavirus, there's a town called like Albury Wodonga. They're kind of twin towns. And they're right in the Victoria-New South Wales border. But they had problems because a lot of them, a bit like the Spain-Gibraltar situation. Oh, overthrow.
Yeah.
Outfielder was not watching out at all, thinking, surely I'm not required to back up. There's about 2 people in the way before it gets to me. That's a run from nothing. But I was going to say, a lot of people, they couldn't get to work because the border was closed and it caused a lot of hassles back then. Look at that, a lot of finger pointing. Still, we're in a healthy position here, fighter.
And they're just making some changes in the field. Square leg comes in and he pushes mid-wicket back. It's a good delivery, but I think it's always given him. Well, I was going to say I thought maybe this was just drifting down the leg, but the umpire takes a good long look and decides that it actually is going to go on and probably clip leg stick.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I didn't see it straight on. So I actually thought live was pretty close. He's very wide of the crease. Oh, a back pad though. My instinct is it looks like, this won't tell us much.
Yeah, I mean,
is that
we had one of these.
Piece of leg stump. What do you think?
Yeah, we had one of these yesterday. I mean, he does bowl it from wide, but I wonder if this is just coming in a hit as well, and it's full. It hits him on the back pad. Is it going to go and hit any part of that leg stick?
You can see the leg stump behind him. It's between his legs.
Yeah, I think it's a good call.
Yeah. You look at it originally, you start thinking, oh, this has got a bit going against it. But yeah, you could actually see in between his legs on that. I don't know if we got it one more time. Got a little bit of time to show it. But you can actually see the leg stump was between his legs, which tells you, see about here, you can see the leg stump in a minute about here. You can actually see a bit of it. I actually think it's getting a bit of leg stump. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I think he actually also does start to come back in. And that's why he works out for him. Right, goes for a big one here. It's a skyer. Oh, it's going to plug before the boundary. Marlow there in a spot of bother here. It's Amir Zaib that comes out to join Javid. Somebody surely has got to get some run somewhere. We know that Amir Zaib did score 30-odd when they got that win against Friendship.
We didn't see too much of him last year. I think for various reasons he wasn't able to get on the park as much as he would have liked. But anyway, this will be the end of the over. And the score was 21 for 3 after 4. But Zaib, never forget some of his impact innings at the 2021 ECC for Portugal. And did it against some very good opposition as well.
Yeah.
So he's very, very capable. Not a bad guy to have out there in this situation.
Right, field gets changed around here. So just having a look here, they've got 3 men on the leg side. And long off is back. And they've got point on the boundary. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful pickup. And that will go all the way. And that's what they need here now. And Amir Zahib, he's come out and he looks pretty positive. That's a lovely shot. That's his first boundary.
Yeah, it's a class shot, isn't it? And we see a lot of players trying to drag these to the leg side for some unknown reason. But look at that. Collapses the back leg. Gets down and muscles it out of the ground. Brilliant shot.
Yeah, but when that probably will go a little bit shorter here. And he's very good on the pull and the hook as well. Gone! What a sharp catch this is. What a good catch. He goes outside the off again. And I think Amir Zahid probably can't believe his luck. He thinks he's played probably a pretty good shot here. But what a catch. This is a tremendous take.
Yeah, had to catch it quickly, didn't he? And that's Harjot Sahota there. But what I think about this shot from Zaib, he actually thinks he's being pretty careful. He's thinking, okay, I'm just going to kind of knock this down, but he didn't really get over the top of it enough, didn't he? And Sahota did the rest. So, yeah, he was looking dangerous, but he's going to have to go. 6-and-out situation, and Marlow in trouble here. It's 27 for 4 now.
Yeah, 27 for 4. And remember when we were looking at the bonus point equation, I was saying, well, restricted Marlow to 78 or less, probably unlikely, but Marlow getting to the score before 7, a possibility. Well, I guess I was completely wrong by that, because the fighters, well, they're showing some fight here, and they're after all the points.
But here's Najam Shazad. Again, what a good number 6 to be able to bring out. But, I mean, if you get through him, feeling pretty good about your chances, maybe, of taking everything.
Place it carefully, but it's to the man that held on to the Quetzalcoatl. They don't want to take him on. No run.
So far, they've made them earn their runs. Even that 6. Okay, it wasn't the worst ball. The line was there. It was just a really good shot by Zaib. But they've made them earn. They haven't given too many away for free. They haven't bowled too many hit-me balls. This has been a great spell from Parvinder, 2 for 9.
Well, this one gets pulled out, but they have set the field pretty well here now. That's an easy one for the mid-wicket to deal with. Mid-wicket, like I said, back. A long on back, square leg, long off. And the man at point got the third and fine leg inside the circle. And they've got a man catching as well. And that's Sahota, who goes now to the same position as he was, to the left-hander.
They need a big partnership here, Marlow. Looking at batting to come, they've got Askar listed next. Roshan Singh, he can certainly hit him okay. Gondal, not the worst. I mean, they bat all the way down, but that rate's climbed up towards the 16 and over required.
Gets tucked up here nicely by Parvinder. Hasn't he bowled well? And like I say, he doesn't hold back. He likes to hit the ball, bang the ball hard into the deck. He gets good response.
Remember the first over of this game, what happened? It was a maiden. That shows you this game had some interesting twists and turns, doesn't it? Last ball for Parvinder.
Oh, he hits this beautifully, but it's high up in the air, and it will get taken. So he hits it clean, but he hits it high, doesn't hit it long. It gives the opportunity to the fielder, and Gurwinder Singh, who, well, took an incredible catch earlier, which we never thought he was going to take. Well, this time around, he never looked like he was going to drop it.
Yeah, great catch. And see, their timing wasn't really there from Javed. Bat kind of turned in his hands a little bit. So he's going to go for a pretty frustrating 7 off 10. And at the 5 over mark, Marlow, they're a long way behind in this game. Long way. It's 28 for 5 after 5. And yeah, always getting a few questions about the format of this tournament. It's a little bit unusual with 14 teams playing and with it being an extra week compared to most ECS. So basically how the last 3 days will run when we get there on the 12th of April, which is it's a week tomorrow, right? It'll be like an ECL group. There'll be 5 teams. But which 5? The 2 that finish in the top 2 spots. We already know who they are from Group A with Punjab CC, Amadora and Gamblers SC. It'll be the top 2 from Group B, but then also the best 3rd place team. The other thing is, depending when you finish in your group, you start on either 4 points or 2 points if you're first or second. Obviously, a bit of a reward. And then, yeah, it's a pretty simple format, really. Everyone should be pretty comfortable with the 5 teams. They play for 2 days, and then the 3rd day is the finals day. But, yeah, first things first. We've got the Western Shield in the way. We've got the rest of the Group B matches. But, yeah, Gorkha, I got a feeling that 23 points in 3rd, because they had so many washouts, I feel like whoever gets 3rd in this group, more than likely, I think they're getting more than 23 points. Remember, if all your games are washed out, you get 24.
Yeah.
Right? So it's less than 50% of the points available that Gorkha have. Anyway, this is short. It's hit another opportunity, and it's taken. Well, they're right on top now. It's a golden duck for Amir Ikram. And Marlow are a right royal mess here at the moment in match 55. It's 29 for 6.
Yeah, well, the 2 men with the P, Parwinder Singh and Parminder Singh, are doing the damage, aren't they? Parwinder finished with 3 for 10, and now the captain comes back on. He takes his second wicket, and Ikram, he'll go for a golden for him. And Marlow, well, we all know the word Marlow. Marlow means bad, bad, bad in Spanish. And at the moment, it is pretty Marlow for Marlow.
You're right. And Derek looked like he was celebrating with some of the Fighters players there, which you don't see very often, just getting in on the celebrations. But yeah, 29 for 6.
And don't forget, Vinny, we're speaking of Derek, we are celebrating Derek's birthday as well, because it was here last year.
You're exactly right.
That Derek was born, he came to life. So this is about a celebration of Derek as well.
I'm going to have to try and work out the first Derek we ever had. Or I might just nominate. I feel like... Oh, yeah, get 2 here if they notice the misfield. I actually think Derek's birthday, I'm going to call it now, is the 1st of April, which I think is about right. But also, because it's just fitting that his birthday should be April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
Because you always feel like a bit of a fool when you're out for a duck. And I think that's easy to remember.
That's a good call.
So I think, happy birthday, Derek. And he's actually got multiple personalities now.
Yeah,
So we had the original Derek, we've had Golden Derek, and then Royal Derek, Diamond Derek, of course. Diamond's a bit older. And now the Peacock Friday Derek.
Yeah.
Which we'll see tomorrow. All right, now, look, even for a point now, we're talking almost 11 and over.
Well, he hits this pretty well, and I think this is out of here. So this is Zulfikar Shah. Now, this guy can bat. When he came in the other day, he played some nice shots before he finally departed. So Zulfikar, well, he's already had one highlight here with that catch.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's hoping that he can get another few with a good innings here. You've still got Najam Shad out there as well. So while these two are together, maybe this is the last real opportunity I think Marlow have.
He was listed 11, but, I mean, we've seen him opening the batting before for Marlow and doing a pretty good job. So I wouldn't count them out of this completely just yet. And we saw a game on the weekend that I was calling where we saw a team win the power play 68-7.
Yeah.
And we were talking bonus points and everything. They couldn't even do it in the 10 in the end.
Yeah,
so this could be the reverse of that. You're thinking they're completely out of it, but the actual rate for the game, what is it? 17 and over. Look, you got 2 players there that could turn it on.
Well, work to be done by the fielders, and well, this ball bobbles around, but keeps his eyes on it and gets the throw in.
But they haven't bowled too many of those hit-me balls in this innings. It's been a pretty clinical performance from fighters. Right now, Marlow 39 for 6 after 6.
Yeah, you're right. I think the line that the bowler's been good. Also, if memory serves me right, there's not been that many extras as well.
Yeah.
What are we on the extra front? Just 2, and those has been a leg ball and a no ball, so no wides.
The no ball was the first ball of the innings. Remember, it was a back foot no ball.
Yeah.
So anyway, have a look at that. 167, 47309. What country would be 1-6? I don't know if we have 1-6.
Is it like
No, it's not really allocated.
not a Scandinavian or something? Anyway, all right, up in the air, and he just shies away from the catch this time. Does Gurwinder Singh. I think he's made a assessment, decided if he goes to the catch, he might get it wrong. The ball might get past over the boundary, so he decides to play safe.
Yeah, this is very, very good performance from fighters. Remember, these two, they'll meet again in the 3rd match of the day as well.
Yeah.
It's the kind of regular format we've had. 1 and 3 have been the same opponents. 2 and 4 have been the same opponents. And then match 5 will be a different matchup. Classic grunt, slower ball. Very, very clever from Dalvinder. Playing with confidence here, fighters.
They're playing with a lot of confidence. The only thing here is, all right, Rahul's only bowled the 1. Parwinder both bowled out. Dalwinder now will bowl himself out here as well now. So, all right, it's high, but is it going to go all the way? Gear. Shaka, look here. 6 more. So, Zulfikar, well, he's showing that he's there, and he's there to make a point and make a stand.
Tried to fool him twice, didn't he? It was exactly the same trick. Didn't even alter the pitch of the grunt. It was exactly the same, and that time he was waiting for it. There's Macy. Yeah, good job. Didn't he bowl well yesterday?
He's been bowling brilliantly well, Macy. That slow, shorter delivery. Ends up going in front of the umpire here. I reckon that umpire Malik may just have a little chat with Delwinder as it gets past him, because he can't be finishing there.
Yeah, exactly. Run up this side of the pitch maybe, but try to get out the umpire's eye line.
All right, now this is catchable if you can get there. Delwinder wants it.
Ooh.
And, oh, well, he does so well and almost takes it.
Well,
and where does this hit his hands or another part of his body?
I think it hits his hand, but it came back and he almost, it would have hit him in the head had he not got his hands on it. And then he tries to get a run out lying down. And I think the bowler was right to call, but look, it comes back on him, and then actually he had the second bite at cherry, picks it up and tries the old lying down run out, which I think would have been out if he'd hit the stumps. We got it here. Maybe. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that would have been close. And he comes back here with a dot. So the end of the over, good spell from him. 1 for 13 off his 2.
Yeah, that one wasn't quite an above-shoulder delivery. So, hey, what a brilliant performance that was as well from Dalvinder. He's going to finish with 1 for 13 of his 2 overs. Marlow, they're sunk in this game. The question is, can they get a point? This will be what's coming up next. 47 for 6 after 7 in the current game. But Friendship CC taking on Ronan CC in this one. Navendu Sinha leading Ronan. Previously we've seen him for Indian Royals. Ronan made a very good start yesterday against Precious CC, fellow newcomers. 2-0 through their first day. Friendship, they got on the park a couple of times. One game was completed. It was a loss. They've got 3 washouts, and that'll be a pretty interesting game, I think, coming up. Got to say, this match, by the way, right now, I just noticed on the graphics, this is match number 200 in the European Cricket Series already. That doesn't even include the internationals or the ECL. So we're up kind of already towards, I think, 350 matches in the year or something like that. It's pretty crazy because really a lot of the cricket seasons in Europe haven't even begun
Haven't
yet.
even started. Yeah, you're right. A lot won't start till about May time. So incredible stuff as Lalit Kumar gets a chance to bowl, and he'll be down the leg side here again. I think Lalit here, he just tried a little bit too much. I think all the other bowlers before him have just, just strolled in casually, and he seems to be charging in, but he's losing his shape. So this is what I was talking about. They've got to find another bowler from somewhere. Rahul has one, and Lalit, they've gone with him first to see how he goes. And he's having difficulties. That's another wide. And now they're going to take a run here as well, because this has just been, well, Mohamed Bilal gets this wrong.
Do you know what, though? In a way, I think Kumar has had issues. He's bowled 3 wide to the left-hander. At least now he gets to look at the right-hander. I mean, I suppose you take the run if the run's there. You see the backhand attempt from Mohamed Bilal behind the stumps. But I actually think in a funny way that maybe Lalit gives him a chance to settle and bowl to a right-hander. Let's see, though. We've definitely put the kibosh on as far as the wides have gone. We said no wides, and then just seen 3 in a row.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right there, because that is where he started bowling to Zulfikar.
That was the same as the first 2. So he's probably thought to himself, right, I just got to go bowl exactly like I did the first 2 balls the over, and that'll be perfect. Imagine if fighters could take all 4 off Marlow here.
Oh, that'd be something
crazy. The amount of
crazy.
points is important, not just the finish. Because if you finish 3rd, obviously the amount of points is very, very relevant.
Good delivery again. Look, if they take all 4, they go above Marlow.
Yeah.
If they're 3 and 1, they're level. Or Marlow will stay 1 ahead, because they'll pick up a point as well. But if they take all 4 points, well, they'll topple Marlow going to 2nd.
Yeah, I love this. The point system's been a real feature of the season so far, hasn't it? But yeah, you're spot on there. Shoot up into 2nd place. Fighters.
Well, this time he will get hold of one, and that is going to go all the way. So that's the first boundary for Najam Shazad. Manos arriba from the arbitro, but still, this over is well below where they need to be here. They need to be going at 20s.
Yeah, a lot of bottom hand in that shot from Shazad. But yeah, it was a fraction too short, and it was also a little bit closer to the batter than the previous 2.
Oh, well, this will if it doesn't hit anything, it should be called a wide.
Nah,
but
his
that
pad.
is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it doesn't, but how? This is so close to that. Oh, I mean, tell you what,
it's worth a shout.
Would you appeal?
It's worth a shout because it's taken a small deflection. I don't think you could be confident it was going to hit the stumps, but it might have hit the stumps. It might have flicked him.
We see it from side on there that he's a fair way forward, so that will work in his favour. And this one is clobbered away as well. That's 6 more. And
it's a funny one, wasn't it? When you consider it only just missed the stumps, and it's definitely deflected slightly off the pad, slightly. But I mean, in the end, it was a dot ball. Next one wasn't.
That's a good shot because it was another one that Shah was looking to squeeze in, but he makes good contact. He's expecting it gets it away. So 16 off this one, get a boundary, and you get the 20 that they're after. Well, he goes for it, and he will get that boundary. It's 6 more. Volley, volley, volley. So that over had a little bit of everything. It will go for 22. There was 3 wides in it, and there was 3 sixes and 3 dots, all the 3s. And that keeps Marlow in it. And what it also does is probably keeps them at least on course to get a point out
they should be getting
at the match.
That point now. Having said that, we saw the last couple overs of the first innings only go for, I think, 6 and 3. But yeah, and one thing that we're working on in the background actually is we're going to get a second line, like a darker blue line, just to show you where the bonus point is, which is a good idea that one of the viewers had. But anyway, 2 overs to go. Basically, you need 22 and over to tie the game here. Just need a good steadying over here. Who knows? Good one from Rahul. Maybe they can still take all the points.
Well, it's a good one because it gets played on by Shah. Each times get knocked over. You can see Najam Shahzad, he's already running, wanting to get on strike because he feels that he's now in the groove. But he's going to have to wait. Shah will go. And another batter's going to have to come out there. And, yeah, big, thick inside edge. And Rahul comes back and he gets a wicket straight away.
Yeah, and I think they might come to rue that over from Kumar that kind of went off the rails, went for 22, because everyone else has been stepping up for fighters.
Thing is, though, I mean, would they go back to him? Because this is what I was saying. They used all the key bowlers earlier, so they wanted to contain and they wanted to try and make the game safe. Rahul is the last of the recognised bowlers.
I wouldn't go back to him. I'd go to anyone else.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Honest.
Who'd you go to? Okay, I suppose it all depends how this over goes, I suppose.
Yeah, Danny Ascart gets a hit.
And he's going to get lucky. It will be fielded there right on the boundary by the wide third man. So good delivery, but good save. But Najam gets on strike. Now this is key. Najam is really holding the key here for each side.
We're talking about the bonus point, and actually the discussion is around it in bilateral series. And I got to admit, this is one that I'm not in favour of, but it's the way it is at the moment.
And this one is up in the air, and oh well, it's a great effort. That's Dalwinder again. He does save the boundary.
They don't get a run.
They don't run at all either.
They would have got 2 there if he'd run straight away.
Yeah, what a great effort this is from Dalwinder. We saw him running down the boundary line trying to get there. He covers a lot of ground.
Yeah.
It would have been an amazing catch.
But again, Shahzad should have got 2 there, and he could have been back on strike as well. The 2 would have been useful, would have got them a little bit closer to the target. But anyway, just ball watching there.
No ball called, and I wonder if this is once again the issue that Rahul has with the return crease.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was, Rico. You spotted it. And yeah, he can't land on or outside that vertical line. There's no real need to do it. You know, you can start a little bit straighter, and it shouldn't be an issue at all.
High in the air. And but the thing is, you've got to try and run 2. And this time, in comes the throw, and he doesn't have the ball. Doesn't have the ball. So this time, they do run and get the 2. I wonder if he has the ball, if it would have been out. A direct hit, I think, would have.
Yeah, direct hit, I think, would have been. Not so sure. Yeah, actually, maybe if he gathered it. Pretty good fielding, actually. Keeper, probably not in a good position there. He's in anyway. Yeah, need to get behind the stumps, I think. That's probably the easiest way to take it. Then you're always feeling for the stumps that way. I know that's the in-fashion thing to do. I'm not in agreement it's the best way to do it. It's all situational, though. Bonus points. I like having bonus points in bilateral series. I think it's good. Makes games interesting. For example, if it ends up being drawn because there's a washout or something, I think the point system's a good way to go. But I got to say that I think that bilateral series should be decided on wins, and then if equal, then you can go to the points, including bonus points. But that's not the way it is at the moment. In the air, this one should be taken, I was going to say. But just kept on going, didn't off the bat of Shazad. Let's not forget the raw power that he's got. And that will take them at least to getting a point here, Marlo. Now they've got a free crack at the game.
Yeah. So they get that. And this is why you can see that Nazam Shazad wants to take a strike. Took him a while to get going. A little bit like Dilwinder, I suppose, for the fighters. But now he's in. And that's going to be a wide. That's a good leave.
Not a bad spot to miss by Rahul. Yeah, so it is unlikely, but it is possible, for example, that in the Western Shield, for example, you could win 4 games. If you had some bonus point wins in there, then you could lose 5 and still win the Western Shield. To me, I feel I'm very pro bonus point. I'm just thinking in a bilateral series, I think should go on wins first, and then still. I'm not saying you don't do it. Still do it because there might be a situation where you have a washout. Maybe it's 4-all, and then for sure you use the points to split the teams. But I think that bilateral series, for me, it feels like when you talk about the Ashes, who wins it? Oh, we won 4-1 or something. You don't have to overcomplicate it. But anyway, the chance of it happening are pretty low, but you never know on ECN. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and it's 81 for 7. So a bit of normality there from Rahul. He only goes for 12, and that leaves a lot to do. They need a supersonic finish here with 7 down Marlow. They need 32 off this last over, but we have seen it done. Charles Packard, remember the name?
Yep.
Calpe Giants did exactly this. That is the record for most off a last over. He did that in a crazy game. That was against the Norwegians. Oslo CK in the ECL.
All right, well, as long as these keep going to the boundary, it's game on. So they go for Sahota. They don't go back to Lalit Kumar. And the first one gets blasted out of here for 6. They just need one good ball here to do the fighters. But Najam Shazad, well, he's looking to bring his
There's
team
a
up.
guy that could do this for Marlow. You're looking at him, Shazad, 37 off 18. Batting very low for him. He's batting 6 here. Needs to go again.
That's the ball that you wanted, is a dot. And maybe that's the one that seals this victory for fighters. They've had to fight. They've had a fight on their hands, courtesy of this man out there, Najam Shazad. But he misses out on this one. It's a good delivery.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, to be honest, it wasn't the right shot. Tried to drag it leg side, bottom hand. Sahota gets it past him. Just needs to keep it straight now.
And this one has been clubbed, and that will be 6. Okay, here we go. Look at that. So they're needing 20 in 3. Oh, you don't want to be bowling any extra here. No extra.
You're actually happy with that. Well, you're not happy with it, but yeah, the only way you let the opposition back is if you bowl a wide here. Even if 1 wide would mean 3 sixes to win. And if you're Shazad, you just got to keep pumping balls out of the ground.
Yeah, well, that's what I think Dilwinder just said to Sahota. Just don't bowl a wide, don't bowl an extra.
Watch those feet.
All right, high up in the air. Where's this one going to land? Will it plug? Yeah, it plugs. They will come back for 2.
Well done to the fighters, though. They thoroughly deserved this win. They had to play themselves out of a bit of a tight spot early. Even, it was a bit of a gamble, wasn't it, Dalvinder? He used up a lot of dot balls early, but then did catch up, ended up 31 of 19.
Yeah. And
they fought their way, no pun intended, to this 112 that's going to stand up. Yeah, 3% for Marlow is a bit ambitious, even with a 15-second delay.
Najam Shazad smashes this out of here, and that will bring up his 50. So 51 of 22 deliveries, Najam Shazad. And I suppose Marlowe here are probably thinking, well, it could have been different if he'd come higher up the order.
Yeah, maybe. Having said that, he was out there pretty quickly, wasn't he? Top 5 above him. They scored 1, 6, 7, 4 and 7. And that's kind of where this game was lost, I think, for Marlowe in the end. It does bring up the 100. Here's the last ball.
And this is played away. It should be stopped, and it will be. And they'll take just a single. So the Fighters victorious here, and they'll celebrate here big time. That is a big victory for them. All right, it means that they'll have to at least concede 1 point to Marlowe. It's 3-1. Marlowe will stay in second, but only just. The Fighters are right behind them. And the thing is, these two teams will do it again a little bit later as well. But well done to the Fighters. That's a very good performance. And I get the feeling here that any one of the bowlers there, Parwinder or Parwinder Singh, could pick up the Player of the Match award as well. Probably Parwinder with his 25 or 14 as well. But what a good moment that is for the Fighters. They beat Marlowe. And remember, as you said, Vinny, Marlowe, they're a team that have made winning championships here at the Centurion Cricket Ground a habit.
Yeah, and I really like the attitude from Fighters there. I mean, they pulled together. They just kind of kept their cool in some good situations. Next game coming up, Friendship winning the toss and batting in match 56. We're 20 minutes away from the start there. So I'll probably get to have a look at Mohammad Asaduzaman first up. One of my favourites for Friendship CC. Anyway, let's go back and look at these highlights. Had to keep it on the straight and level, didn't they? And for the most part, they did. That was a bit of a bell ringer from Shahid. Luckily, he shook it off. He was all right, but he never found his timing. Sign of things to come, even with that comical overthrow that just dribbled, fortunately, towards another field. Otherwise, it could have been even more. These wickets kind of sunk Marlowe in the top 5. None of them, in fact, reaching double figures.
Yeah, it was just not happening for them. But the catching, I have to say, from the Fighters was good. Gurwinder Singh took that one we just saw, and one a little bit later on as well. But the bowlers, all the bowlers, I have to say, Rahul, Parwinder Singh, Dalwinder, and even Parwinder all bowled well. But the concern always was going to be who was going to be that fifth bowler, and were they going to be able to get themselves in a position where they would be well in front by the time that he came into play, and they were. That was another sharp catch taken there by Hota. What a great catch. The catching has been very good, I have to say. I know that sometimes the ground fielding can be a little bit suspect, but anything that goes in the air, they end up plugging it. That was a second catch there taken by Gurwinder Singh. This is another one out in the deep. They were just very good in the field. Lalit also taking the catch, but later on it was Najam Shazad that was giving them a bit of a scare. That one, well, that was Zulfikar being dropped by Dalwinder in a very difficult corner and bowled opportunity, but Zulfikar wasn't able to hang around too much longer. He did play a couple of nice shots before he hoiked out. So it was all on Najam Shazad. Well, this was Zulfikar losing his stumps, going right across the line, and Dalwinder finally, it was Rahul who came back and got his man. Najam Shazad, he gave them something. He got them to the point which at one point looked like they may not even get. And I suppose with some good hitting there towards the end, at least the other thing he does there, Vinny, not only gets them the point, but means that the margin of defeat is not as big as it could have been. Yeah. So it could help them on the net run rate.
Only 10 runs. And I think, for me, I was a little bit critical of how Marlowe bowled, I think, in their first innings as well. Not to say it wasn't some good batting from Fighters, but I think Fighters, they bowled better. And I think they also probably caught better. Shazad was a bit of a lone hand there, wasn't he? 52 off 23, 7 of the 10 6 innings came off his bat. Zulfikar was okay for a while there, 16 off 8 before he got castled. But very few extras. They just kind of won over when it got away, went for 22. That's probably the difference between Marlowe getting a point or just nothing at all out of match 55. So, some concerns there for Marlowe. They'll have the right of reply, though. In fact, they get to take on Fighters in a rematch in the third match of the day. Lots of good bowling efforts there. All the top 4 getting amongst the wickets. 3 for 10 for Parvinder, 2 for 17 Parminder. Dalwinder with a wicket, and likewise Rahul. As that over from Lalit Kumar kind of went out of controlled. Sahota, look, he did what he had to do in the end, didn't he? Had 31 to protect. He ended up going for 21 in the 10th, but he'll take it and he'll take the win. Great to be back and the sun's out. It is shining and it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. You can join us in 15 minutes. So we'll be back. It'll be Friendship versus Ronan for the first time in an ECN match. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back on the ground in Portugal with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. Time for the second match of the day, and it's going to be Friendship CC taking on Ronan CC in this one. Coin toss time. Tyrone Peters has the gold coin. He's got the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Ronan to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Whoa. And it's a head.
I'm gonna bet first.
Back in the bats.
So the toss has been won by Friendship Cricket Club, and they have elected to have a hit. And look, you got to feel for Friendship. Again, they've had their early matches kind of ruined by rain. Their only completed match was their first one, and it was quite a heavy loss. So I bet they can't wait to get back out there and play a 10-over-a-side game. And they're a side that we've seen, I think, for around about 2 or 3 years now here, and they're improving every time in this ECS Portugal. And they've got players, I think, that are pretty comfortable in the format. I think that they'll want to assert some dominance here. Over a Ronan side, I've got to say I was impressed with them yesterday. They had 2 wins out of their first 2 matches against fellow newcomers, Precious. So this is a real good test, I think, of where Ronan are at. They do have, a few players we have seen before. So I think this will be a really competitive match in the second game of the day. Rico Full is standing by Friendship. They've won the toss and they're going to have a hit in this one. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome to the Centre Arm Cricket Ground. Looking absolutely beautiful, and we have the sunshine as well, and the birds are chirping around, and I think we're going to have a wonderful day, and I'm looking forward to this contest as well. Yeah, Vinny is right. Ronan had a good start yesterday. They beat Precious on 2 occasions. The first one was a 7-over-a-side match, which was a victory by 5 wickets, and Nilesh Suryawanshi was certainly in good form. And in match number 2 between the same two, Jaswinder Kumar found his form as well, 54 of 28. And Kaki, keep an eye out for him. He's a very aggressive player. Here's a quick look at some of those key players. But yeah, as I mentioned, Kaki, watch out for him. And watch out, of course, for the hard-hitting Nilesh Suryawanshi. But they played a good game yesterday. I like the way that they were in the field as well. Friendship, for me, I think somebody like Asaduzaman becomes key. 55% to 45 for Friendship. And remember that Friendship at the beginning of the group, they lost a match to, it was to Marlow, wasn't it? When Marlow picked up all the points. But they came back strong the next day. They were taking on the Fighters. They restricted the Fighters to a score of 62, which ended up being a shortened match. And DLS came into play, so the 56 for 2 became 62. They were on top with Asaduzaman smashing the ball all over the place. But again, the rain came, and that 5-over match had to be abandoned. But I got the feeling that they would have registered a win in that one. So they will feel that they're clicking. They've got some good players out there, and they feel that they'll want to take the opportunity here to try and get a win under their belt. Ronan, though, they made a fantastic start on debut yesterday, and I get the feeling that, well, they have got the taste of winning, the taste of success, and they too would like to continue and get a win here over Friendship CC. It's going to be an interesting one, but I do feel for me that Asaduzaman becomes the key in this contest. Umpire Crute is out there with Malik, with John being the third. Of course, all the umpires being well led by the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters. The ground looking absolutely immaculate after having a cut early this morning. Here's the first ball. It is going to be Suryawanshi to bowl it. And, well, that goes through, and that's going to be Cuatro Carreras holding his head. Nilesh, there was a shadow catch. I don't know how close this is to the fielder. And there's the shot. He pushes out at it. And, well, I suppose this is where the fielder is thinking of catching. Can't get there for the catch. And then, next thing you know, he can't stop it because it ends up being an ankle buster. But you can't stop. So, Asaduzaman is off and running. He likes to play his shots. He doesn't hold back. There's one thing that we do know about him. He gets beaten here by a good one. There's Suryawanshi. Gets this one to move away from him. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. Hello to dear Maria. How are you? Hope you're well. Chris Smith and Jules. And Terry Richmond as well. And Julian Dawson. Lovely to have you all on there. Hello, also Kroom. It's a nice hit straight down the ground. Fielders trying to come across to stop it, but can't do so. It's a Yorker attempted, but Azad Duzuman turns it into a full toss. He's very quick. One thing yet, when the first time I saw him play, he's like a sprinter. He comes out of the blocks quickly, doesn't he? He sort of throws himself into action. And that's why he's pretty dynamic to watch as well. There's Mohammed. Asad Duzuman. He's out there with Ashrafal Rupu, who's the non-striker. Well, see what I mean about him? So just have a look how he sort of, like I say, like a sprinter coming out of the blocks. Watch him go here. Look, he sort of dives into action, doesn't he? And that one gets through him. That's good delivery. This will be a good little battle between the bowler Nilesh and Mohammed. Nilesh gets that one through. And well, this one is pretty close to the pads and the bails here, so that gets through. And then let's watch this one go through. Yes, yeah, just missing those bails. Eight of the over, ball to go. And that one gets clipped away there. Oh, there's a real mess up here. Oh no, that is not what you want. That is disaster. It is absolute disaster. Huge wicket. And as the Duzuman will have to go, look, he clips this away. And he's feeling that there's a run here, but he's getting no response from the non-striker. And Rupu, I mean, I've got to say this from Rupu. I don't want to be nasty, but Rupu has to probably think to himself, right, who's the key batter here? Who's the number one batter on our side? Is Azad Duzuman. You just got to go. Whether it's your fault or not, you just got to go and you got to sacrifice your wicket. All right, it would have been a diamond tap, but I don't think that's the right team decision. Rupu now will go on strike because that's the end of the over. But it's a disaster as the Duzuman will go. And he, you know, as I said, I think if you're going to win matches, he's going to have to play well for you and score runs. Well, whichever way you look at it, I think the wrong decision made. Duzuman has to be the man that stays there. And Rupu, I know it sounds really cruel, but he needs to give his wicket away. But it will be as a Duzuman that will go. He gets run out. And Rupu is on strike. So 9 came off that first over, but 9 for 1. That one run out. As Kieran comes on to bowl, starts with one down the leg side. Okay, so Kandal, Kieran Kandal, wide delivery. Just needs to get this outside the off. And Rupu, well, he's got to really bat well here, but just can't get it right. Just strain down the leg side all the time. And, I was looking at this kit yesterday of Ronin. I quite like it. It's very different. You know, you get to see a lot of reds and blues and blacks and yellows on the network. But I think this is the first time that we've seen this one. It's an interesting one. Sometimes there's a bit of... Oh, well, that is a Gundy ball. That is Gundy. That one come completely wrong from Kenda. So first of all, he's firing down the leg side. And now this one, well, I can understand you get it a little bit wrong, but that wrong, then that will be a no ball because it bounces before the stumps. So free hit now coming up to Rupu. Let's wonder if he can get hold of one of these. Up in the air, and this will be palmed over for 6. Now, it was a free hit, so it wouldn't have been out. But you need to be thinking about saving the boundary, and this is the one thing that the fielder should have had in mind here. Never mind the catch, but try and save the boundary. He's not able to do so, as that one is in and out of the hands of the fielder. So 6 runs. Kandal, and this one into the pads of Rupu. He's just not quite got the line right, has he? But at least that's better than the Noe. Left arm over. Okay, that's better areas, and he gets a wicket straight away. And that's the way to do it. So Kandal, not sure why. Left arm round was what he was hoping to do, but he comes over and Kansal takes the catch. Well done to him, and they get the wicket. So now, I tell you what, if I'm Rupu, I'm probably going off the field somewhere else, because I reckon that Asad Duzaman and the captain are waiting for him to have a little bit of a conversation with him as the second wicket goes. So Rupu, he does manage to hit the free hit for a 6, but other than that, not a lot more. Now he will go for that 6 that he did hit on 5 deliveries. And caught well by Kansal, as Kandal eventually gets the ball in the right areas. Left arm over, going across the right-hander, and he'll be looking to do the same here to the new batter, which is Badrul Haider that comes in. Going down the leg side, but you see from this angle, he's getting the ball to shape back, which is better, as Vinny Sanders joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, promising start, I think, for Ryan. Obviously, the run-out's a real bonus, isn't it? I think that the left-hander gets a little outside edge here. That'll run away. And it's an unattended part of the ground, so that'll be the end of the over. 22 for 2 after 2. Friendship CC winning the toss and electing to bat here in match number 56. But yeah, that one that went wrong, it's just the wrist. He's a swing bowler. You can see he's trying to swing the ball back. Obviously, he got it very, very wrong one time. It didn't even hit the surface. But also has something to show for his efforts. So yeah, 2 teams. I suppose now Friendship, I always think of them as kind of more inexperienced team here. But now they're kind of the more experience between these 2 teams, that's for sure. Speaking of the kit, you know what it reminds me of? It's the beige, which is when New Zealand, in the early days of the World Series Cup in the early 80s, of course, the infamous underarm ball. You remember that, wouldn't you? It was before I was born. Yeah. Just. But yeah, I think that's what it's inspired on. They've been inspired by the old school New Zealand beige. Then New Zealand went through a bit of a phase where they went more kind of grey or silver. Yeah. And then they've kind of gone now to the black, but then they've got hints of that. They even had a little teal phase in New Zealand. So unlike their rugby team, who are all blacks, and they've got a very definite colour. Cricket's had a few iterations since the pajama game's been around. Anyway, this is Suryawanshi coming back, and he's going to get smashed first ball up onto the hill. Maximo! Gundy ball, really, and it's put away.
That's a big hit, and Conrad Greenshields is on ball patrol. He's going to have to go and find that one in those bushes. That's a good hit, well struck by Raju Mia. So he opens his account with a 6.
I mean, this is the kind of ball we haven't seen bowled too much in the previous game or the previous innings from fighters who really shut down Marlowe's batting. They did it by getting the ball in the right areas in the first place. Oh, this one's pitched up. It's absolutely smoked, and it's going to go straight through the fielder, straight through the fence. That was hit hard, to be fair. The outfield will be disappointed he can't make the stop, but it's going to be 6 and 4. And for sure, Mia is hungry for more.
Yeah, well, Nilesh, he's probably grateful that he doesn't get struck by that one when he puts a hand out there. But the fielder, I suppose he does most things right, but he's a little bit straight on than side on with his body, and that one gets past him with the boundary.
Almost a 50-50 this game at the moment. This one might have gone straight over the stumps, Has it? No, it's called a wide. Have a look at this one. I'm not necessarily convinced this is a wide. Where does it go past the stumps? Oh, for me, I thought it was over leg, but umpire's not sure. He thinks it's missing the line of the leg stump. You've got to ask yourself, if the leg stump was taller, would it have hit it or would it have missed it? Maybe a 50-50 call. Interesting for me that Ronan go in favourites for this 55-45 at the start of the game. This is well bowled, and that's, I think, where Suryawanshi needs to be, that kind of length. Yeah, it's going to come back for a pretty ambitious two, but he's going to get away with it. That's poor fielding, really, to allow two in that situation. But Ronan allowed it, and that means that Mia will get another crack. Yeah, so yeah, everyone would remember. Not everyone. Quite a few of our viewers would remember the beige. And there was a bit of a campaign to bring back the beige around the time that T20 International started. So actually the first T20 International that was played Australia-New Zealand. We're in retro outfits with no numbers, no names, no nothing. And yeah, it's funny now we think of that as retro, but at the time it was quite groundbreaking to have cricket played with coloured clothing. Now we kind of take it for granted, even at a club level, don't we? Anyway, Suryawanshi, there's a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly about his spell so far, but he's got two to come in the power play as well. Pretty even game so far.
Yeah, he was their top player last time round. Took 3 wickets and also scored a fine 38.
Got heavy length, whipped away, clean pair of heels. That's a really good example. That run out happened because one ran, one didn't. And I think I agree with you that if Rupu had just run on the call, then at least it's a very good piece of fielding to get your run out. Instead, they gifted a wicket, didn't they? Nice pickup. Throw wasn't really equal to the pickup. That looks like the rolling cutter, and it's hit in the air. And by hit, I mean nicked. It's a pretty healthy edge. It's going to fly all the way. Maximo sees Carreras as the power play finishes with a bang. And Friendship CC, they're 48 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, boom, shakalaka. That's what they need. They need to try and get these boundaries as we get a gush of wind that starts to come through.
Nice overview of the game. Atmosphere today, currently 17 degrees, heading for 21. Plenty of blue sky and sunshine around. It's about time. 8:13 and 21, a magical third there. Suryawanshi was still scratching his head about how that last ball disappeared out of the ground, but it will be just the boost that Friendship needed, who doubled their score in that third over. Here's Ujjwal Kansal to bowl over number 4. Starts with a wide, and that's something some of these slightly more inexperienced teams may have a few issues with.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side there.
He lifts this up. That fielder is hunting it, and he's going to take the catch, but he's going to step over the line. Well, that's a great effort there from Prabh Chima, and he basically takes the gamble. He said, I'm going to catch this, and hopefully I'm going to land in. I'm not sure, but I want the wicket. In the end, he does take the catch, but he steps out of bounds, and that means it's 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that again, though, Vinny, I think he's got 1 foot already over the rope. So it's disappointing with himself. The catch gets taken, but it's going to be 6, and this one has been absolutely clobbered out of here as well. Well, that's 6 more, back-to-back 6s. Shaba. There's another one gets cracked out of there, but that's the proper Hollywood shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And the bowler tries to pull the length back, thinking, okay, I'm going to bang it in short, but it wasn't really short, and I suppose at the pace that Kansal's bowling. Yeah, see how he tries to bang it in short, and he says, yeah, I'll have it, thanks.
Yeah, good hit.
Now just stands and delivers off the front foot, but it's in the air. And, oh, well, it's going to go all the way. Maximo Certainly another teaser for the field. It's Candell down there this time. But Friendship, after those first 2 overs, they've been motoring through.
Yeah, they've really got going. These two are playing their shots, and I'm liking this. And the strike rate from both of them, from Raju and from Budral, is good. And Ujwal, he's got some thinking to do here.
Yeah, now Ken on the front foot looking very, very confident. That's another 6. 6 carreras más máximo time. Friendship building a big score. Now they're well ahead in this game, I think. But you can see the pace he's bowling. With a good technique, if you can play those drives with a fairly straight bat, and I suppose that was in a way, you're going to get value on this field.
Sinner has a word with the bowler because it's gone wide, and then 4 sixes.
Oh, well, say 4. You might make that 5. Well taken out there. Well, there's Conrad. He's floating around. Dropped a couple of goobers yesterday, but no problems here when he's off the field. Maximo yet again, and it is 5 on the spin. Now, dare I say it, this could be the old 6 sixes, and they've started with a wide, so it's gone for 31. It's gone supersonic. Could we have 6 sixes in and over here? He tries again. It's going to be another opportunity, or is it? Falls in the Bermuda Triangle, so that had a bit of everything. In the end, 32 come off the 4th. I mean, you've got to go for it. There's no question. How often in your life are you going to have a chance to get 6 sixes in and over? But anyway, it is supersonic stuff, and after 4 overs, Friendship are 74 for 2.
What a over that is. And yeah, you're right. He had to go for it. You know he did. He said, I've got 5. I've got to go for the 6. Skies it up. And it was Ujwal Kansal himself, the bowler, that had the opportunity maybe to take the catch, but he doesn't. So Badral gets alive there on 35. But they are motoring 74 on the board. 2 wickets have gone down. But, well, those 2 wickets have gone down and worked out in the favour of Friendship, because these two are motoring along. The over before went for 21. That one, well, it does go supersonic. 32 come from it. Ronin, well, they need to bring this back and bring it back pretty quickly. Otherwise, they could be chasing a lot of runs.
Yeah, it could be. What an over, though. So the overs just keep on growing. Interesting they do. Go back to Candell here, who got it right sometimes. He bowled the second over when it went for 13. So far the overs we've had 8, 13, 21 and 32. A few people, after I brought up the pajama game and the World Series cricket, come back to that in a second. You can have a look at had a one day completely washed out. For the most part, it's been about 12 and over. Oh, what a catch! Oh, how you like that, Candell? And he gives it a little bit of the shake and bake as well. Well, there's your HCL software play of the day. It's the left-handed periscope from Candell, and Friendship are going to lose another wicket.
Well, I think he's been brought back to get the breakthrough. This is a catch and a half. That is motoring. And there you go, a little bit more jalebi delight for you. And Kieran Candell doesn't he like it? Look, he takes the catch, he realizes then he's done something special, and there's a celebration. Oh, yeah, he likes it. Give it some of that, he says.
I like
what
this.
A catch.
I give 10 points for the catch, but then how about a little bit of the old shake that booty? Loving that from Candell. Well, when the ball was hit back pretty hard at him, I imagine he felt a few tingles in that region of his anatomy. And in the end, he's having a bit of fun with it. 74 for 3.
That was absolutely wild. What a catch. And they needed that, didn't they? Because, well, let's face it, Badrulina was hitting the ball hard. That's a good delivery, but I think that one, it's a good ball. He's getting it in the right areas. I hope he's learned his lesson here, Kieran Candell. You got your left armour. Left arm over is where you got to be, especially if you're getting that ball to swing back in. That one, though, just a little bit too high. But this is he's been called back to do a job by the captain, Navendu Saini, and at the moment he's doing just that.
This is the one, one and over he just gets wrong, I think.
Yeah.
It's because he's a genuine swing bowler, really. And so there's a lot of moving parts to that. But how do we like that catch? And we saw this a bit from Golly in Group A. He had a little bit of the...
Yeah, he did.
The old, I call it the old shake and bake. That's pretty well bowled. He's doing a good job, and I bet they wish they'd gone back to him a little bit quicker, because they bowled the second. He could have come back in the 4th.
Yeah.
In the end, they tried another option. Hansel went for 32. yeah, a
New
few
batter.
twists and turns left, I'm sure. Ahmed Alamin is batting here in the number 5 position. Yet to get off the mark. He probably will now. Hits this straight as you like. And a great effort from the fielder. But it is going to be 4. He gets going. Again, it's just a good cricket shot. They've left that big gap down the ground. And Alamin takes full toll.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He hits it nice and straight. That's what helps him. So the fielder's not able to get there. It's good effort there from Sharma. But it gets past him. Got the look at it, does.
Last ball, the 5th coming up. Kandel. Love to nab a 3rd wicket here. But it just loses it off the leg, I think. And I'll just be happy with the 1 leg bye, despite a couple of fumbles down there. And at the end of the over, Friendship CC winning the toss, electing to bat. Hasn't been plain sailing, but they do finish the 5th over at 80 for 3. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico full back in the cube. Sun's out, cricket's out. What a great setting for our first ever Western Shield. But here in the ECS, also the biggest ECS we've ever had in Portugal, as far as teams involved, with 14 teams.
Yeah.
A few people mentioning, it used to be kind of 5, 6, 7. But the fact that there are all these new teams, it's a really good example of how ECN has changed the landscape of cricket around Europe. And the enthusiasm with this tournament, that's what I've been hearing from all the players. They're super excited that we're here. And we're excited to be here too.
Yeah, the growth of the game, that's what it's all about, the growth of the game in Europe. And you're right, I mean, already in this series we've seen 3 new teams. Rohin, who's playing here now, that's one of them. This one just gets tickled away. It will take some stopping, and fielder does very well. Yeah, Rohin. And also we saw
Precious.
a team that's never played before. I mean, brand new.
Yeah.
The Lisbon Werewolves haven't played in any of the leagues. They haven't played in the European Network before, so they come into the scene.
Yeah.
New players, new teams, bring it on.
I still think it's a bit unfair that the Werewolves don't have any night matches. Because I think they'd be a lot more dangerous at night, if you know how werewolves operate. It got me thinking, do we need more teams with mythical creature names? Okay, werewolves, pretty good. Short, whacked, really, really well struck. And Mia just jumps all over that one from Chima that's slightly too short. Maximal, 6 carreras.
Yeah, good hit. And rocks back, gets himself in a good position. And good leverage. And that one goes all the way. And that's what the key's been here. Be brave, play your shots. And I've liked what Raju Mia is bringing to the party.
Oh, similar kind of ball, maybe a fraction full. Another one that hits the legs. Been a few. Just slide into the pads in the last few minutes. Yeah, so I think we need more teams that have. Maybe I'll throw this to the chat as well, because in dinner last night we were mentioning a couple. Like I'd love. I think in minor league cricket in USA there's the San Francisco Unicorns, which I think is pretty good. Someone said we need a team that starts with G to be called the Goblins. If we ever go to Ireland, maybe we'll run into the Galway Goblins. Give us your suggestions for mythical creature team names. Werewolves is pretty cool though. I feel like they should all be like wearing. They should have sideburns.
They should have. Yeah.
You know?
But you wait till you see the shirts. The shirts are magnificent. The shirts are good.
All right, hit straight, but he hasn't really got this one. In fact, it's mishit so well that it won't reach Gaurav Sharma down there, and it'll just be a single.
Yeah, well, when he hits this, he thinks he's a goner. His body language says, oh, no, I'm giving a catch. But luckily for him, he doesn't hit it well at all. He doesn't carry. Chima, can he finish the over well hit? 7 off it so far. And, well, this has been crunched, and it's in the gap. And that's going to be 6 runs, so he can't finish well. There's a 60 signal. There's Conrad is out there. And Macy's out there with him as well. And even Buxy's doing a great job.
Yeah. Is this Buxy's first day in the vest? I was going to say, we've seen him do a fair bit of umpiring, but I suppose it gives him a different kind of a day, a bit of variety. That was a nice little whip away. 95 for 3 after 6. That over in the end goes for 15 from Prab Chima. And like I said, Ronan didn't do too much wrong yesterday. Got 2 wins against fellow newcomers, Precious. But today is a bit more of a stronger test, I think, of where they're at as a cricket team. 4 overs to go. Friendship on for 142 here, according to the supercomputer. If they keep going the rate they're going now, that's actually 158. The first one from Sharma is pretty good length. Yeah, so bring back the beige. I've got to say, I like the retro uniforms. It's been a bit of a trend now. It's kind of been a generation, if you like, of the coloured clothing. You see teams going back to some of the old favourites.
This one will be called a wide. He's just trying to push this one through, isn't he? Just have a look at this again from Sharma. And just taking a bit of the line, Krut Patel. He's been very solid with his calls, says Krut.
Yeah, one side of the wicket bowler, isn't he? Oh, tell you what, that hit, I think he was gone. He was very slow to take off.
Launches into it. I also like the black sleeve.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that liqueur. What's the liqueur when you have that? When you got the bottle with the...
Oh, the Sambuca?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Not a paid endorsement, but if the Sambuca people want to send some out, here they are. Jeez, it's been a while since I've had one of those. Probably.
Yeah, you remember the name well.
Yeah, true. Good branding. All right, runs at this. It's a thick outside edge. That's flying away. And it'll end up going all the way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, it looks like Simon doing a little bit of fielding down there in the area. But, yeah, Mia swinging hard. And the hundreds come up as well for Friendship with that stroke.
Yeah, it's been a good knock from Raju Mia. And his strike rate is astonishing. He's going at over 300.
Yeah, almost 400.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't quite going the same rate down the other end. They both face 9 balls. Mia's winning 35-6. But now he's going to get castled. And I like this length from Sharma. Again, he's read the room. He goes full. He's not been too fancy about it. But I think this is a good delivery any time of the day. You see there, just Yorks him. Batter's keen to get in the front foot. Over goes the castle. Handy one from Raju Mia, but he goes for 35. And Friendship, 101 for 4.
Well bowled, full and straight. I mean, he does like to come down, doesn't he, Raju Mia? We saw him play these type of shots a few times where he's walking down the pitch. But the bowler, I think a couple of things there. One is the length, but secondly, he does hold it back slightly as well. So you see that the batter, Mia, gets himself out of position, can't recover. So with the score on 101, they lose the 4th wicket. That could be a big wicket to get, because you just mentioned it. Al-Momin is not really striking the ball that well. It's not a great strike rate from him. And these other batters now may just struggle. So that wicket might just help Rowan to get back in this match here and just keep it to around about, well, maybe even they can put a squeeze on and keep it to about 125, 130.
Here's the captain, Imtiaz Rana. Another attempted Yorker. This one's down the leg side, though, will be called a wide. Yeah, enjoying the chats about the early days of limited overs cricket and since World Series cricket, and talked about how the 50 over game has kind of changed fielding, and fielding's come a long way in the last
What's the first T20 you played, and what were the scores in it?
That's a good
That's
question.
my question, and maybe to the chat as well, as we see this. Good bit of fielding, nice pick up.
I actually remember the first T20 we played, and it's crazy now when I think about it. I think this would have been around, so it kind of hit the professional before we played it in first grade level.
Yeah.
So I think it would have been around about 2008, around then.
All right.
That I was playing, and they said, "Oh, Vinny, this will suit you." I said, "Yeah, sounds good." But I remember there's a few things that I remember about it, and so this will be the end of the over. It's 103 for 4. So, number one was I remember the warm-ups. So, I can't remember what our warm-up, it was like a 2:15 start, and we were playing a team, it might have been Perth Cricket Club, but I remember, as you have a look at some of the upcoming events there, of course, Western Shield starting in 2 days, and then, France, our next stop. I know we're looking forward to going there for the first time.
Here we are.
And plenty of other great locations. I'll even be in the Netherlands for some T20 cricket. We're just talking T20 at the moment, back when that was the short form. But I remember their top batters, they were just getting fed little underarms and they were just hitting sixes. They were just hitting, like no one really knew what to do because it wasn't your normal warm-up.
That's right.
And anyway, pretty much all of them got out first ball. And again, people were probably over-aggressive in that game.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think when I came out to, I think I batted number 5. it just had a bit of a different feel. Like when you came out to bat, it was already energized.
Yeah.
That you couldn't settle. You know, it felt. And I was batting a bit higher than I normally would. Yes. As this is lifted up and hit beautifully by Imtiaz Rana. What a shot by the skipper. Maximo. 6 runs to Friendship. Imtiaz will be very, very happy with that.
Good strike from the captain, and he holds the pose beautifully as well.
But do you know the one thing that I remember the most is because normally in first grade I would bat, 8 on a good day, probably number 9. That was just because of my team. I was a wicket keeper, like a pure keeper, not really a bat.
Yeah.
Right. And I remember coming out at number 5 because they're like, well, but Vinny likes to swing the bat, so we'll get him up there. And I remember just thinking, they're giving me way too much respect because everyone was miles away on the boundary. And I just kept taking 2 every time, taking like the soft option. Because normally, I just remember, this is really nice of them to put
Everybody back, yeah.
No slips. So I was just nicking 1s and 2s. And we ended up getting the win. Oh, this is hit down the ground, but he hasn't quite got the contact. Great diving effort. It's a wipeout job. We already saw Kandel take a spectacular catch of another kind. And how about that? I love that effort. This time he can't quite grasp onto it.
It's a wonderful effort. I tell you what, if he takes this one, it would have been 2 superb catches in one match. Look at the way he launches at it. It's fantastic action. Really is.
But to answer your question about the scores, remember this on pretty big grounds, I think it was about 120, 120.
Okay.
Run a ball. But I remember thinking at the time, thinking of these scores, I'm like, these 140s, 150s, I'm like, surely it can't stay this high because it kind of broke my mind a little bit.
Yeah.
But what I didn't factor on is fields getting smaller and bats getting bigger and better designed. And so that kind of risk reward from trying to hit a 6 has certainly tilted towards the batter. It used to be the old bats in the big ground, especially in Australia, that 1 time out of 10 you might go for 6, and 9 times out of 10 you'd probably get caught.
Yeah.
Now it's kind of changed, flipped the other way around. So they're my memories. I also remembered sliding to not get run out and banging myself and cutting my nose on my helmet. That's what I also remember that game. It's funny what you remember. Luckily I do remember it. French cut. That one is heading for the cube. It'll be 4 carreras. And it's going to come. That's perfect. Go on, show it to the camera. Give it a rub. Rico's going to show you how to shine the ball here.
Give it a shine.
Yeah, that's good.
There you go.
Beautiful fielding. And very good return as well. Rico, you still got it as well. 116 for 4 after 8. A bit more good luck than good management there. Hey, also, remember I put the call out to come up with some good mythical creature names. I'm loving Dave B saying the Macedonia Minotaurs. What's a Minotaur? I feel like I think I've heard that before. I'll have to look that up. I still think we need like the Transylvania Vampires or something. We have a Transylvania in the ECS.
We have Transylvania,
now.
but the Vampires, I like that.
The Peterborough Pixies. That's a good one from Julian Dawson. And Julian's also mentioned we have the Griffins. Now, Griffin is like a half dragon, half something else. These are things that I should be looking up before I say them out loud. Anyway, here's the 9th. And it starts with a pretty nice shot from Rana. He's going to get 4 more. Geez, he's made a big difference, hasn't he? He was actually listed down at number 9. I remember seeing that thinking, that's a bit low. Because he's a good cricketer. And he's keeping things moving forward for Friendship.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's a nice looking shot. It's nicely played. It gets them to the 120 point. So 120 now for 4. Still got plenty of deliveries to come. All happens in the 9th there. And Imtiaz is looking to make it happen in the 9th. I just remember my first T20. Obviously, I was playing it when it was a Colt. I think it must have been an under 16s match. And better areas. Yeah, under 16s match. And I still remember to this day clearly in my mind, the coach. And it was very much the same when I played for the 3rd 11 and we played in a T20 tournament. And the coach is sort of saying, if we can keep him to around 80, we'll get this.
Yeah.
80 used to be the par score.
Oh, here comes the old fancy footwork from Rana. And I agree. There'd be certain games.
He used to say, and if you scored 80 or 85, 86 or 90, you thought, we're going to win this game. And more often than not, you did. And why? Because I think you just touched on it. They didn't make any changes to the ground dimensions. The boundary stayed the same. Everything stayed the same.
Yeah, that's right. As this is hit down the ground. Tough one for the field. He can't get there. And that will be for Cuatro Carreras Mas. I like runner better. Sometimes we just stands and bats. See, like this. Don't really need to get so fancy. He's got a good eye. He's got good shot selection. Yeah, he's spot on though. And you were banking on the batter, basically hoping they didn't want to take too many risks and have a bit of a traditional mindset, which we see coming into T10 cricket as well sometimes.
We do, yeah.
Normally, so we've got 2 examples there, and I think often we'll see batters in particular going too extreme one end or the other. So my example was, for example, I remember that a lot of these guys, and remember these guys are on the kind of cusp of professional cricket, some of them were professional cricketers. They were just going way too aggressive. Yeah. And then blowing themselves up. And then your example, sometimes you're hoping that they'd be a bit conservative. This will be a tough one to gather. In fact, this will be 4 more. Can I like the effort down there? There's no shortage of effort from Ronan in the field. But the result is another boundary. Friendship will finish the 9th over off. And the score 128 for 4. Just quickly, a Minotaur is body of a man, head of a bull. Thank you for that. And also a griffin. I was wrong. It's no dragon. But it's got the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion.
Okay.
And that is and it's got 2 types of spelling. So yeah, griffins. Yeah, that's another mythical creature. They're the Guernsey champions that came to the ECL in 2022. Corey knows them very well. He's the reason that we can't go to the fan zone and do nice things anymore. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Sometimes you can be too good at fielding, and when you hit the stumps in a needless fashion, everyone's quick to jump all over you, saying, what are you doing? And then the one time that you do want to hit the stumps and you miss, I get that wrong as well. Anyway, Candell's a bit of a lightning rod for action, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's the bad luck, and they'll say it will go again. The thing is, though, I think that could work up in your favour. You'd rather bowl to Alamin than to Rana at the moment.
Guess they'll be hoping they can get Alamin going, though. Actually came in above the captain, Rana. And he hits this all right, but should hold up. Well fielded out there by Utab Karki.
Sharma.
The Lisbon Leprechauns. That's a pretty good one.
Leprechauns, yeah.
The Drua Dragons. I guess we have had a few dragons.
We've had dragons,
We've
yeah.
had Catalunya Dragons,
of course, yeah.
Coimbra Cyborgs. Like that. Well, this one isn't quite a Yorker. He's lifted it up, and Candell is the man. And
oh no! I reckon he's gone over the rope. I mean,
well, it's either 6 or nothing.
It's 6. It's 6.
I have a feeling. But has he dropped it before he steps over the line?
I think it touches him while he's over the line. Let's have a look at his legs. I think his legs
instinct is 6, but this is super interesting because look, does he bounce out of his hands straight away? He's still got it. Oh yeah, the ball's gone. The ball's already gone.
Does he touch it? Hang on, keep this playing. Keep it playing. Keep
it
playing.
It could be 4. It is 4. I thought that was the one thing it couldn't be, is it's 4, but it was 4 because I missed that he touches it a second time. So in a way, he's lucky that he dropped the catch, because if he dropped the catch, it would have been 6. So, sorry, if he'd held the catch, it would have been 6.
Yes.
Because he dropped the catch, it's only 4. And by the way, did he even have to touch it again?
No.
Probably not.
He didn't have to. Oh, dear. That's...
he's one of my new favourites.
Cricketainment, folks. That's what we bring you, cricketainment. Yeah, he's been good out there, hasn't he? Yeah, he doesn't have to touch it. He touches it. And because he touches it, because he's gone out of the field to play, it's 4. But if he hopped back in and just picked it up, would have been fine. And I like the way when he comes back and he's diving to stop it hitting the rope, but by then the damage is done.
I love it that no one's talking about replacing him, because no, why would you? I mean, he's just taken one of the catches of the tournament off his own bowling. He's gone full-on kamikaze style. One thing I love about fielders down the ground, I love their fearlessness.
Yeah.
And Spiros Nikakavouris was probably the Greek fielder. It's probably the bravest one I've ever seen. I still think they're stitching his collarbone together. Anyway, 3 to come. And this is hit hard. Don't think any fielder's getting near this. It's a race between the off-field fielders to go get that one. Probably not the quickest race I've ever seen, but Maximo. Friendship up into the 140s.
Yeah, well, they've gone past that sort of a 130 mark, and that's what I was fearing for running. I think they wanted to try and keep it to below that, but with still 2 balls to go, it's 141 for 4. And I think Imtiaz Rana, the captain, he's eyeing up a 150 score here.
Oh, this one is more of an up and under job. Guess who's
Here he
coming for
comes.
it? Oh, in the end, might as well. There's nobody home at the bowler's end, so they go to the keeper's end. Oh, this is tight. Let's have a look at this on the replay. I think they're smart. They couldn't go to the bowler's end because there's no one there. Is he gone here? Just wait for it. Yeah, just out. So it'll be 1 and out. And so Rana trying to steal the strike back. He'll be run out for 32. Good fielding in the end to get it back in and save at least 1 run. But a good innings from Rana. Just keeps things heading in the right direction for Friendship. He leaves his side in pretty good shape. 142 for 5 with 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, it's been a good night. Some very good contributions, really, from some of the batters there. Raju Mir, 35, and you saw Badrul Haider score 36, and then Rana. Just when I thought, when they got that key wicket, the caught and bowled of Badrul, and it was, of course, Kandal that did that, then I thought, oh, maybe they could restrict him to about 125, 130. But Imtiaz, the captain, came out and he played the perfect innings, and he's got his team to a good score here. Ball to go then, 142 for 5, and it will be Ahmed to face, and he clubs it. Is in the air.
Oh, look, guess who? Dive. Oh, yeah. Well, he does in the end.
Kieran.
You got to love this guy. He's loving being out there in the European Cricket Series. He's run, again, I call it kamikaze style fielding. My only issue here, and I don't think it's an issue, is after he takes the catch, does he touch the ball on the ground?
Nah, he's good.
Not really. And then, well, catch is a catch, I think. One of those ones. I think the right thing to do is to avoid the catch regardless and not look too closely at it. But Friendship CC will finish with a golden duck to Sabir Ahmed, but they're going to finish on 142. Pretty healthy score. Does mean Ronan probably need to bring up 100 plus to even keep their point. Friendship try to register their first win of the series here in match number 56.
Yeah, it's a good night, and it started off with as Duserman played some nice shots, but then there was this that happened, and I thought this was really going to hurt them. And you can see Duserman saying, "What are you doing there? Come and run." And you see Rupu saying, "No, I'm not running. I'm not giving my wicket up for you." And I thought that could really hurt them. In a way, though, it all ended up okay. They still get good runs on the board. Rupu, he would eventually get out, caught by Kansal of the bowling of Kandal. And I think that worked out being a good thing, because that meant that Raju Mir and Badrul Haider put a good, solid partnership together. We had a few battles with the rope, didn't we? That was one that went all the way over. The fielder catching it. But by that time, I think Chima already had his foot over the rope. But how about this? And what about a celebration? Oh, yeah. Wiggle it just a little bit from Kandal. Well, if you thought Kandal and his good moments in this match were done, well, think again, because he would play more part, giving us some more entertainment as well. And that was the area where all the action was happening. That was well bowled, just full and straight and getting it through. And that's what you got to do sometimes. Just back yourself to get the ball right. And Sharma does. It gets the wicket of Raju Mir. And that was a big one. It just kept getting the breakthroughs. But another batter would come out and find a way to hurt Ronin. Well, Kieran hurts himself there, and then he hurts his pride over there, where you could just put a highlight package together just off Kieran Kandal, couldn't you? And he would finish things off with another bit of action. Here he is coming in, takes a catch, and of course he's going to put a little bit of mayo on it, of course. And that after that there was another wicket right at the end. So well done in the end there to Friendship CC, trying to get their first win in this series. And you can see the middle order there, they did click there. 35 from Mir. Haider got 36. Not out Al-Mamin. He was sort of the man who was keeping one end steady and rotating the strike. And the captain, Imtiaz Rana, very good knock from him, making the difference of that score being around that 120, or as it finished in the end, the 140 mark. With the bowlers, I suppose they did have some issues, didn't they, with the wides, 7 wides there in total. But it was the consistency that was missing. 2 for 18 for Kieran Kandal. He certainly put a good shift in out there. 2 for 22 for Gaurav Sharma there as well. But I think Kansal be disappointed going for 32. And I think Nilesh Suryawanshi, who probably once again becomes key with the bat, he needs to score big runs, but he'll be disappointed with some of the deliveries he bowled. He was just over pitching a little bit too much. So good score on the board, which means that Ron and Cece, if they are to win their third match, 3 in the spin on the European Cricket Network, they're going to have to get to 143. Join us back in about 10 minutes time for the run chase. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back to this European Cricket Series here in Portugal at the Central Arm Cricket Ground. You can see the clubhouse in the background there, and then the two marquees on your left. That's where the teams are situated. It's looking absolutely brilliant. You can see that the branding for the Western Shield is starting to make its way around the boundary fence as well as we get prepared for the start of the Western Shield. That will be on Saturday. Teams and the organisers are arriving. Right, back to this contest. 99 is the bonus point equation. So just remember that. And of course, I think everybody's used to this now. So achieve the target in 7 overs or less, then you get all the points. And which probably, again, seems pretty unlikely because you need to try and get to 143 in that time. But if you're not going to get there, if you're not going to get the win, then you need to be trying to get to that 99, because at least that gives you a point out of the match. But I think to start off with, Ronin, the team that have won 2 out of 2, had 2 wins over Pressures yesterday, they will be looking to go for the win. The umpires will say, come on, let's play, let's go, let's rock. And here's the first. And well, that shows you the intent. Big, wild swing. There's Rahman gets the first one to go through. And no real foot movement there here, you can see. Just tries to give himself a little bit of room and launch into that. Kaki, he's a guy that can do it, though. Remember the last time that we saw them, he scored just 24 of the first over. You can see he gets a wide here, but I mean, it's not a good looking shot, is it? Look where he was and look where the ball was. He's just gonna calm himself down a little bit. I know he's gonna go big, but I think captain at the other end, Sinas, probably should be saying to him, hey, watch the ball. Play his shots on merit. Don't go swinging wildly and give your wicket away. He's more likely to, he's swinging so wild, more likely to smash the ball onto his own stumps. Gets bat onto this one and stay there is the call. So Abu Sufyan Rubel is the bowler. Just sticking to that line outside the off and hoping the batter makes the mistake. All right, goes uppish, and that's a powerful hit. And that one hits the top of the tent. What a good shot this is, and that's better, isn't it? Just wait and be patient and play the right shot. And this time it was the right shot. As he gets right underneath this, and well, I suppose those guys there are happy there underneath the protection of the roof, because that was a roofer. So up and going is Kaki with his first boundary. What's the reply here from Sufyan Rubel? Well, he goes fuller, and this one only just gets over his captain, who has to duck under this. He doesn't really get the full meat of the bat. And then the fielder probably had an opportunity if he could have picked this up cleanly. Look, it's in it. And if he gets this clean, he has the opportunity to have a shot at the stumps. But doesn't pick it up cleanly. All right. Time to see how Navendu Sinar gets on. El Capitan does a good job behind the stumps. Good leader from what I've seen so far from him. And oh, well, this is a bit of bat, and it smashes the keeper on the shoulder. Just look at this. I mean, I think the chances of catching this are pretty slim. Let's watch this. So I think that hits the bottom of the grill, and you can see the keeper holding the shoulder as well. But yeah, a bit of the grill and onto the shoulder, gives it a bit of a rub. No run there. Just wondering here. I think if you're Kaki here, you got to be. I think he's quite keen just to the over to come to an end so he can stay on strike. But you've got to be looking to take those singles as well. The ball's going behind. If you're already halfway there, you should make it quite comfortably. 60 matches since we've had a golden ball. Now the number's starting just to increase. Still waiting for one here in Portugal. And this score, we don't normally get them with scores around the 140 marks. It's more sort of, I think here at this Central Island Cricket Ground, I think anything around about the 115 to 125 is probably a good call. A good golden ball sort of score. Imtiaz Rana, the captain, after a good knock from him with the bat. It's going to come and bowl over number 2 and starts well. Darts this right onto the stumps. And that one gets respected by Kaki. So he's not swinging wild at this one. Just the 8 coming off that first over. Imtiaz knows that win the power play here with a couple of good overs. They're well on top. Right, high in the air, fielder searching for it and takes a really good catch. What a good catch that is from Badrul Haider. And it's up in the air a long time. The wind is making it move around. It's darting around in the air, but he keeps his eyes on it. And once he gets his eyes fixed on it, he takes a really good catch. This is up there a while. And you can see he gets himself in a good position. A very good technique, good catch. And the Kaki will go. And goes early and doesn't really hurt Friendship too much. He only gets that one big boundary before he falls. He'll go for 7 and uses up 6 deliveries as well. Good catch from Badrul Haider, and Imtiaz Rana, well, picks up the wicket. So making a good contribution in this contest is the captain. New batter will now come out, and it's going to be Prabhachima. Who gets told by umpire Malik, the bowler's action, how many balls to come. Imtiaz just makes a few fine adjustments, and then he fires down the leg side. The number of balls following a wicket that end up being a wide. Hey, that's a statistic for you, Dave, to work on, because I tell you what, you'll find it pretty high. So you get a wicket, new batter comes out, you want to keep the pressure on, and it's down the leg side. Okay, hit down the ground, and that's hit beautifully well. There's 2 men that are mid on and mid off in the circle, are pretty wide. So if you get this right, it goes all the way, and that's a nice looking shot. And that's going to be 6 runs. 6 carreras as it hits the boundary fence as the work continues to get the branding on those. That's clipped away. And this is going to be 4 carreras. As not only the fielder, the ball and the hat ends up going over the rope. It goes very wide here at Imtiaz. So he's another one, a little bit like Rahul. Just got to keep an eye on that back foot. Make sure he doesn't get any part of it touching that return crease. Here we see this again, and the issue here is he's already stepped on the rope, and then after that the hat comes off and all sorts. Rebuilding here now for Chima. Let's hit the boundary. Now takes the single. Well, let's see if the captain Sina can get going as well. He's had a couple of deliveries, not got off the mark as yet. 20 on the board. Oh, good stop. Good stop. I mean, there is a short fine leg in place. Whether he would have been able to stop this or not, I don't know. It's a good bit of work, and does a cartwheel as well for good measure. Does Ashraful Rupu. Just punches that out onto the off. And it will be a single. Few hat ejections at the moment, which just tells you that the wind has just picked up slightly. Nothing that's going to cause too much concern, I would have thought. Just when the ball does go up in the air like it did for Badrul Haider, means that it becomes a little bit more complicated, but he dealt with it very well. As we can have a look at the standings here, how Irish did themselves a huge favour yesterday with winning all of their matches. On two occasions they picked up all the points, and the Swans doing well. Marlow, well, it was a little bit of Marlow from them, apart from Najam Shazad, as they lost out to the Fighters. The Fighters, they're breathing down their necks, but Ronin, if they can pick up another victory here, they will be right up there at the right end of the standings. Remember, you're looking to finish in the top two to guarantee going through to the next stages. So a big wild swing. Once again, that's the point that I've touched on earlier. They're just not backing up. And again, once this gets through the keeper, you, as a non-striker, you should be halfway there. Just keep an eye on the non-striker here. So very little backing up. And then just there, if you kept on going and called that, that's a single. No run this time. Rupu gets there. He's getting the ball through here, Sufyan Rubel. He's not getting a lot of bounce. You can see there the ball just staying a little bit low. It's well bowled, but it's nicely played by Sina as well, and he's going to get 4 runs. Lovely shot. I always like to see the ball hit straight down the ground. It's a beautiful stroke. The old textbook off drive, and with mid on and mid off inside the circle, still in the power play. That goes all the way. And this one is going to be stopped. It doesn't quite get the middle of the bat as Mutin comes across, makes the stop. Just adjusting the field here now, so looks like they will go with long off back on the boundary. So the man on the 45 comes up, so they've got square or mid wicket. He's doing sort of between mid wicket and square back, and long off was pushed back for some of the straight drives that were being played. Don't mind that. It's just Sufyan Rubel, the bowler, saying, well, look, Skip, I'm going to bowl it full and straight. And if they're going to hit down the ground, then I'd rather have some protection there. But it looks like that was only deployed for Chima to Sina. The square goes back, and he plays a delightful shot. So it's almost like with every ball that he's facing, he's gaining a little bit more confidence. And this is a nice shot. It's a rising delivery outside the off, but he rocks back and just guides this beautifully in the gap between point and third, and he'll get 4. It's the end of the over, and at the end of the power play, they're on 32. They're 10 behind where Friendship CC were at this point. The difference is that they've lost 1 wicket less. So they'll be fairly happy where they're at the moment. Both batters have now made starts. Captain Nevindu and Prabha. So power play complete. Let's have a quick check on the field here. They've got 3 men now on the leg side. So long on mid wicket, and the man on the 45 is back on the boundary. They've still got a short fine legged and a short third. Third man back. And long off also on the boundary. So interesting that it got that short fine in there. That just for that, maybe the little nurdle. Also might be because the keeper wanting to stand up. They're making some more adjustments to the lines here is Rupu. So doing his job well, just making sure that all the areas are well covered, that the sweepers are in the right place. Hyder, oh wow, this one could be a wide, I reckon, and it is. And bangs it into the deck, does Hyder. And that's too high, it gets over the head. And you can see the wicketkeeper's having to take this over his head as well. And that will be the one for the over as well. And this umpire just giving the signal. Got a bit of a delay here. Not sure what the issue might be here. You can see that a lot of branding is going up around the ground.
Hey,
and that's because we've got this coming up.
I'm coming back.
You're coming back?
Coming back in hot because I'm going to pick a random player and I'm going to pick a number on my computer and it says 25, 28, 23. Sean Gomes. Well, we already talked about him, so I'm going to do it again. Can we bring the graphic back up? All right. Because he's a late replacement. Let's give us that Western Shield again. Okay. It said number 28 was Saqib Zulfikar. Of course, Sikander Zulfikar and Saqib Zulfikar are triplets. They've also got another brother, Assad, who plays in the Netherlands. Saqib himself was a late replacement for Clayton. Clayton Floyd is still in there. But for Ryan Klein from the Netherlands, who is out with injury. And Saqib is a brilliant leg spinner. Yeah. I think he'll enjoy bowling on this pitch as well. Trying to remember, I'm not so sure that we saw him in the ECS here. Remember there was a three-way series a year ago between Portugal, the Netherlands and Gibraltar. But I think he'll enjoy being out here. He's very tough to pick. He's got a good wrong-un. Yeah, he's a very, very good player. Plays for Punjab Rotterdam. And in his club in the Netherlands, there's the three of them that are triplets. There's also Remat, another brother. So there's four of them and their dad's the coach. So they got five Zulfikars in a team.
It's a lovely story,
isn't it? It's crazy. But I feel a bit for Assad, who's also a very good cricketer. We've seen him playing for Netherlands 11 before. But I guess couldn't squeeze all of them into Team Europe. Assad also probably a bit more of a longer form player. Just the kind of player he is, but also very, very talented cricketer. And their other brother, Remat, he's also a brilliant bat. That club, Punjab Rotterdam, actually one of the top clubs in the Netherlands now. They've even got players like Tijat Nidamanuru, who's gone on to play a lot of first-team cricket for the Netherlands. Anyway, this is a thick edge, which is flying away, and it'll just pitch inside. It'll be 4 runs. So, yeah, Friendship CC. Obviously, they got the runs on the board and in pretty good shape, but they would feel, especially after dropping their first game, then having a couple of washouts, they'd love to keep Ronan double digits here and pick up the 4 points.
Yeah, they would. That's a good boundary to get right at the end of the over. 40 for 1, that rate required now around about 17, so they can't afford really another over that goes less than double figures. They've got to be more or less up there. That's a good one from Hyder. That goes to 8. The over before from Abu Sufyan Rubal went for 10, so they've got 16 off 2 when they're really needing to be getting that sort of score of every over. So they've got to have a push on here. They've only lost the 1 wicket, so you've got to be brave and go for it.
Yeah. We talked about the fact that Ronan's shirts look a bit like New Zealand. I'm trying to work out when I've ever seen something like the Friendship structure. They've normally gone the kind of teal with the white numbers. They've added in a bit of the darker blue, and I like the splash of yellow there. I got to say, they're shirts that probably wouldn't look out of place on Peacock Friday, right? They've got a peacock kind of look about them. Just trying to see if Friendship are playing on Peacock Friday tomorrow. Good chance that they are. Okay, this one is hit, and it's hit very, very well. Flies over the fielder's head. Maximo! Nice shot by Chima. Probably not the worst ball over from Hassan. The line was there. Maybe just a fraction too short. Batter just kind of props on the back foot and punches it over cover point for 6.
Yeah, he's got some power, Chima. The only thing is that I think he's letting them down a little bit with the running. But mind you, if he can stand and deliver those sort of shots, and he can play him back to back and get the runs, the 3 boundaries I think they're searching for an over. Get the 3 boundaries and over, you stay in with a shout, then you'll settle for that.
Again, probably a little bit too short. muscled away. Pretty well handled over there by Hyder. So, yeah, tomorrow on Peacock Friday, we won't see Friendship CC. We will see the Werewolves, Precious and Ronan, as well as Marlow. So the 3 new teams and the very experienced Marlow, who we've seen not necessarily quite the force they have been before. Just if you, based on their performances so far in the tournament, but still a very, very good cricket team.
Yeah, they're a good team, and you know, with each match that you play, you'd expect them to get better. The batting isn't clicking at the moment. That's the issue. And once that starts to click, I think they once again will become fairly dangerous. And that's a gunny delivery. That's a terrible ball from Hussain.
Baldy field. Literally, he does.
Yeah, well, that's why that man's back there, I suppose. And I mean, talk about. I mean, how would you feel if you're keeping wicket, Vinny, and you got Al Mamin standing there?
Yeah.
Doesn't give you too much confidence, does it?
Yeah. Well, it's probably saying more about the ball. Yeah, I used to get grumpy because you'd keep up and then they'd always move the fine leg on the boundary a little bit. I'm like, what are you saying?
What are you trying to say?
Probably just as you miss one. But anyway, it's great keeping, but really it's not great bowling from Hussain. I think this wind has just thrown him a little bit. It's certainly very blowy.
It has picked up.
Yeah. That's a great shot. It's a great shot of the dive from Marupu. 50's up. Okay, full toss. Hit down the ground and grabbed on the half volley, or at least knocked partially on the half volley. And that will take us to the end of the 5th over. So the score at the end of 5 is 51 for 1. So they're on track to get a point out of this, Ronan. You'd think it would be a tall order for them to chase their way all the way to 143, but you never know. Okay, while I'm doing this, let's do it one more time. Rolling the dice. Okay, so we're going between 1 and 28. There's 28 players here, and it says number 25 again. Well, Sean's been so lucky. Okay, 21, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, Christian Kalugamage. Okay, plays for Roma CC in Italy. I haven't seen him bowl pace since 2020. He was one of the fastest bowlers I'd seen on the network when he bowled on that really fast Roma cricket ground pitch last year.
The hard deck there, yeah.
Very good fielder. Has an earring, so you know he's cool. Just a very, very good player. So along with Amir Sharif, they're the 2 Italians in the lineup. And Christian, a middle order bat. He can bowl off spin and leg spin, and he can bowl pace. So there you go.
Yeah.
He's a pretty versatile cricketer. Very good fielder, like I said as well.
I bet he can keep wicket as well.
Probably. If you asked him to. Anyway, this is a nice shot. It's a blast over the offside. It goes all the way. Maximal. Oh, you never know. Need about 90 odd out of this second half. That's a good start to the 6th for Ronan.
Yeah, good hit. One thing I will say that you can see there from some of the trees and the shrubs behind there, the wind has picked up. Now it's blowing straight into us in the cube. That means, Vinny, that any hits hit straight down the ground are going to catch some of this breeze. So you're better off going sort of behind square in the point area. If you're hitting straight, you better get it right.
Use the pace of the bowler as well. Even if it's on the ground, we know they're not easy to field here. And now, I don't even know if this is a cut or a pull. Now he practices a cut. Got to admit, Ronan CC, obviously a bit of an Indian Royals influence in their lineup. We have seen Indian Royals before. But I was going to say, when I saw Ronan, immediately I thought, you say it best when you say nothing at all. All right, well, this is high. This is exactly what you talked about. Does it have enough, even with the breeze? Yes, it does. Maximo. Geez, that's some power from Chima there, because that was hit high, and he takes on the breeze and wins.
He's got power, and look, one hand comes off the bat as well. So he's absolutely clobbered it, but he gets it right. He gets plenty of it, and he gets 6. So Chima, he's getting the boundaries. The thing is, what he needs to do is get back to bat, and that's been the problem. Mind you, this might help. It comes off the gloves, and the chase is on. And just gets there. That's the fielder. So let's get a bye here.
I love that Rupu, he's a bit annoyed. I think he gets off the end of the finger. Look, so he quickly takes the glove off. But then that meant that when he had to catch the ball, he only had 1 glove left. So he was probably wishing he hadn't thrown it so far away. But that was a bit of a nasty one. And now Hyder trying to finish off his spell. He hasn't gone for too many. Yeah, that shot down the ground that went for 6. I was just expecting it to hold up in the breeze, but yeah, credit to Chima. Last ball, the 6th over coming up.
How many of this over? So they've got 13 that need this boundary. And that could be the boundary, and it is. And his 6 as well is an absolute sizzler as he plays this in the backward point area, and he goes all the way. That keeps him in it, you know. It keeps him in it.
Yeah, it does. Again, throws the hands at it. This one does fly pretty quickly. Bang. And just carries the line. And ball runs away to come back another day. So at the end of 6 overs at 71 for 1. Also puts them in good shape for the point. They need 29 off 4 to do that, which is just over 7 and over. But I mean, it gives them a chance. 18 and over required. Obviously, we had 20 come off that. Actually went magical. So you string together, say 3 magical overs, another good one. Maybe you can still pull off the win here.
Yeah, the other thing is, look, they've only lost 1 wicket. Got plenty of wickets in hand, so they've got to really go for this. I mean, you're wanting 18s, you got wickets in hand, you got to be going for it.
Ahmed Mustafizur Rahman comes on to bowl over number 7. But really, for Friendship here, okay, it'll be tough to get the point, to get all the points, to keep them 99 or less. But I still think if you bowl well, then they shouldn't be getting 18 and over off you. I think they should be pretty confident that they'll close this game out. And if they lose, it'll be partly at least to do with the fact that they lose it with their bowling. This is reasonably good from Mustaf. And just get someone to deck back a little bit. But they're the habit here of Chima. He likes to kind of go leg side of the ball with a footwork seat, that front foot, and come back to live action here. And it does kind of limit his options a little bit, rather than, even with this breeze, that's the kind of ball that if you get inside it, whip it round the corner. There's a big gap at deep backward square leg. There's quite a fine leg in the circle. There's a deep backward square. But yeah, I just think with this ball angling into him, he's kind of fighting the natural angle. That's what he probably should try to do. He can't get any bat on it this time. So a dot ball, and yeah, who knows? This has been a great over so far. It's gone 1 ... Maybe you still could get all the points here if you're Friendship CC.
Yeah, this over, or these last 4 deliveries have really hurt Ron in here. Another thing I've got to say, I mean, I know Siddhar's there, he's 18 of 14. You see this one, he lashes out to this. It's just going to be a single. So this has been a terrific over, which now puts Ron in big in front. But you got something like Nilesh Suryawanshi. When you've got a run chase like this, him sitting on the bench, what's the point? He's got to be out there. You've also got other batters like Tajinder Dhillon that can hit the ball pretty well. I just don't think Sinner's helped the cause. And he's trying to get one away here, and he's going to get lucky, and he'll get a boundary. So Sinner, he probably feels maybe the same as what I'm saying. If he's out there, now's time for him to cut loose and be hitting boundaries. Otherwise, you might as well be better off letting someone like either Dhillon or a Suryawanshi coming out there and trying to give you a chance to get the win.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anyway, it keeps him in the hunt, doesn't it? So it's 77 for 1 after 7. This is what's coming up next. It's a rematch of the first game of the day between Fighters CC and Marlow. Fighters pulling off a dramatic 10-run upset in that one. And in match 57, Marlow, they've won the toss. This time they'll be batting first. So let's see if their batting can click. None of their top 5 reached double figures. In fact, it was Najam Shahzad who batted 6 in that one that pulled them out to respectability with a half century. It wasn't enough to get the win. They did take a single point though, but here we go with the start of the 8th over, and Chima gets a Yorker from Hussein. Again, Yorkers, just haven't seen enough of them so far in Portugal. When they have been executed, they've been effective. That's a nice bit of bowling. Bang, comes down. It was on the full side of a Yorker. Let's see where this bounces. Just after the back foot, but still full straight, and it's the end of Chima for 41. The score, 77 for 2.
Yeah, Chima, he's hit well. He's showed that he's got some power, and then he departs, and that means that the new batter that comes out has really got to get going straight away. And they're needing now, 66 in 17, Vinny.
New batter coming out. Suryawanshi, well, you called for him. Can he give them some sort of a miracle finish? Under 4 a ball. Still, so
still got to try and get to that 99, haven't they?
Yeah, 100 to get the point. That'll help. A couple of free runs first up. Yes, credit to Ashraful Rupu, who's had his hands full. Those leg side balls, at least, he's getting a glove on that, probably saves an extra 3 runs there on account of the fact it doesn't go all the way to the boundary, although he does have his backup leg side fielder. That fielder, I think he's only there for a bad ball, isn't he? He's only there for one. Anyway, this is like a standing sweep, and it's going to be 4. Well, that's a nice shot from Sinner, who does pinch the strike back, and so that ball's kind of worth 6. They get the 2 wides, and they get the 4 runs.
Yeah, he plays that well. See, he gets that fine, and Bucksy comes across. He looks like a man reliving his youth, does Bucks. He's got his shorts on. He's enjoying himself in the sunshine there.
He's got a good set of legs on him, doesn't he, Bucks? Good genes. You can see what Anna, his wife, sees in him. Anyway, Sinner trying to keep his team alive. Wow, what a choice. What a choice when you need 4 a ball. They'll get 2, and I'm not quite sure how. But the thing is, you need 4 a ball. When you play this shot, you're almost giving up any chance of it going for 6, right? I guess maybe it's possible. Anyway, there's luck's a fortune. I think sometimes reverses should be worth double anyway, so he gets 2 when he should have only got 1.
Tries to get funky, the captain. All right, and this time it should just be the single. Trying to at least get something out of this match now. That's what it comes down to. They wanted to get to the 100. But who knows? One big over could make a difference. Hossein got 2 balls in this one, the 8th.
Smart work from Rupu that time. But nothing but fresh air for Suryawanshi. So now you think you do focus on just making sure you get that point. It can all matter at the end. Nice take. Now it's an uppercut in the air, but kind of into space as well. Again, it's got to keep it inside. Oh no, oh no. Well, too many cooks spoil the broth. And in the end, it looked like something out of a soft shoe shuffle there. Bit of tap dancing from both. They leave the ball behind. It goes for 4 and is 90 for 2 after 8.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, how does this get to the boundary? You thought it had no pace on it, but look what they just, dear. Leaving it to each other, and in the end he goes through them both and ends up going for 4.
That Sabir is very quick to turn around and start pleading his side of the case to all the incoming yells.
Yeah.
There was some communication after the fact. Anyway, it means that there's 10 required off the last 2 for Ronan to at least get the point out of this. I do think that game has crept out of control with 53 required off the last 2 for the win.
Yeah, you can see there, that graphic shows you there's some way behind. And see how this goes. The captain, well, he strikes this pretty well, looking for another boundary, and he will get there as well, so 4 more. So it's taken a while, Levendu Sinner, to get going, but at least he has now sort of found his rhythm. And I suppose this will serve, remember, these 2 teams will play each other again, so that served him well this innings. He'll be hoping that next time round he'll be ready to go right from the ball go. 94 for 2.
6 required.
Oh, this is a drop. Yeah, big time drop.
Well, I mean, Rupu's been so good. It's funny because, well, he's not laughing, but he's been up to stumps. He's had to use a lot of his mental energy. He goes back, and sometimes you can just switch off a little bit. You can see there just a little bit late to react. It's a healthy edge. And he'll be disappointed because that was a chance to get the set batter Sinhan, maybe have a bit more of a crack at this, trying to defend this 5 from this point. Seems unlikely now. Suryawanshi gets this one away. Another fumble. Wow, Friendship not playing like winners at the moment, though they've played themselves into a winning position. That'll make it 3 required for Ronan to get the point.
Yeah, it just doesn't pick it up cleanly. And unfortunately for him, there was some backing up being done.
So, yeah, I had a few people I know also saying they're a bit disappointed that maybe some of the ECL players aren't represented in British and Irish Knights. But yeah, it's true. The team had to be selected before the ECL. There was the facility, I suppose, to maybe add 1 player, or if there'd been injuries or anything like that. Luckily for British and Irish Knights, they haven't had any issues, probably because a lot of their players aren't playing a lot of cricket at this stage. But yeah, it's only the first of many Western Shields.
All right, well, this is where the wind comes into play. Fielder comes in and, well, goes for it one-handedly, really. Needs to get a dive in. He doesn't. They'll come back for a couple. And the bowler doesn't look too happy here. This is Rahman.
Yeah, well, he gives it the old one-handed hope. Had a lunge, doesn't get off his feet here. That's the thing. Fielded down the ground. You'd hope that if he can organise a dive, that he can reach that with 2. Anyway, this one could be out if he can get up. Oh, that's out. I reckon that's out. He's wiped out the stumps at the other end.
Well, look at this for action.
Wow. I got a feeling this is...
I think he's gone.
Am I right? I think he's out.
I think he's
Let's
gone
have a
here.
look. Here comes the ball. This is for a point, by the way, if they make it. Ball beats him, and keeper beats him. Oh, does he? Oh, let's go back and have a look at that again.
Bat was in the air. Now let's just have a look if he plants this bat down in time. And it's a close one. Look at the bows. You can see the bows. They're up there. Let's go back. And he might have made it. You know, he might have just made it.
Yeah.
He might have just made
Definitely,
it.
you couldn't say anything conclusive. It might go to what the on-field decision was. You're slow to get going, but have a look at the in your foreground.
Well,
so both sets of stumps go down.
Those stumps might have had to been surgically removed
just to keep
at some point.
Well, we've had a bit of a run of broken stumps here. Anyway, that takes him to 100, and that's significant not just for the century milestone, but because Ronan Dugan, he's been given out. Okay, here's what I think's happened here. I think on the field, like me, I thought it was out straight away. So they're saying that it's an inconclusive replay. So the on the field, the decision is that it's out. So that's why.
Okay.
So they don't make it to the 100. It's actually out. That is the process, just everyone. So based on what we saw there, because it's in between frames, also the keeper's kind of blocking the bails. And on the field, he gave it out. He thought it was out. I got to admit, just from far away and from straight
time, I think me and you the same.
Yeah. So that's what they stick with the on-field decision. Shouldn't matter too much. Just need one more run. But they'll have to get that run in the 10th because that's the end of 9. Mustafizur Rahman finishes none for 15. Pretty good figures from him. And Ronan CC, 99 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, good knock in the end there from the Vandusina, the captain. 34 of 20.
We had a maiden to start the day. If Friendship can actually pull out a maiden, they'll probably know this as well. So if they're smart, they actually should bring all the field in because they definitely should be defending the 44 for the game.
Yeah.
So just try and force some dot balls. Suriwanshi, though, so a guy you would imagine would be able to get one run out of this over, especially if you knew the situation here. You just tap the one and you guarantee the point. Then you can have a swing at the rest, try and boost that net run rate. Here's Abdul Motin, over number 10. And he does tap that run, which takes him now to the 100. Yeah, you can see if you can whack a few more.
Yeah, they get the point. So well done to Ronan. 2 wins yesterday. They will get a point here today, but they will go down. They will get beaten by Friendship, winning their first match.
The new batter is Jasvinder Kumar. Can't get off the mark just yet. Love to get 1 or 2 out of the middle. What else have we got in the chat? Dave said he's coming to Druitt for the ECS. He's bringing his guitar and his violin. Oh, well. He's stumped. Really nice bit of work. Rupu, I wouldn't say he's been perfect, but he's been pretty good, I think. It hasn't been easy for him at times. But yeah, he's got a good pair of hands. It's pretty close with the gloves, but I think all things considered, that angle's not perfect, so he'll have to tell his story walking. Probably something to keep an eye on, though, for Rupu, as Jasvinder. He's going to go for 0, and the score is 100 for 4. Let's warm Derek up. Derek's been walking all over the other fielders, though, with this camera angle we've got on this ground, hasn't he?
Well, Derek, a year older, of course.
Yeah, happy birthday, Derek.
Happy birthday to Derek. We almost saw, in fact, we did see all the Dereks yesterday, because I mentioned this yesterday, because yesterday was World Party Day, and I said we should have a party, because Derek's a year old. We had Diamond, we had the Royal Duck, we had the
Peacock Friday,
Golden, normal. The only one we couldn't have was Peacock Friday.
Yeah, true. All right, this is a chance if he was to pick up and hit the bowler's end. Doesn't. But anyway, okay, Ronan, they take something out of this game. They'll get another crack at Friendship when they'll play later on in the day in match 58, which is the 4th match of the day. It's been a pretty competitive game in the end. I think Friendship just a couple of those key partnerships drag him to 140. He's been out of Ronan's reach. Now this is hit down the ground. Fielder calls it, takes it. Nicely taken down there by Badrul Haider. So, yeah, Ronan going to lose 3-1 for 9, 101 for 5. But, yeah, pretty important. You see that they at least made that 100. They've only barely made it in this one.
Yeah, simple catch this time for Badrul. He's a good catcher of the ball. We saw him start things off with a very nice catch when he took the wicket of Karki, bowled by the captain, Imtiaz Rana.
Dave saying that there's a chance of rain in Drua in the first week. That's a long way out to be calling that, but I will look it up. So maybe the music.
Is that why
will
he's
keep
bringing
us
his
entertained.
violin? Is that why he's going to play the violin in the rain? Are you going to play the violin when the batter gets out? You know, just the sounds of the violin. Right, once it gets funky with his first ball, and of course it has to be Kieran Kandal, doesn't it?
Of course it is. But that'll do it, and they'll just sneak in by a couple of runs on the point. I guess, is it a reverse if you do it first ball? Because he hasn't actually played a normal one yet. Anyway, 142 to 141 in the end. Friendship CC, congratulations to them. They get their first win of the series, although they'll maybe be a little bit disappointed they can't walk away with all 4. They'll take the 3 points. And Ronan CC, well, they taste defeat for the first time in an ECN match. These two, they'll be meeting again later in the day. Looking forward to that. As speaking of rematches, we have a rematch of Fighters and Marlow coming up for you in approximately 25 minutes. We'll have the first ball of that one. Let's see if Marlow's batting can click, and Fighters, they really impressed me with their bowling and fielding pressure. They're going to have to bring it because Marlow, they're not a team that would like losing 2 in a row. It's been a bit of a mixed bag for them so far in this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, certainly has. But I like what the Fighters have done. I like the way that they went about things when they had that defeat to Owarish. They really pushed Owarish all the way with bat and with ball. And then, of course, they surprised Marlow this morning. So Marlow better watch out because the Fighters, they're in the mood and they're in the groove at the moment as we watch the highlights here. They needed a good start, but unfortunately weren't able to get it as Karki, the man who can give them a blistering start, he went pretty early just for 7. A good catch there taken by Badrul Haider. And there was some good work behind the stumps there from Rupu. He made a lot of good solid saves. That was a nice shot though from the captain. And just pushing that one straight past the bowler and getting a boundary. So Sinha, he made a slow start, but he did get going towards the end. And I suppose you could say that he hung around to give his team at least the opportunity and the possibility to pick up some points. Chima, though, I suppose he's the hard hitter, and he played some outstanding shots, actually. Some cuts, some uppercuts straight down the ground as well. The only flaw in his game for me is that he's not really making the most of the opportunities to take the singles, and in a closer match, that could cost him pretty dearly. Well, that was the end of him. He went for 41. And then really it was all about what Sinha could do while he was out there. This was one that was skied up in the air, the old uppercut. And the 2 fielders getting this completely wrong. Well, that was Badrul and also Ahmed involved in the action. And, well, they were both keen to blame each other. And this is where the boot of the bowler gets him an assist. So
6 stumps on the ground. How often do you see that in a cricket field? But yeah, that one actually was given out in the end. Umpire's call. It was pretty close, actually, encroachment from Rupu, but probably deserved his stumping. Got it in the end. Again, don't think you could call it. It's very, very close. But Ronan, in the end, they battled. They get 100. Friendship, maybe just a little bit more of that experience coming through, although Ronan have quite a few guys played for Indian Royals, quite a few experiencing it for the first time. But I like the talent, I like their approach. I'm looking forward to the rematch later in the day. Right now, Chuma, you mentioned he played some good shots, didn't he? He had 5 Maximos and a 4 and his 41, scored off just 22 balls. Sinha with 34 before he was run out late in the piece. No one else able to reach the double figure mark. And 9 extras, probably these conditions, yeah, probably par for the course, I think, if you're giving away 1 wide and over. Obviously, good teams won't give away that many. But yeah, plenty of highlights there for Ronan. Kandal, I liked his game. But Friendship CC, I think once they had that 140 plus on the board, they were never going to make it particularly easy for their opponents. And they had some good bowlers in there. I've got to say, I liked Sufyan Rubel early on, even though he didn't take a wicket. He took none for 18. I think Mustafiz Rahman was also pretty handy, only going for 15. The wickets went to Imtiaz Rana, 1 for 14. Never came back for a second over, and Hassan picked up 1 as well. But the real star, I suppose, in his over was Motin. He, with the game as good as 1, he took 2 for 2 off his only over. We'll take a break. Back in about 20 then. And we'll see if fighters can do the double over Marlow here on day 12. Should be an interesting. I think the reigning champions, Marlow, will want to hit back in style. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full and plenty of sunshine joining us today in Portugal today. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the third match of the 5 today. Clear skies, and that's why we like it here in Portugal. And the Group B action will continue. It'll be a rematch of the first match of the day. Coming up is match number 57, once again, between Fighters Cricket Club and Marlow. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Fighters to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. Oof, tails it is. They're going to bet.
So the toss has been won by Mian Shahid of Marlow Cricket Club, and he's decided to bat first. And that kind of makes sense for me. Earlier on, it was Fighters that batted first when these two teams met in the first match of the day. Fighters actually had to eat a maiden first up. They still managed to make their way to 112 and held off a late charge from Marlow. In particular, it was Najam Shahzad with a fighting half century, but they pulled up short. End of the day, they got down to 10 runs in the margin. But at one stage, it looked like Marlow might even struggle to take a point out of that game. I'm sure they'd like to see if their batting top 5 can click. This time we saw Shahzad coming out at 6, but the top 5, none of them made double-figure scores at all. I think Fighters, they really built up good pressure with their bowling. Let's see if they can get it right here in the first innings of this game. Fighters would love to do the double over Marlow. Of course, they took the premiership away from them back in 2021. So I think this will be a really exciting one. In the queue back there, Rico Fu is standing by as we get ready for the first ball of match number 57. Marlow winning the toss, having hit. Rico, it's over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yeah, I agree with Vinny. I think Marlow, they'll be probably very disappointed that they lost that first match against Fighters. Match number 55, the first of this match day 12. I mean, restricting the Fighters to 112, I mean, they did well because the Fighters were on for a 130 kind of score. They were 103 after 8 overs, so they really didn't finish well. But Marlow, they didn't start well. And as Vinny said, only Najam Shahzad scoring runs 52-23, and I reckon their captain, Mian Shahid, has probably had a good talk with the players to say, hey, look, come on, everybody's watching us. We are one of the favourites here. We have won here, 4 times in the last 4 occasions that we've been here. We're letting ourselves down. Let's go out there and show what we can do. And I think that's why he's taking this authoritative step to say, we're going to bat first, and we're going to show the world and show the other teams that we are still a team to be reckoned with. We are still a team to be feared. And let's see if they can go back to winning ways here, or winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. And, umpires for this one are out there. It'll be umpire John, who's out there with Kroot. And Malik will be the third umpire, of course. The umpires always well led by Tyrone Peters, who is the tournament referee here. So we get ready to go. Welcome back to everybody around the world that's tuning in. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sastri akal aibawan. Vanakkam. And let's get ready for the battle of bat versus ball. It's a nice start with Rahul. And once again, we will open up with the ball. The only problem, Rahul, I wonder if he's in the time that he's been away, come back, he's worked on his footwork. He occasionally does step over that return crease, and that means that no ball is called. All right, well, this one is hit pretty well and it's high, and it will go all the way. So Shaba, as it is Amir Zahir that gets going. So change in the batting as well. So there's no captain opening up. He's gone with Zahib, and he's out there with Amandeep Singh. So there's a real change here for Marla. So it looks like they're making a change. So down the leg side. It's a good take by the keeper. It's Mohammed Bilal. Yeah, so making a change. So me and Shahid has scored, but the last 2 times that they've been out there, the openers haven't really been able to get anything going. That's a nice little shot, just clipped away, and it's going to be Cuatro Mas. Yeah, making a good start here. Just a little clip away. Yeah, last time round, Bian, Imran Khan, even Javed, even Amandeep Singh for that point never really got going. Zahib got 7. It was only Najam Shazid. And this one is going to get away as well. That's going to be Cuatro Carreras. So much more positive with the batting there. Not quite as fine as he wanted. Gets it past the keeper and gets it past that man who's in the circle at third. That was Guswat Singh, not able to get a hand onto that. It's another powerful hit, and 4 more. A little bit too short here, Rahul. It needs to be fuller. They need to remember what they did well in the last match, and that was getting the ball in the right area. It's just far too short. It's a hit-me ball. He gets a swivel on this. Good, doesn't he, Zahib? And gets another boundary away. 19 off the over so far. Are we going to have a magical start here from Marlow? Yeah, it will be probably leg buys here signalled. Let's have a look from the umpire if he does signal leg. Or was there a bit of bad? No signal, so must have been a bit of bad on that. So it will go for 20. 20 off the first. Vinny touched on the weather here, and it does look absolutely beautiful. That wind that was causing a bit of a nuisance towards the end of that last match, that seems to have calmed down a little bit now as well, but it will always be there. I think it's going to be blustery one that comes and goes. And this is what Group B are looking to do as well. The winners put their place, and also the Group B runners-up put their place into the next stage, the Super 5 stage as we're calling it. And then, of course, the team that finishes third here will hope that they can get more than the 25 runs that Gurkha 11 have and be the one that go through. So top 2 from both groups, including the best third that gets played away. And Zahib will now offer the strike back to Amandeep Singh. This is Parwinder Singh. Parwinder does like to bang the ball into the deck. So if you don't like the short stuff, if you don't like the ball coming into the body, then it's going to make things uncomfortable for you. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, he could be stranded. Dorrit, it is in trouble. Adios! And that is the end of Zahib. And, well, Amandeep, he's stranded. And there's that heavy ball. And you can see that Samir Zahib, he wants to get to the other end. And he goes down. And it is a perfect direct hit from Bilal. We'll see this again. Look, he's running off the pitch. We know that's an issue. You've got to be on it, stay on it. But even having said that, even if he's on the pitch there, I don't think he can get back. And that's more disaster for Marlow. And Amir Zahib, who got started, hit 19 of that first over, didn't he? But it was 19. Is that what he will finish with? He's going to be run out. Oh, Marlow, even when things look like they're going well, they self-inflict a dismissal. So 19 of 7 deliveries run out by Bilal. And this one now asking the question. Not out, says umpire Crew. It's a big swing, isn't it? Wants to go for the big one, but just doing a little bit too much to ball here. There's Asim Sawa comes into the middle, in the number 3 position. He wants to start off super aggressive. Somebody saying striker. Hits that fairly well, and that's a nice shot. Beautifully timed. It's going to be 4 runs. And, Sawa, the non-striker, congratulating him and saying, yeah, nice shot. Come on, me and you can do this. Come on, don't worry about everything else. Be positive. Somebody's saying he's close to 1,000 runs on the network as well, so he's a good player. We know he is. He's quality when he can get going. Oh, he gets a heavy ball here upstairs and think about taking the extra, the bye. I don't think he sees this till late. There's the non-striker Sawa, to be honest. I think he thinks that it's been taken, and then it's only when Amandeep gets out the way he can see that it's gone through, but by that time the ball's already been retrieved and on the way back. Okay, up in the air and catching opportunity and taken. This is where they've been good, the fighters. They take the opportunities that present themselves. You can talk about that when Bilal hitting the stumps when he had to, and Dalwinder Singh taking those little quick dinky steps backwards as he goes in reverse mode. Beep, 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 beep. But he takes the catch, and that's the end of Amandeep. Amandeep just hasn't been able to get going. So like he did in the first match, he'll go for just 4. And, caught by Dalwinder. And once again, it's that heavy ball that's been bowled that they've struggled to deal with, isn't it? Have a look at the field there. Loving this shot from Spring Media. Let's have a look at the way the tables are looking to Marlow. Remember, Friendship and Fighters, they're breathing down their necks, aren't they? Looking pretty congested there. Let's have a look at from 2nd to 5th. Oh, I know. We've got to get something clicking here. So 25 for 1. And just a slight delay here. I think there might be some issues with the scoring system. I think things might have just gone down for a moment. Looks like we're back up again here. Just catching up, and it gives an opportunity for the captain just to have a word with the bowler. Amandeep Singh caught well by Dalwinder. So the heavy ball, as I mentioned before, from Dalwinder, they're just not happy dealing with it. And I wonder whether they'll go back here to Rahul or... Oh, here we go. It's going to be Dalwinder who's going to start. Not a good delivery. He's applauding the take from the keeper because it is a fantastic take. That's good work from Bilal once again. And he's got a lot of ground to cover here. He gets the extra step in that he needs. And he takes it in the one glove. So Dalwinder, not the best of starts from him. He's one of their key players. And now he goes too wide outside the off. So, well, he's gone. He's gone to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Maybe he can go right down the middle here and get a wicket as Vinny Sandhu joins me back in the cube. Welcome back.
Thank you. I've just come from lunch, actually. It's a big full toss. Straight to the fielder. Haven't we seen some good fielding so far? Let's say Bilal's throw to get Zaib was important. Hey, Zaib looks like a good player out of luck so far today.
Yeah.
You know, he's a real threat. Obviously Marlow trying to bounce back from that earlier loss. But I do have a lunch report.
Go on.
It's good old-fashioned piri-piri chicken with rice. Very good, but I put extra of the hot sauce, so I'm fighting a bit of an internal battle right now. I do recommend it, though, but it is pretty spicy.
All right.
And if I'm completely honest, my mouth is still on fire.
I like the sound of that. Yeah, you're sort of... I can see you sort of...
I'm here. Trying to wash it down with a drink. Here's someone facing up. And he's going to get one off his hip. That's going to fly And so Maximo, that's one way to get off the mark. Ball retrievers, by the way. You know, but it's Bucks' day off, and he's chosen to be here and help out around the ground.
He looks like a guy who's sort of reliving his youth. He's Bucks. I mean, look at him there. He's got his shorts on. He's running around. He's certainly getting the steps in today. He's Bucksy. He's picked a good day to do it because it's a lovely sunny day as well.
Sawa comes into the 11, by the way. So anyway, maybe after this over, you can actually try some of the chicken yourself. But anyway, right now, this is, fingertipper in the end for Parvinder. But he can't quite turn this into a catch. Haven't we seen some crazy catches so far in this series?
We've seen some good catching. Apologies at the moment, just the scorecard's just taking a bit of time to update. There could be maybe some internet problems, but we'll get that sorted for you. Remember, there was a 6 to go on there for Sawa. Now, that'll
make it 32. And it'll stay at 32 after that ball, which stays just inside.
Yeah, so Dalwinder Singh, I think he's a key player for the Fighters. I get the feeling that when he plays well, that the team sort of rally around him pretty well. Him and Parminder, the captain. He fires this one down the leg side again. It's another sensational take. I have to say that Mahmoud Bilal, not only is he responsible of getting the wicket there of Amir Zahib, but he saved 10. For me now, he saved 8 runs because that's a wide, but it could quite easily go into the boundary. So great keeping from him.
Yeah. I've got to tell you also, I know they don't have this all the way around the world, but speaking of spice, well, this one's off the pitch. I think this is, well, he's going to have to check this.
Yeah.
I think the bowl actually blocks him. So considering how that bounced, he probably feels like this was more likely not to bounce on the pitch, but this to me looked clearly off. Oh.
Yeah, I think it catches some of it, Vin.
Do you think?
Yeah. Just catches right in the edge, just on the edge there.
To be honest, I think letter of the law is meant to be completely on. But anyway, I don't know that rule anyway, so next one's a slower ball, which is going to hit down the ground, and it's going to get absolutely smashed into the fence. Maximo! Well, free hit not even required because Sawa treats it like one and smashes it for 6 runs.
Yeah, Dalwinder, he's having a few issues here. Can't get the line right, and then when he's in trouble, he goes for the slower ball, but Sawa's expecting it. He smashes it away. Yeah, that's better once again.
Late.
Yeah, look at the looks between the two batters. Marlowe, the understanding and communication is not good as the over comes to an end. It's 43 for 2 at the end of 3.
Run rate's still good, I mean, despite losing those 2 wickets. And to be honest, Marlowe, the one team, they bat all the way down to 11. Still sees Zulfikar Shah listed as 11. So, yeah, I think that they'll be pretty comfortable with this power play. Anyway, would you like to go and sample the lunch?
I'm going for some piri piri. Well, we're in Portugal. Portugal is the home of the piri piri.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm
So
going.
this is what I was going to say before you go. They have Nando's, again, not a paid endorsement. I know they have it in the UK. I know they have it started in South Africa. I think they have it in Australia. When I went back there, they have the different levels of sauce.
Yeah.
And so it goes mild, hot, mild, hot, extra hot. And then there's actually one they sell in bottles, which is, it's either called extra, extra hot or extra BL blank, blank, blank Y hot. And so, let's just say with some of my friends, we were having a bit of a contest about who could handle what. Anyway, tell you what, this is pretty well handled by Imran Khan as he's going to slam that one off a good length straight over the bowler's head. 6 runs. What a way to start the 4th over.
Yeah, good start. Well, both these batters have started with a boom shakalaka. Hey, I have to ask you, though, before I go, did you get your special empanada in Malaga? Because I organised a special one for you. Did you ever get one?
Yeah, they did actually. Yeah.
You kept this quiet now.
No.
Come on, tell me about this then. Come on.
Yeah. Well, no, they just said that, well, I assume they actually didn't name anyone, but they said that someone basically paid for an empanada for me, a free one. Was that your work?
And?
Yeah, they gave it to me.
Okay, and it wasn't extra spicy?
Well, if it was... okay. I probably wouldn't have noticed because I gobbled it down
I'll
so
have
quickly.
to speak to Don Munda then. He let me down. He assured me that he was going to...
Do you know the funny thing about the empanada shop? I'll tell you in a second. As this is going to be hit away and it's going to go over the field at Maximo. Beginnings of a good partnership here. Was that taken out there by Bucks?
I mean, he's just on on fire. Well, your mouth is on fire. Buxy's on fire. The camera's on fire. Everything's on fire.
Hopefully. Still got a camera operator in the tower after that. But anyway, the next one is swing and a miss. Yeah, so funny thing with Don Mundo, he sends me pictures of anyone from the cricket or any of the teams when they come. He sends me pictures. So like the Austrian team turns up. He's like, Team Austria. Oh, that was pretty tight as well. I'll get through for one. Stick with me till the end of the over. I'm just going to try and finish my drink and cool off.
You cool off. As you can see, there's a aggressive approach from Marlow here. I think they've decided, I reckon they would have had that bit of a team talk, and they've decided, right, we're going to go out there, we're going to be positive, and we're going to get big runs on the board no matter what comes our way. That's a nice looking shot. And it's a good bat is Imran Khan. He batted very well in the very first match that Marlow played when they scored big runs against Friendship. And now clicked and not found his form since. They're also holding back Mian Shahid this time. Najam Shazad also is being held back. So end of that over. And the score 58 for 2. So though they have picked up 2 wickets, it's been a good response here from Marlow. They're going well. And they'll be looking to try and get to this 65 to 70 score at the end of the 5 overs. That will be the plan anyway. Okay, who are they going to go with here now with the ball? Looks like they're going to go back to Pawinder. Don't mind that to try and break this partnership. And gets this one through as Pawinder.
Yeah, fighters, they kind of built up a lot of pressure and were able to dodge any of the top 5, getting amongst the runs for Marlow earlier on.
And this is just a miscue, and he gets lucky. Could have gone anywhere as the window comes running in. So a bit of luck. Need a little bit of luck to Marlow.
Yeah, just actually came in on him a little bit there, hit him high on the bat. Scramble through for 1. Fighters have actually a pretty good record in ECS cricket. Probably had 1 series that was one to forget, but apart from that, you know, they play a confident style of cricket. Obviously, they make a lot of noise when they're out there as well.
It's probably a decent shout. He's pretty full, and he's given him. And he's given him out. He's taken a long, hard look at this. Now, the length was good. Let's have a look at the line.
I just got a feeling this pitch is outside leg stump. I don't know, just the kind of ball it was. I don't see how it's possible. Look there. Where does it bounce? Okay, it hits him in line. It's going on to hit the stumps.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
We see, if you
batter
can
goes
really say
across.
where it bounces, for me, it's outside leg stump. So I think that's a tough one. That's pretty much when it bounces.
Yeah, you can see that's probably, yeah.
But it is full, so the umpire feels that, okay, maybe a bit of that is pitching in line, so you can understand in real time, but we had to slow it right down to get an answer. But anyway, I suppose you shouldn't miss a straight one in the end. But yeah, just a lot of things going against that with the angle of the bowler's arm, the fact he's actually swinging the ball left to right as well, and the fact that actually hits the batter on leg stump kind of pointed to me that more likely than not the ball pitched outside. Maybe a bit of a tough one for Marlow, but them's the breaks. And Sawa has to go for 14, brings Zulfikar Shah to the crease. Batting 6 spots higher than he was listed. Anyway, push and run straight away. And they'll work hard, but they'll get the single.
Yeah, this is the intent. You can see they're trying to get everything here. It's good pick up, early throw. And the bat was in the air. And eventually he just put it down. But yeah, one thing I like with that LB, I know people will see it differently. At least the umpire there, John, he took a long time to overlook, processed it, and then in the end decided he believed there was enough to say, yeah, he thinks it's going to hit.
So you can't be too critical of that. Yeah, he went through his processes. He didn't rush his decision.
And this one's going to be another one that just falls into a pocket of space. So Marlow, they want to be super aggressive, but at the same point, they don't want to throw a lot of wickets away here necessarily. Good over, good spell here from Parwinder again. They found him difficult to handle, haven't they?
There they have. And it comes off a very short run. He's just on you a bit.
Yeah.
And he's got an unusual angle that he's delivering from. His last ball, the 5th.
And this one has been played away nicely. Good. This is another one. This is a similar sort of delivery that got the other left-hander. He's pitched it full up. He is swinging into him, but I think he does well to get bat onto ball. It is the end of the over, and it's time for us to welcome our global audience around the world into our cube here at the beautiful Central Arm Cricket Ground.
Yeah, and I've got to say, the crew around the ground, they've been magnificent. The fact there's such a community feel here, the fact you've got Bucks on his day off saying, I want to help out around the ground, let me help. So they said, okay, grab a vest, off you go. Obviously, the crew in the kitchen that are cooking wonderful lunches for us every day. So to everyone around the ground for treating us so well, and obviously in tough circumstances over the last couple of weeks. I know it's been heartbreaking to have so many games lost, but the great thing is we're only about halfway through, and there's still plenty to go. Right now we're halfway through this innings, and it should start with a wicket in the 6th, and it does. So Zulfikar Shah's going to have to go. Trouble on the cards for Marlow. Yeah, do have a good run rate, good-ish, but they've lost 4 wickets now, 62 for 4.
Yeah, it's another wicket that goes. A good catch. The catching has been good. No mistakes there from Sahota. He takes the catch, and Dalwinder, he didn't have the best of first overs, but he's come back and he's picked up a wicket here. Yeah, I can only ditto that. I think, the likes of Maria, Emma, Zoe have been fantastic, and I think Lorenzo as well behind the bar been superb. What I can tell you is that the hot chocolate sales have gone through the roof, and they actually ran out of hot chocolate for a couple of days.
Really?
But it's back, because when it's been cold, windy and horrible, well, what better than to have a nice hot chocolate?
Najjar must have had his internal clock going about 55 seconds because he rushed the last few metres to the crease. Okay, well, listen, I'm evicting you from the cube for the next few overs. You go back and enjoy your lunch, Rico, okay? Oh, well, this is gone, and it is 2 in a row. How about this from Dalwinder Singh, who goes wicket to start the over. He's been so good today. It's been a team effort, though. And Dalwinder, just go back to his numbers. He's had a very, very good day. Okay, first over kind of went away from him. Went for 18, but he goes bang, bang here at the start of the 6th. And just like that, is 62 for 5. And Shazad gets a golden duck.
Yeah, this is an absolute beaut, Vinny. I will go, I promise. The piri-piri's on hold for a moment because, well, there's a little bit of spicy action there in the middle because that's a piri-piri delivery. And this is how things work on the European Cricket Network. The man who scores a half-century in the last, the only player to score any runs, he'll go for a golden duck. And now, just like that, Dalwinder Singh is on a hat-trick. We've had so many bowlers that have come so close, Vinny. Will Dalwinder get his name on our Hall of Fame?
Yeah, possibly. Interesting, they haven't batted Mian Shahid anywhere in the top 7, or maybe almost like he's had his bat. Didn't really click today. Obviously, yesterday he scored 60. But yeah, they've got batters all the way down. So Roshan, he's the guy. We've seen him finishing games before very, very well, but right now he's facing a hat-trick ball.
Oh, fingertips. Vinny, fingertips. It's the second time we've seen this in this series where players have been on a hat-trick and it's been an opportunity for a catch, hands on it but not taken. It would have been a great catch, it has to be said. I think it's Palwinder who's in that area. He hits it high on the up, fingertips to it, but can't hold it. And the ball then goes for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, as signalled there by Marzi. I think everybody knows that one's for Marzi, but thanks for the signal.
Oh. Had a good question here from Dave. When we say pitching in line, what is pitching in line and what's not? It's a bit of a complicated answer to quite a simple question. But see, for me, so on the ball tracking, it will say it's pitching in line if the middle of the ball is pitching in line with the outside edge of the stump. So if you think about the outside edge of the stump, so like the old shaded area, if the middle of the ball is in that area when it bounces, then yes, it's pitching in line. As this is up, it's in the air. Could it be another one? He's tracking down to his right. Oh, and he's knocked it over for 6. Maximo. Can you believe it? He looked a little bit unsure under that. They did well to get hands to it, but he was kind of paralysed in time, wasn't he? As he went out of bounds, the ball had popped up, but he couldn't ever have a second go at it. Lucky break for Marlow. They get 6 runs.
Yeah, and I think the only disappointment here is, I mean, you can see what he's trying to do. The only disappointment is he sort of comes away off the line. He's a long way off the rope, and then he's trying to get back. If he stays on the rope, it would have been a much easier attempt.
Just trying to get in the right position in the first place, that was the tough thing. So that is what middle of the ball, pitching in line with, an area that's in line with the stumps. As this will be for just soft hands from Imran this time. Whacks it into the Western Shield banners. So cuatro carreras. A nice shot to finish the over as well. So at the end of 6 at 77 for 5. But on the ball tracking, if any of the ball, so any from the left to the right edge of the ball, if you like, pitches in that shaded area, then they will normally call that an umpire's call on pitching. So that one, at best, it was an umpire's call for me. Maybe a bit of the ball is in line with the leg stump. Definitely not the middle of the ball was in line with leg stump.
Yeah.
And that's why, probably eyeballing it, I probably wouldn't have given it out. But on review, perhaps if there's a little bit of the ball, even the tiny edge of the ball in line with the stumps, then the decision would have stood up. That may have been what it was. It was either umpire's call or maybe pitching outside. But yeah, these are only debates we've really had in the modern day. Anyway.
Well, period waits for me. The only thing I'll say, leave you with this, on artificial pitches, why don't they just put 3 lines from one stump to the other right across?
It's a good question.
Just have the lines there. I think that would help the umpires tremendously.
True, but also, I get what you're saying, but then also that would give the batter maybe, part of batting is kind of knowing where you are.
True.
So when you see, where this one is, miles down the leg side, great keeping once again by Bilal. Yeah, so yes, that would help umpires. Maybe if they had special glasses that they could only see the paint, right? But as a batter, part of the skill is you can't see the stumps. So if you got that information, then it's probably a bit unfair.
Very good point.
Oh,
right.
Well, this is going to be the dreaded Minimo, and I actually think this is going to be a no ball for off the pitch, and the way it acted, you would say that's the right call. So this is going to be 5 free runs again. This is so unfair for the keeper. Look, that's a classic one. A bit like the one before that wasn't called. I think technically that's what the rule's in place for. Hits the edge of the playing surface. So it'll be a no ball plus 4 buys. A bit harsh on Bilal, who's been brilliant behind the stumps there, but he can't get that one. And free hit to come.
Yeah, not a bit harsh, Vinny. Very harsh. Not a good delivery from Rahul. Well,
Funny thing about that law is it used to be that would be 5 no balls, and it will all go against the. But they actually changed it to this one that doesn't make sense. Anyway, this is a free hit, and it's going to be 2 runs. Oh, one-handed pickup there, and brilliant dive, and I think it gets him home. Let's check it out. This is a fantastic dive. Surely gets him home. Bang. Oh, yeah, well, his hand's in by the time. Even there's a bit of a bat bounce, but great effort there from the batter to get in for 2. Rosham is a pretty industrious player. Probably not the best shot he's ever played. He wants a wide here, but I don't think so. Oh, he's going to get the call. I was going to say, though, he couldn't have missed bits by any more if he tried. It's a tough one. It's one of those outside edge of the ball and the inside edge of the line situations, potentially. Again, Roshan, he's not really watching the ball. He's hoping the ball is going to magically end up in his swing plane. But look, clears the front leg. Tries to go leg side at all costs. I see him holding his shape a little bit longer. Anyway, annoyed with himself. Has another go. This one speared down the leg side. Bilal gets a hand on it. So I'll steal a couple of runs for free. So yeah, fighters probably haven't bowled as well as they did earlier on when they knocked over Marlow by 10 runs. I wonder if that's just got Bilal on the end of the fingers there. So he's just taking off his gloves and checking it out. I always thought that was the worst idea as a keeper because I didn't really want to know what was happening under there. If it hurts, it hurts. Keep it on. Keep doing the job unless it's very, very serious. Charge to this one, Imran Khan. It's actually crazy that he's had so little of the strike. It appears since he's been there. Oh no, well he's deep to the keeper here, but there's pretty much a genuine backstop there to help out. I wonder if this got, oh, it's been given off the bat. So I suppose this is a chance. It's not an easy one. Goes down, but I think the biggest issue there for Bilal, who has kept well, he's had to do a lot of sideways work. But if he stays down there, if he doesn't stand up so quickly, then it's probably quite a comfortable catch. That's just a little technique thing. Anyway, this is a thick edge. It's going to fly away, and that's going to be 4. So no luck for Rahul, who'll finish none for 36. And at the end of the 7th over, score is 94 for 5. Yeah, so with keeping, they often say, you know, stay low as you can, as long as you can. And I suppose because the batter kind of obscures his view, he stands up maybe to try and get a better look. But, yeah, the little deflection came down, hit him in the pads. All right, hey, I've been doing this today. Random number. Let's have a look at one of the players. And number 18. So that's Jamshed Khan. Well, for a while, quite a while, he had the fastest century on ECN. 22 ball ton. That was against, that was in Krefeld, playing for Düsseldorf Black Caps. And then we saw him getting a crack for Germany and doing a very, very good job. They made it deep into the ECC, eventually getting eliminated after the infamous Spain in the rain game. Isan went crazy at the end. So those two are actually teammates in this series, which is one of the things I love. Anyway, in the air, and another drop. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. And it's another drop for 6. Maximo. It just shows you, if you're going to beat Marlow, you've got to be at the top of your game. That's the second one we've seen dropped across the line. Just burst through the fingers, and over it went. Lalit Kumar down there. That brings up the 100 for Marlow. Yeah, so you've got big rivals becoming teammates in the Western Shield this weekend. Right, another catching opportunity. This time it's the other side of the ground. He's caught it. Well, it's not really caught in the hands, but it's caught. And that's the main thing. It kind of rolled up the arm of Rahul, but he will take it in the end. Check this one out. Just look how he catches this. Rolls up the arm. There you go. But he gets it between his wrist and his chest. And so Marlow will lose another one. Risha unable to get a couple away, but he does become the 6th wicket. Well caught out there by Rahul, and the score 100 for 6. I mentioned Marlow, they genuinely bat to 11. So they wouldn't be too worried. You can see there in the foreground, Bilal just checking out the end of that finger. Looks like left index finger. And Mian Shahid, the Marlow skipper, comes out at number 8. So there's a bit of sharing it round. I think when you've got 11 guys that can all handle themselves with the bat, part of the issue as a captain is determining how much flexibility you want in your batting lineup. I wonder if they're considering making a change here of Bilal, or whether it's just good old, it's like the magic cream, is it? Or is it the magic spray? Not quite sure what that was. He seems good to go. They wouldn't want to lose him from behind the stumps. He's been very, very good. Dave saying Jamshed Khan is his friend, of course, yeah. From the ECC, I'm sure. Get a good view of this ground. This is the way it should be. Sunshine. Cricket is on the park, not in the club rooms. Here we go. Oh no, well, that's a big, filthy full toss. It doesn't matter if it's caught or not. It's actually a brilliant catch. I don't think that Ramandeep realised it was going to be a no ball, but it was as clear as day. That one got away from Parminder. This is a great catch. I probably wouldn't have attempted the catch because there was a chance he'd push it across the line. Great fielding. Right now, free hit. And this is short and absolutely smoked away on the hook. Maximal. Well, that one's headed up towards the vehicle. That was very, very powerfully struck. See if you can watch this one land on this camera. Ends up hooking with the wind. I actually think it almost went through the... There you go. Not quite through, but almost through the invisible sight screen. There we go. Oh, we've had to go over all the fences. And there's Bucks. The ball retrievers. At least it's slightly drier compared to when they had to try and find the ball in the wet long grass. Thought for a second this one went through the invisible sight screen, but just missing and headed towards the car. There's Bucks looking for it in the background now. All right, now he goes offside. Now this is another catching opportunity. This time it'll be taken. So, yeah, Rahul's been kept busy out there, hasn't he? So Imran Khan is going to go 6 and out. He'll go for 38. Marlowe is kind of spluttering through the last bit of this innings. Still over 2 overs to go. But now they've lost a 7th wicket. It's 108 for 7. Some people wondering, was that a bit of the magic mini spray or mini magic spray we saw? I know that Corey's got some pretty strong thoughts on the magic spray. And speaking of Corey, he'll be here as the coach of the Team Europe side. Well, poor Bucks, he's still looking. I feel like he's reasonably warm. But these days, you can get trackers on everything. Do you think we need trackers in the balls? we could see them. Anyway, that was a decent finish. But in the end, still probably a few too many bad balls from Parminder compared to the earlier outing. But still 14 off the over, not the worst. At the end of 8 overs. Score is 108 for 7. So you've got the cube in the background there, just slightly to the right of centre as you look at the wide shot of the ground. To the left, you can actually see the club rooms and some of the structures going on. Players' tents on the very left there. Club room has a really nice outdoor deck, which has been a great improvement the last year or two. Sahota gets the 9th. Pretty well bowled first up. Shahid in a slightly unusual position for him, coming in so late in the innings. There's Bucks. He's still looking. Now I think he's way off. Well, he's just got a bit of time to be at one with nature. That's nice. He's been umpiring every day. I think he only gets 2 days off, and he says, well, I want to come here and help anyway. All right, hit straight. Shahid likes this one. And there's a reason. He's nailed that. Maximal. It looks like Miggy's put down the catch. Well, this is Stoneman Jr. Maybe Stoneman Sr. needs to start handing out a few free lessons. Where's the ball? Here it comes. Bang, down it goes. Never easy when you got the fence kind of as a bit of a distraction. Now he hits this very well as well. Or Shahid, maybe making a name for himself in a slightly different role. But he goes back-to-back maximals. Marlowe climbed to 120, still an over and a half to go in this one. Sahota just a little bit short of the block hole. And now he knocks him over. So again, this is a risky ball to bowl. Another day. I think this is another one you can clip away over the leg side for 6, but Shahid swings and misses, but still a decent contribution from the skipper. Comes out and he goes 6, 6 and out. And Marlowe are running out of bats now. 120 for 8. Batters to come. Only Daniel Askar and Asad Mahmood, again, they both handle themselves with the bat. But for such a good team, and yes, granted, they've got a lot of batting, Marlowe, but they're losing a lot of wickets. Okay, they lost 7 earlier on today. And they've lost 8 in this one, and we're not done yet. That's 15 wickets in less than 19 overs. It is Danny Asker. Swings and misses. Oh, what's the wide call? Gets it. It did seem like a pretty clear wide, but I do like the umpires taking a second to just think, did he move? Oh, I mean, look, I know what you're going to say there. He's got his right foot just outside, probably one stump outside off, so maybe technically it wasn't, but it's a confusing rule. Well, this one's come off the pad. It's racing away to the boundary. Great effort. Really good effort. They're thinking of 3 here. I suppose with 8 out, you've got to be a bit more conservative, but that's a brilliant stop down there. It'll be 2 leg byes. Great work. And then a good recovery from his teammate. Yeah. So I'll come back to that wide call in a minute. Last ball to 9th. It's going to be another wicket. So they're 9 down now as Asker is going to go. So, yeah, 2 and out. I think he's given credit for the runs the ball before. But now he's going to get knocked over. So Marlow, 123 for 9 after 9. Still a decent score on the board. Yeah, so the wide call, yeah, you could argue, okay, his toes outside off stump, so does the line move? But then his other foot was well outside leg stump. So, I don't know. I think if you're in doubt, you should be calling those a wide. Otherwise, it encourages negative bowling. I would probably say if you move, even if you move a lot, maybe then you give the line back to the bowler. But anything that misses the line completely, I think that's, in these conditions, should be a wide. 2 wickets each for Parwinder Dalwinder in there as we start the 10th over. And also 2 wickets for Parminder. Notice we've got Parwinder and Parminder both playing in this game. Well, if you can get a wicket here, you can shut the innings down. So now, slight fumble. But again, these are the ones that probably normally you'd be running 2 there. But I think that when you're 9 down, you really don't want to finish with a run out off a risky kind of run. But I will say that there used to be 2 players that would bat higher in many other teams. Gondal lines it up, bat onto pad and only gets a single. So it'll be a really good test for the fighters to see where their batting's at. And also for Marlow. Of course. These 2 played in the first game. Fighters, they'll also play the last game today against Ronan. Marlow, this is all that they will play here on day 12. And they don't want to go 0 for 2. And fighters, if they could do the double over Marlow, they actually put themselves in a great position. I know it's still early in Group B. But they put themselves in great position for that top 2. Yeah. Block hole delivery. Gurusavak, he's another guy. Just has to watch his back foot, make sure he doesn't touch that line, the vertical line. All right, 127. They will bat out the 10. Here's the last ball. It's the body. They'll get 1. I think that's all they'll get. So Marlow, it's a kind of an interesting innings. They kept losing wickets. The rate was pretty good though all the way through. They'll finish 128 for 9 off the 10 overs. Yeah, in the first half, they scored 62. Second half, they scored 66. There were just 3 overs in there that were single digits. Parminder bowled the second that went for 5. He also bowled the 5th that only went for 4. And the last over from Gurusavak only going for 5 as well. As they kind of ran out of resource a little bit. Marlow, multiple-time champions here in ECN Portugal events. But yeah, a little bit of magic, and it came from the keeper here. Zaib actually looks to be hitting him pretty well. He got caught up the river with a very short paddle, didn't he? And he was gunned down. That was a big moment in this innings. They sent him up a little bit higher to try and do some damage. And he had to go for 19. Some good catches taken in here. Also, to be completely fair, there were a couple that got away from the fighters. Actually dropped a couple over the line. I've got to say, though, Bilal, he was brilliant behind the stumps. It wasn't always easy for him. I don't think they played as well in the field and with the ball, as they did earlier on Fighters when they're able to restrict Marlow to 102. Well, that was well done by Bucks. This one was an interesting one. And, yeah, umpire, he was happy at pitches in line. Again, it caused a bit of debate. But, yeah, in the modern game, you know, obviously you look at the criteria and the call's fair enough. But, yeah, a couple of these ones that got away probably didn't hurt them too much. Shazad got an absolute peach first ball that came in as the off stump went back, and you can see they were pretty excited about it. But, yeah, probably the two that got away, there's 12 runs when it probably shouldn't have been, as Marlow tried their best to just keep things moving. That was a great dive in the end. Bit of a bat bounce. That was the second one that was dropped over the line. So, look, that wasn't ideal, but I think Fighters, well, let's learn a lot about them from how they go about this chase of 129. I think that they scored 112 earlier. Obviously, they have to go up a bit. Bucks, he's probably still searching for that ball out there. It almost went through the invisible sight screen. Mian Shahid, late in the piece, he went 6-6 and out. Again, just handy late runs. I still think 128 is probably slightly over par here. Maybe the par for me is around 115, 120. And with Asghar going, they were right down to the bones. But in the end, the number 9, Gondal, and number 11, Asad Mahmood, get them through the 10 overs without being all out. They end up with 128. As far as the batting card, it's not going to win too many beauty contests, but Imran Khan top scores with 38 off just 14 balls. Hit some nice shots in there. 4 sixes, 2 fours for the Portuguese international also. And 19 at the top from Zai before he's dramatically run out from behind the stumps by Mohamed Bilal. Double figures also to Rushan and Mian Shahid. But they didn't face too many extras. Probably a few too many, if I'm completely honest. 15 wides and no ball in there among the 18 extras in that 128. As far as the bowling figures went, well, 4 twofers in there. Pavinda far and away the best of the bowlers with 2 for 9. But 2 for also for Dalvinder Parminder, and also Sahota with 2 for 15 off his only over. We'll take a break. 129 will be the victory target for Fighters CC. When we return, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo Rico, perhaps back from lunch as well. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. It's Europe's very own SCG. And right now, you're watching day 12 of this European Cricket Series in Portugal. And we have the defending champions, Marlow, on the park, take on Fighters CC. In fact, it's our two finalists from the 2021 ECS at this very ground. Fighters, their first ever series, going all the way to the big dance, but Marlow edging them out by a few runs. 128 on the board for Marlow in the first innings, using all 11 batters along the way. That means that they can take all the points if they can restrict Fighters to 89 or less. Fighters then need 90 to guarantee their point as a minimum. Also, if they could get on a real heater here, and we're talking kind of 18 and over pace, then potentially they could chase it in 7 overs and take all the points themselves. Fighters, looks like Asad Mahmood is going to get us going with his left armers. Opener is always pretty important for Fighters, but Talwinder, he does like to have a look. He lets the first one go past, and it's maybe a stump or two outside off. He caught up last time. I still wonder, why couldn't he just pretend he'd face 6 or 8 balls and just get straight into playing shots? He leaves this one as well. He'll double leave to get us going. I don't know. I get it, but I would like to see him. He's already had a hit earlier on. And you'd hate to run out of balls to do this. He checks this shot. And the other thing is, remember, he ate a maiden first up this morning. Why have him face the first ball? I don't know. But to be fair to him, he did catch up earlier. And when he does hit him, they go a long way. But there's 4 dots to get us going. I mean, even the scoreboard having a hard time dealing with all the dots. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bienvenidos to... Wow, this is a ridiculous dismissal. And there's conservative, and then there's just plain old dumb. Rico Fool's coming back. He's charged his left, and he's got stumped. He'll go 0 off 5. I got to say, and to be fair, you know, he's done some very good things in this series, Dalvinder, but this is one of the most crazy areas I've seen. It's just taking conservative to new places, and really, I don't think I've seen a sillier dismissal than that in a long time.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right there. I'm just coming in there and I'm watching that. And, yeah, he played out a maiden, and then we've just seen him get out like that. And you're also, Vinny, I don't want to be too hard on the guy, but you're also talking about a guy that went back and stepped on his stumps the last time we saw him as well. So, yeah, I mean, that's a crazy decision. There's no way he doesn't. It's not like the keeper's just running from, like, 5 meters away and still behind a stump. He knows the keeper's there. That's just shocking. And that's the only way to put it, is a shocking dismissal. A talented player, and he is a talented player. We know that. For him to get out in that manner, well, that's just shocking. And, well, I reckon that he's captain and 1 or 2 others will have a good chat with him.
It's the last thing you need. I think he's got too many thoughts going through his head about, you know, see ball, hit ball. Doesn't matter if it's the first ball or whether he's been in for 3 or 4 overs. Okay, now this is probably the same ball we've seen left several times. It's going to race to the boundary. So, yeah, I have seen that happen once before, and it's almost like, yeah, he just really doesn't want to play a silly shot and get out early. So he's left, I think, 3 out of the first 5 balls, and the last leave ends up in him getting stumped. I don't know. It's just really foolish. And it's not great for his team either. So it'll be 4 to finish the over, though. And it's 4 for 1 after 1. Asad Mahmood, credit him, though. He kept putting the ball in the right spot. And that kind of forced some interesting decision-making from the batter.
Yeah, I mentioned Asad Mahmood is somebody that they would have missed in that last match. He is their leading wicket taker, and he always finds a way to get through. But I think even he would have been quite amazed with that one, where the batter just literally comes out of your crease, moves out the way of the ball, and says, "There you go, take my wicket." But anyway, Rushan won't mind. It's some more bonus points for him, some more points on the fantasy board. Okay, more of the slow stuff. This has been hit away, but straight to the fielder. They've got to put these bad balls away, as we see now. Parwinder Singh, who does great work with the ball, and now he needs to get going with the bat as well. That's one he would have liked to have got away.
Oh, he might have nicked this, and it's going to be another wicket. It'll be a duck for Parvinder Singh. And so Marlowe putting the foot down early. Danny Asghar chips in with a wicket. It's 4 for 2.
Yeah, well, I was talking about Rushan Singh picking up some fantasy points. Well, he's just got some more here as he takes the catch. And Parvinder, after missing out on a full toss on the leg side, he puts this one in the gloves of the keeper and of Fighters. They are now 4 for 2.
Nice take by Rushan. He's a gun behind the stumps, isn't he? A healthy edge. And so he holds on, makes no mistake. Both openers back in the hole without scoring. They make a combined none off 7. It's going to be a bit of Derek work there. Hey, the only other time I can remember seeing the old charge and leave, I was working my way up the grades, and there's a guy, he considered himself an opening batter, and he was actually decent. But this day he was listed to bat 10, and he wasn't too happy about it. He waited around all day, finally got a hit late in the day, and he charged it because he thought it might be a wide. He left it and then realised, well, hold on, I'm in trouble here. And he got stumped off a wide. I don't even know if it was a wide. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air, and it's going to end up making it all the way. Maximo Sahota. Well, maybe he's an answer. You could push him up a slot or two higher because he starts very, very well. And then Mian at his age are probably saying, stay that side of the fence and leave it to the ball retrievers.
Well, he's probably thinking they say it, the grass is green at the other side of the fence. So he thinks about it. He dips his toe over the other side.
It would be one of the more ginger fence attempts that I've seen.
Yeah.
You got to hit it at pace. Yeah.
Well, you say you got to hit it at pace. Don't forget, we have had one go viral of the fielder going over the fence. And that was early on in this series. And he, all right.
Oh, bowler killer there. Yeah, so, and I remember this guy was filthy when he charged and basically got stumped leaving the ball. But I mean, that one was where I think he just programmed himself to like, look, don't play it unless you need to. And anyway, this could be the end of Sahota. Although, look at that. It's just out of the road. He almost gets run out. But have a look at this. He mishits this, and Sahota thinks this is curtains. He hits it, and then he's like, oh, damn, it's the end of my...
Where's he going?
In the end, it wasn't even that close to
Where are you
Shahid.
going?
So he almost runs from halfway to the outfield. What a crazy start this for Fighters. Shows you the small margins in this game. These two teams met just 2 games ago, so 4 hours ago. And Fighters, they brought some of their best cricket, and they outplayed Marlowe right now. They're right back on the back foot.
Yeah, Asghar almost takes another. I wonder if the wind played a part on that one, because I reckon maybe that's what the batter's thinking, straight down his throat, and then the wind takes it away from Mian. And, well, they're dicing around with this running. It's and good throw, good strong arm, but I think the batter, even though he's running off the pitch, he's a little bit lucky when you're running off the pitch because you get stuck in that mud. Let's have a look at the bat. Yeah, he's sliding it in, but quite easily could have plugged.
So end of the over. It's 12 for 2 after 2. Hello to Trip. Nice to see you in the chat. Watching from the USA. Hello to Jules as well. And anyone else that's just popped in. Yeah, Fighters. You can see if they could pull up another win that actually leapfrog the 2 teams above them. And we also see them in the last game of the day. They're taking on Ronan. So it's a big game. It's a big day for them, really, to make a charge. I know that 12 games sounds like a lot, and it probably is. But essentially, you're only getting 4 to 5 days of cricket to prove your case. Anyway, this is in the air. Another one. And poor Shahid, he's been a bit of a ball magnet, although it's never gone straight to him. That time, I think he lost it in the sun momentarily.
Yeah, but the running here from Fighters is terrible. I mean, you saw earlier when Sahota thought he was going, look, hitting, look, they're just not running, they're ball watching. They're still watching the ball here, and then at the last minute decide we better take the single. There's 2 runs there.
Yeah, especially when you're not hitting too many boundaries. We've just seen 1-4 and 1-6.
But we're starting to see the ball once again hold up in this wind. So those ones that have been hit straight down the ground, the wind is certainly playing a part.
Assad getting attacked a bit more now. Nice little back cut, but finds the fielder, Zulfikar Shah. But I mean, an innings, Dalvinder's innings has set the tone for this. If he got out first ball, then you can forgive that. But to leave a few and then to get out that way, you know, put it this way, then any small hairs on his ears, if my coach had a go at him, they would have been burned off.
Yeah.
The paint would have been peeling on the dressing room. I mean, everyone makes mistakes, but that's, yeah. I really hope he learns from that innings. You mentioned the time he got so far deep in his crease that he ended up stepping on his stumps.
Yeah.
So again, it's just too many complicated thoughts, and he's a good cricketer.
Yeah.
So you just see the ball, hit the ball. Don't be scared of getting out early. In fact, you've hurt your team more by being so careful in this. Now, really struggling with a below par power plate. I think the last ball that got hit cracked the bat of the batter. So now it's getting replaced. Right, need a big partnership here. 15.5 and over. It's not undoable. This will help because this is short and outside the leg stump, and it's going to go away for 4. So, yeah, just what the doctor ordered for fighters, trying to make something of this first 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not undoable. 15, and these two are big hitters of the ball. We know that. They've got 1 or 2 other sections too. Come in and make a difference. We're Verk. They've been hiding him, keeping him quiet for the moment. He could come in and put an explosion of runs on the board. So they're just going to stay with the rate, and more importantly, they've got to start playing a bit of smart cricket. Well, bit of an inside edge. This one, once again, could have gone anywhere. But yeah, that's what they've got to do. Start running those singles, stop ball watching, and if it is a bad ball, put it away. But keep your eye on the scoreboard. And these two just got to say to themselves, hey, come on, we can do it. You've got the captain who is watching as well. Hajjot Singh actually listed as the captain this time, Hajjot Sahota. So Bhupinder Singh, not the captain in this match for whatever reason, but he's out there with the bat and hoping he can get things going. But at the moment, it's a slow start with the score. Well, as I like to say, it's 19 for 2.
Pretty consistent, heavy scoring there. Okay, the 3 overs that were comprehensively won by the bowlers in the first half of this game. Fighters, but yeah, they just weren't as consistent as they were earlier. Askar is going to continue with the left arm attack. This is a great effort out there, but Amardeep not able to bring it back in to play. So 4 runs to start the over. Fighters have a lot of fighting to do if they're going to get back in this game.
Yeah, well, let's see how much of fighters they are. And it's another boundary, so drags this away. Chima probably was the pick of the bowlers last time we saw Marlowe. Yeah, the one thing though is you see, Vinny, that they're very much focused on trying to hit the ball on one side of the ground, aren't they? So I think bowlers, if you bowl a good line to them just outside the off, you know you got a chance. I mean, that's how Bhupinder Singh went in the end, just a good delivery outside the off, and that's what you got to be thinking to do as a bowler here. You don't want to be giving anything sort of into the legs or onto the stumps. These guys will wipe that away, but keep it outside the off. Well, let's have a look at the height on this. He's giving a bit of an apology here. I reckon this could be a no.
I think this is a no ball. They're going to check it. But just anytime you see someone pulling a full ball, let's check this out. Just over the top of the fence, see? Oh.
Yeah, not seeing anything given at the moment. It might be having a look at this, but it certainly looked high.
Oh, I mean, it's kind of dropping a bit. I don't know. It just felt like it's high. I think he's going to get away with it. Lucky to get away with it. Could kind of get a shot of that because he's a slower bowler. That you could see just before he hits it, you see that the ball is heading slightly down below the waist, but only just.
Chima. Shorter, and that's been clubbed pretty well. This one will go all the way. Bowle, bowle, bowle. So, well, Bhupinder Singh doing what we know he can do. He's a big, solid, hard hitter of the ball. And he whacks that over the offside boundary. But he needs a few more of those. And I think that might be, is that Daniel Doyle-Kaya?
Yeah.
Who goes and fetches that. He's at the moment pretty busy putting the...
So there's a big appeal from Roshan.
Yeah,
he hits the ground here.
one.
Does he hit the ball as well? I don't doubt it. I doubt it.
Well, he wants it. He's happy. This might show a little bit more. Let's keep an eye on the movement of the ball here.
I just think he hits the
Nah,
ground. See how
nothing there.
he hits a big dunk into the ground, and it's after the ball had gone. But Roshan, hey, I'm with him. no half appeals. If you're going to appeal, you
Go
should
with
appeal
it,
hard.
yeah.
And he almost sold us on that one, but almost. It's the end of the 4th over. Fighters CC, 31 for 2. So, remember, and also with these two, I suppose in similar places on the table at the moment, you're also looking at a potential bonus point situation. They need 90 to at least secure a point. And it's not a gimme at the moment. That's what that means next to the target. It's 129 target for the game. But if they achieve 90, the fighters, they'll at least get to hold on to their point. Okay, Shahid comes on to bowl in the 5th. He was used as a bit of a situational option late in the piece last time. And actually bowled pretty well because he's accurate. Yeah, he's not particularly quick, but he knows where he's putting them. Doesn't give the bat a lot of pace to work with. Let's see if Parminder can get after him. Also, they've got someone like Amandeep. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go to Amandeep now, because I think that you've got like Askar being reasonably effective. Got a left-hander at the crease as well. And Mian's trying himself. This is probably one of his worst deliveries, really. Pull a ball, but can only get a single. You feel like they need a big over here, don't you, Rico? Like a big magical to get them back in the game.
There needs to be something that gets the momentum started, and both batters have hit boundaries, but in between there's been a couple of darts, some singles. They need to back them up. That one's been well struck, but well fielded there.
A couple of balls this over that they're probably balls he'd hit to the boundary, but they've picked out the fielders or haven't quite got the timing, and they're all kind of stacking up. Mr. Hotta earlier, he thought that he skied one, he was gone.
He was walking off.
He was away from the fielder.
Well, this one has got to surely get it away. But once again, you see, it's a few deliveries that we've seen which you would be backing these guys to smash it to the boundary, but they're sort of half-hearted hits and straight to fielders.
As well. Slow ball, and it's very different trying to hit that with the straight bat versus trying to hit it across the line.
Yeah.
Also straight, maybe slightly disincentivized by the fact that it's into the wind. But now that's one I think you've got to hit over mid-off for 6.
Well, he gets hold of this one pretty well, and that's going to go over the boundary fence. But there goes the DDC again. Well, he's trying to get the branding on those fences, but he keeps getting interrupted.
Yeah, well, DDC, he'll have a greater appreciation than probably any other player in the Western Shield this weekend about how good the fence looks. They've worked pretty fast, haven't they? Getting all those up today. Last ball, the 5th coming up from Jan.
This one's down the leg side. It's a missed opportunity once again from the batters. So you get to the end of the over, they'll take a leg by 42 for 2, but too many missed opportunities.
It's like the one earlier. This one's quite clear though. See, with that angle, pitches well outside the leg stump. And even though that may have been going on to hit the wickets, that's not that relevant. Once it pitches to the left of the wickets, at the end of 5 overs, fighters are 42 for 2. And they're slightly behind even the bonus point pace, or to keep the point pace. Just having a look at some of our places that will be travelling soon, and I know that I'm really excited to go to France. I know that Dave has talked a bit about France. You actually are going to have the last week off here in Portugal, because then you've got a bit of a run coming up. So I'll be here with Corey the early next week. You'll be doing day 1 in France. I'm travelling to France that day. I'll meet you for day 2.
Okay,
that's
no
the
problems.
deal. And also, we've got Brescia after that. I heard there might be a venue change. It still will be in the area, but I'm going to actually ask for a bit more information on that.
Okay.
And then Medina Cup will be in France for the first time. Typically that's in Malta, but just a few issues securing the ground at the moment there. You've got Estonia back on the calendar for the first time since 2020. The Netherlands T20s, which is 3 different series. It's going to be wide. Actually pretty well blocked by Roshan that leg side. Unless it's hit his leg. It must have hit his leg.
Yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't.
Hit something.
No, it's a wide.
Yeah.
Crute just likes to make sure the ball's completely dead before he signals. And so we'll have to bowl that one again. Yeah, Netherlands has 3 different types of T20s we got there as well. So that's pretty exciting. It's just in the jump, Shazad another similar ball, but again, how often have they picked out fielders in this innings?
Yeah, that's about the 3rd, 4th time. Now that's That's a bit of a finger buster. I think that's hurt him. You can see he's
Hits the
signaling
pitch
for a
and-
little bit of
yeah.
spray or something.
He hits it into the pitch, and so then it bounces really aggressively on Asad Mahmood.
Yeah, he's coming off. He's hurt himself here, so he's signaling straight away to the 12th man. I'm not sure what he's done. Hopefully it's nothing too nasty, but it was crunched.
Looks like it hit him more up the heel of the hand. Didn't really seem like a finger buster. Maybe it was the thumb. And Osama Javed is listed as a 12 for this game, so I'm sure he'll be the fielder that comes on. Yeah, so in the Netherlands, we've got the tri-series between Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland. They're full national teams heading
Okay.
into the T20 World Cup, which is just like 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Dutch domestic finals day, which is the 2 semi-finals and the final that determines the ECL winner. Oh, the ECL qualifier, I should say. Maybe the winner. And also we've got 3 T20 IWs. Bowled him. What a good ball that is from Shazad. And he castles Sahota. That hurts fighters a lot. This time it is time for Harjot to head back permanently to the dressing room in this game at least. As he goes, it's 43 for 3.
Yeah, well, that's in the slot, isn't it? That's where you need to be. It was too hot and spicy for Sahota. Eve Stumps get knocked over. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball. And Najam Shazad, you just get the feeling, don't you, Vinny, that with each match, he's just getting a little bit better. I suppose, once again, a lot of these players probably haven't played too much cricket up until now, so they're going to need 1 or 2 to get going. But Najam Shazad and Marlowe would want him at his best, because if he's at his best, then, well, he can single-handedly win your matches. That's a good delivery, and he gets the dangerous Sahota out for 17.
You here for Western Cup?
It's better that comes out. It's a Rahul. Let's see if he can stick around and give some support to his captain, Parminder Singh.
There we go. Asad's off for an early drink. Try and get that sorted out. Yeah, these balls, they are hard. it's a tricky field to field on. That one actually, you couldn't blame the field though, because it went straight into the pitch.
Oh, that's a good delivery. A little teaser first up for Rahul. Rahul doesn't really know, does he go forward, does he stay back? And in the end, he just offers the bat at it without moving his feet at all.
Yeah, feet going nowhere. Just kind of reaching out. Rahul. 90's looking a long way off at the moment.
So asking the question, I reckon this is more body than anything else. Not too much an appeal there from Najam. Let's have a look. I think it just cuts him in half.
Yeah, counterproductive footwork though again from Rahul. This ball's a wide if he can get inside it, but he backs away,
Yeah.
backs himself into trouble.
Yes, it looks like he doesn't quite fancy the pace here of Najam. I can see a straight one going straight through into the stumps. He plays at this one, he will take a single, gets his captain back on strike for a ball to come, and, well, whoopsie. So the man who's already entertained us once, Zulfikar Shah, sees that one come out of his hand. Here we go again. Zulfikar, remember the catch that he eventually did take earlier.
The no-look forearm assist.
Yeah.
It's a sequence of words I don't think at the start of the day that I would be saying. 11 and over for a point even now.
That's nicely played, but once again, it's to the fielder. How many? I reckon we've seen about 5 shots which have been hit straight to a fielder. A metre either side would be a boundary, and that's hurt him here as well.
45-3 after 6, so they're going to have to double their score in 4 overs, which is never easy to do. That's even just to get a point here, fighters.
Yeah.
And then out of the series, then you're looking at actually the 2-game mini-series between these two. You're looking at actually fighters losing the series 3-5. So out of the 8 points between these two teams' matches against each other, you look at Marlowe taking 5 points out of 8, which obviously would be really disappointing for the fighters after they were able to work so hard for the win. And even at one point, it looked like they might even take all 4 points themselves this morning, fighters. Only some good late hitting from Najam Shazad got Marlowe back to get the point. And Mian Shahid is going to bowl over number 7.
Yeah, they've got to go after him. And, okay, this is firmly hit, but once again, it's to the fielder. It's these sort of balls that really should be disappearing. Good teams, good players, they put these away. And Mian Shahid, well, his first over only went for 10, and really, it should have gone for double that. Okay, let's see if Rahul can get the better of him. And I think he might be gone here.
Oh, what a good take by Roshan Singh again. It's just a little fend. This might have even got a little bit of the glove on the way through. Let me have a really good look at this. Roshan Singh wants it outside off. This one bounces a bit.
Oh, look at it come back.
Yeah, and it just gets a little bit of the glove on the way through. Bang, or maybe face to the very top of the splice of the bat. But Roshan, he is so solid behind the stumps. And he's been great here with 2 catches and a stumping so far. He's been busy. And that's 4 now out for fighters. The score's 46 for 4. And that even that 90 is looking a long way away at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, and me and Shahid, I suppose when he gets it right, I mean, he can get that ball to talk, and he does there, hits the seam, it comes back in. All right, this is a guy that I'm surprised we haven't seen more of at the top of the order, Varun Verk. He does get an opportunity here. He's got his captain still out there with him, and he knows that, all right, don't worry about the win, because that seems a long way off, but try to get to the 90, get a point. See, Fider's been given a 1% chance here. Varun Verk gets bat onto ball. They will take the single. But singles alone are not going to get them to the 90. They're going to need a big effort here. And Parminder Singh, maybe he's the man to do it. But he has played some good shots, but he keeps finding the fielders.
Yeah.
Just gets floated up, the battle of the 2 captains. He wants to, thinks about it, but Vert gets sent back, and just as well, really, because it would have been suicidal.
Yeah. Just looking at his figures, I mean, doesn't bowl that much, but actually when he has bowled, never really let his side down. He has a career economy of 8.5.
That's been pretty firmly hit. But no surprising, back to the field. I
Everything
suppose,
straight at the field. Hey, credit to Marlowe. They've
Yeah.
got their fielders in the right spots, I guess.
I was just about to say, I mean, we keep saying straight to the field, but you've got to give credit to the captain and Roshan behind the stumps, getting the lines right. All right, if you can't get through them, you have to try and get over them. And, well, let's see. He does take the catch. So that doesn't work either. The catch will go, and that's going to be the end of Parminder Singh. And the battle of the 2 captains will be won by Mian Shahid. It's a good catch in the end because he does come too far out, but Amardeep Singh, we know he's a very good catcher of the ball, holds on to it, and then, well, 10 out of 10 for the catch, and probably, well, let's just say 10 out of 10 for the landing as well, because he doesn't touch that rope. There you go.
And not that easy to pull up like that as well. But, yeah. Hides the ball behind his back, has a good look at his toes and sees there's grass in between his boot and the rope, and so brilliant bit of fielding there from Amandeep. And Shahid finishes with a cheeky little 2 for 14. He actually has 2 3-fers on the network as well. Took 3 for 17 against the Miranda Dragons back in 2021. And also took 3 for 11 last year against Friendship CC. So a pretty handy part-time bowler, isn't he, Mian Shahid?
Yeah, well, called upon when the pace isn't working. He's definitely one to come back to. Talking about come back to, we'll go back to Friendships as well. Friendship CC. They'll be taking on Ronin. That is going to be the next match-up. Of course, these 2 teams, they did meet earlier, and it was Friendship that got the upper hand of Ronin.
Good game, though, earlier.
It was a good game, yeah, and I'm expecting this one to be a good one as well. Maybe Ronin can get one back on Friendship the same way Marlowe are doing here against the Fighters. Yes, but this one is quick. And I think Roshan, give him credit, he does manage to get a bit of glove on this, but this has gone through to the keeper at lightning pace from Kundal.
Well, this is a classic case of when you are that close, you just didn't have enough time to react. He was kind of backing away with the line of the ball, just couldn't change direction. And so, yeah, I wonder if Roshan might give himself a bit of extra room behind the stumps now. Virk gets lucky and gets 4.
Yeah, okay. Virk trying to get his team to something. All right, this is up in the air. He was come across but not carrying. It's Mian himself, Shahid, captain, that does the work. Hands the strike over now to Guruswak Singh, who Well, if he can whack a few out of here, will do his team the world of good.
.36 off 16 for a point now, and that's creeping out.
Okay, firmly hit, and he's got to run hard here. And just take the single, but no real pressure being put on the fielding side. And Marlowe just going for the motions here, make it look easy there. They got blown away really by the fighters in the last one, and this is going to be good revenge for them.
I don't think it's the kind of field that you just concede that it's only a single. I see Rushan's coming up to Gondal now. That's probably better. I think it's better than being in between.
Gondal's pretty sharp though, Vinny. Let's have a look.
So's Rushan. Oh, he dropped him. And look at this.
See? I told you.
Yeah, well, there's not much you can do about this. This is a healthy edge. Rushan actually blocks it with his body. It may have hit him in the face if he was in his original position. Look at that. Big edge. And you just gotta eat that up as a keeper, but it'll sting.
Spikes the glove in the ground. Watch this. Ale. Anybody else want the gloves? He says. Sometimes they go like that, but you're right. He is class. And he decides to go back.
That lasted exactly one ball. It's actually a genuine thing you always ask yourself. What's my actual chances of a stumping versus an actual edge based on the bowling, what you're seeing, what the batter's doing, where they're batting, things like that. It's a bit of a shocker, though, this over, Roshan, but that'll happen sometimes. So it's also been very, very good over the whole of this game.
Yeah, I suppose you also got to say that last one, if he doesn't get behind it, it's 4 runs, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty similar to the one that got edged past him earlier in the over, pace-wise. And line-wise, maybe it was a bit straighter, but anyway, Marlowe looking good to grab a 4-bagger here. Last ball of the 8th.
This one is sort of smothered by the fielder. I don't know how much he knew about it, but he does smother it. It's not going to get past me and Shahid. Just almost sits on it, doesn't he? Says, nah, not getting past me.
So that'll take us to the end of the over. And 56 for 5 after 8. So 34 required off the last 2 overs for a point. If they're going to do this, they're going to have a big 9th over.
Ground looking beautiful. Pitch and a nice cut. You can see the Western Shield branding going around the boundary fence in preparation for the Western Shield starting in just a couple of days' time. People will have Peacock Friday tomorrow, and then off we go.
Looking forward to that. Okay, here we go with the Najam in over 9.
Gets fingertips to it, and should be stopped, and will be just a single.
It is what I was saying earlier. It's not the kind of field that you should just be going, okay, that's only a single. If you run hard, you can force fumbles on this outfield.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not the worst outfield we've seen. It's actually probably slightly easier. I was talking to DDC about this in the lunch break. It's probably a little bit easier to field on that it is a bit wet and a bit slower, because we've been here at times it's just so fast. Oh, another drop for Roshan. Well, there are some times where you wondered why you ever picked up the gloves in the first place. And this shows you even very, very good keepers have their off periods. And you can see there, he kind of collapsed. Didn't get in the middle of the gloves.
Edge downwards, doesn't it? Gets
slightly
edge downwards, so he's...
If he's back, he should be catching that. He knows that.
He knows it as well. Yeah, it goes like that. Mind you, I'm pretty sure...
Could have had 6.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll bounce back.
We never had 6.
Clever bowling, the Jamshazad, and well, look, that's a smile on his face.
But look at the foot. You can learn something from everything. There's no reason that left foot needs to be going that far outside leg stump. He's not reacting to the ball. He's putting his foot to the ball that he's hoping he's getting, or that he thinks he's getting, not the ball he's actually getting there.
Well, that's been smashed, and that's gone a long way. And all right, well, I suppose when the pace is on, if you get it out the middle, it will go. So Verk gets one out the middle, but he needs a few more here. Can they get to that 90? Looking what they got. They got 8 balls here to try and get 26.
Geez, they have to be good. That time it kind of worked for him, clearing the front leg, but also it wasn't as wide that time from the jump Shazad.
It's going to be a wide delivery, I think. Verk knows that this is going to be the shorter delivery because, look, he's ready for it. Gets ready to get the shot on, but misses it. But he will get another delivery. It's going to be one more to try and knock off of 8 deliveries, 25 now. But, yeah, a couple of boundaries here. It makes it a bit more realistic going into the last over. That's what Verk is trying to do here.
Yeah, get down below 20, you never know your luck.
Okay, plays it well, but yeah, this is what we're talking about. They're just leisurely running. I mean, call it hard and run hard and make the fielder make a mistake if you can. All right, let's see. Can they get a boundary here? So it's 20 or so off the last. And no, they can't. He gets beaten outside the off, and that's going to be the end of the over. Good spell from Najam Shazad, 1 for 13. So 24 to try and get a point. Going to get well beaten here, but can they get this 24? Can we finish with a magical over?
They'll need to. I know who the ball here. And this one, I found it pretty interesting that Amandeep, I thought, might have been used, but he hasn't been used in this innings at all. I wonder if they'll give him one here. They've got Gondal. He's probably a ready-made solution. It looks like he's going to bowl the 10th over. So he needs to protect 24. His first over was pretty decent. He only went for 7. Here's the last over of the match.
Swinging
You
hard.
might be saying, okay, well, why is Roshan so close? He must just feel that the footing there is a little bit easier. So actually being able to step with confidence. But I don't know, maybe he does need to think about taking a few. The other thing is if you're closer like he is, if they're going to run on you, then you're already close to the stumps to hit the stumps. But I just think mentally he just looks a little bit shocked in the second half of this innings, Roshan.
All right, he's up in the air, but he ain't got the distance here. Fielder comes across and holds on to a very good catch. And, well, that's the big man himself, Najam Shazad. He's not going to make that mistake. And he gets a wicket for Gundal, and that will be the end of Verk, who will go for 16. Another one that goes on ball number 13, as did Sahota earlier. But good catch.
Yeah, nicely taken by Najam Shazad. He's taken some brilliant running catches on the network as well.
Yeah.
Never forget his catch for Portugal in the ECC in 21. One of the catches of that year. Uh-oh. How's that 60-second counter going here? Probably not great. Had to look back. Some last-minute instructions. Probably someone saying, oh, you're going out there with a left-handed bat. That was always a good one. It's okay, because he is left-handed.
He's left-handed. He's all right. He says, I know. That's what I need. Hey, listen, we're talking about the keeper here, Roshan. Now, he's got a couple that has obviously have heard him. We've seen that shot the Glover's playing. Now, is that something that then affects you with going forward? Because you obviously got a bit of pain. You're hurt. You know, it's probably stinging. So is that on your mind every time the ball comes through to you?
It can be. I mean, there are 1 or 2 games my hands are really sore.
All right, up in the air. And, well, they're all coming from everywhere. Will they stop it?
Oh, dear.
Well, I hope everybody's all right. You might
I
have
love
clocked.
he's still playing it on. That's definitely 4. Oh, this is good.
Okay, now यार की हो गया देख लो कबड्डी 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 कहते परी हो जा मैं आ गया कितने आया मैं भी आ गया आ ले oh यार well we do know that here in Centrum it's probably the centre of bullfighting here in Portugal. Well, there was a little
I don't
bit
think
of
anyone's actually bothered to look that it's actually 4.
It's definitely 4.
We're too busy looking at the collision. But look,
there's 4. It's already gone past. It's bounced, I think, and gone over. And then have a look at this. And let's just see it one more time here.
I think it bounces over the rope.
There, hits the rope. But watch this, Zulfikar gets wiped out.
That's a good one.
Okay, this one's hit nice and straight, but the fielders should get there. Well, yeah, forget the bullfighting here at Central. Let's just let the cricketers do it. Instead, we don't want cruelty to animals, do we? Just what a lovely moment there. Well, Zulfikar, I tell you what, he's a little bit like Kiran Kundal, isn't he? He's just a highlight reel. And I was worried for a moment. I thought he'd gone head first into the new Western Shield boundary banners, but luckily he's okay.
A bit more than Marlowe we've come to expect in this game, even with a couple of things going against them early, like the run out of Zaib, who looked pretty good today and doesn't have too much to show for it. Gondal ready to close things out. It'll be a 4-point win for Marlowe.
Here we go, last delivery. It will be Singh to face it, and he drills it pretty well. But once again, well, there you go. And now Najam Shazad just showing off, showing his footballing skills as well. A little backflip. Well, they might be still looking to go again. Decide against it. They'll take the 2, but they're going to fall well short of the target, of course. But they're going to fall short of the 90 that would have got them at least a point. Well, there you go. Some fancy footwork there from Najam Shazad. So Marlowe, they do bounce back. They were beaten by 10 runs earlier by the same opposition. And for Fighters, probably would have come into this match pretty confident. But all of that confidence gets taken out of them. Marlowe, I don't think they batted them out of the game. But certainly, they bowled a lot better, Marlowe, this time round. They executed their lines well. There were some good performances from a number of the bowlers. And Fighters, though they did hit the ball well, you expect them to do that. They just couldn't find the gaps. They kept on finding the fielders. And they will fall short by 54 runs. Next up, though, coming up in around about 25 minutes' time, Friendship CC are taking on Ronin. Can Ronin do the same as what Marlowe did against the Fighters? Can they also, after losing their first match earlier by 41 runs, can they fight back and get a win over Friendship and level this little mini-series here today? Let's take a look at the highlights. Well, it started with this. I don't know how you want to call it. You want to call it comical. You want to call it a number of other names that come to mind. But either way, it wasn't the best of batting from Dilwinder Singh, who literally gives his wicket away. And what was worse about it was it took him 5 balls as well to do it. So it was a 5-ball duck for him. And talking of ducks, there was another one there for the other opener as Dilwinder Singh also finds the edge. And at that point, Roshan Singh was taking everything that was coming his way. Well, this was a comical moment as well when Hajrat Sahota thought he was out. He started walking off, expecting the ball to be caught, but it didn't even get to the hands of Mian Shahid. But even though Dilwinder Singh got 27, the number of boundaries and the flow of boundaries and the strike rate was just not good enough. And Sahota, he did get a couple of boundaries away, and then he was done by this absolute beaut from Najam Shazad. Gets the ball on the money, knocks him over. I'm liking the way that Najam Shazad is playing here at the moment. He's batting well, his bowling's coming good, clever, slower deliveries as well. And there's another one. Mian Shahid gets a wicket. Good catch there from Roshan. But then after that, Roshan, it started to go wrong for him. This is Amandeep Singh who takes the catch and holds the pose as well. Allows everybody to see that he stays well away from the rope. And this is when it started to go wrong. It was that one and a few others. And we sort of shot there also of Zulfikar Shah, who had smiles on his face. So there he is in the background there, Zulfikar. But his smiles would be wiped off his face as well as he got wiped out here. Here we go. And ole. Well, Amandeep Singh, oh yaar, ki kitna mere aage monda maarya, maine thale sir dita. And then Najam Shazad, just a little cheeky backflip there right at the end, just showing that we are in Portugal. And the Portuguese are pretty decent in the football department as well. Handshakes all around and a little bit of love in the air as well from Marta Maria. But no love really given to the Fighters this time around. Marlowe wanted their revenge and they got their revenge as well. They only picked up a point in the last match, and that was only just thanks to Najam Shazad. But this time they take all the points, so the Fighters left with nothing to show for in this one. There's that scorecard disappointment really with Dilwinder and Dilwinder going without scoring. Dilwinder Singh, yeah, the captain tried to spark something with Hajrat Sahota, but when those two were gone, nothing else really happened. Here's the bowling figures Well bowled to Asad Mahmood. He's always there. He's the top bowler for Marlow. A good spell there from, well, I suppose you could say all the bowlers. Nobody going for more than 20. That's fantastic economy rate. And remember, look at the number of extras as well. Just the 2 wides and 1 leg by. So much better from Marlow. Marlow, based on that performance, they look like the reigning champions, unlike the 2 previous performances that we've seen from them. So whatever was said after that first match against the Fighters, well, they came back and they performed, and they made just little subtle changes with the bowling department and also with the batting, which I think worked for them. So Marlow get the win. The Fighters, well, they're back to the drawing board for them. And that's the match summary. And I can remind you once more that we do have another match coming up. It's going to be the repeat of the match a little bit earlier on, when it was Rohin that were beaten by Friendship CC. That's coming up in around about 20 minutes time. Join me and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu when we return to talk you through match number 58.
Coming up next, we have
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Coming up next, we have our fourth game of the day. A rematch of earlier, match 58, is on the way. And once again, we'll see Friendship CC taking on Ronan CC. Well, as you can see, this ground is now pretty as a picture. And we've got some pretty people out there in the middle. Tyrone Peters with the two captains for the coin toss.
Friendship to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Sorry, Davinder. That was a beauty. It's a head.
Bet fast.
They're going to bet.
Friendship once again win the toss, and their captain Imtiaz Rana has elected to bat first. And why not? Earlier on, had a few issues in their innings, but they still managed 140 plus. Ended up defending it pretty comfortably against Ronan CC, who did just scrape in to keep their point in that game. Now, these games are very, very important, I think, in determining the kind of middle of the table. And perhaps one team from that middle could break out and qualify. So looking forward to these two going on the rematch. I think that Ronan, they've got a lot of influence from former Indian Royals players that we've seen in ECS cricket. So they're more experienced than maybe some of the other newbies we've seen in this series. And for Friendship, well, they'll just want to continue on their good run. They'd love to walk away with 2 wins out of the day. Rico Full standing by. Let's get ready for the start of match number 58, the fourth match of the day. Once again, Friendship winning the toss and having a hit against Ronan. Rico, it's over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, giving us the insight to this match. Friendship taking on Ronan CC again. Friendship CC winning by 41 runs the last time these two teams matched. Friendship did get to 142 for 6 with a number of contributors. Raju Mia was the player of the match with 35 of 11. So once again, I think he's going to be key. Also, Badrul Haider, didn't he play well? Good all-round performances from him in the field, but also with the bat and the ball. With the bat, 36 of 11. And then there was also Imtiaz Rana, the captain, that put a good knock in as well. For Ronan, well, they'll be hoping that their key players, somebody like Nilesh, can get going in this one. But somebody else needs to stand up for them as well. They need to try and get some extra runs on the board this time round. Friendship 57 to 43, so not a lot in it really. So Ronan, probably based on their performances yesterday, are still expected to put a good fight in this one. And I want to say a very hello and happy Qingming Festival to all the Chinese around the world. A day also called the Chinese Memorial Day. And I hope it's a day that it's all about respecting and thinking about your ancestors on this day. And Chinese families visit and clean the tombs of their deceased family members. So Qingming Festival there today. Get ready to start this one. Umpires out there in the middle with Malik and John. And the Crute is the third umpire for this one. And here we go. Here's the first delivery. It will be Nilesh. I want you to start. It's uppish and dropped. Would you believe it? From that man as well. I can't believe it. I would never have thought that Kiran Kandel would drop this. The guy who took the sizzling cotton bowl, Jalebi Cat, he was sensational in the field. He gets the opportunity for us to see a royal Derek, but it won't be, as it will be as does Zaman that will survive. And now Rupu takes the single. Now these two, remember last time round there was a little bit of a mix-up between two of them when it was as Dizaman who got run out by Rupu. Let's hope that both of them have settled their differences. Soraya Wanshi, can't believe that catch is dropped. You can see the disappointment in him even now. And now, and then more disappointment as he goes down. I hope he's okay. Well, I tell you what, wherever you are, you sniper, get out of here. Well, he's about to deliver, and oh, look at the back foot go. I'm so glad he's okay. Now, that's got to be just the footwear, because we've had sunshine all the way through the day, so it's not moist or damp out there. Not now. It was a few days ago. So that's just the wrong choice of footwear. It doesn't land rightly. Yeah, but he comes back well. That always plays in your mind when you go down like that. Goes down, but still there. On this day in 1975, Bill Gates and Paul Allen founded Microsoft, which became the world's largest personal computer software company. 1975, everybody. Hits it on the up, and a good shot to play in the power play. And it doesn't go to the boundary. It's got a long way to come round. There's Kieran. Does the fielding, does well. I can give you some cricket memorabilia as well. Some may remember, and I can't. 1930, England cricket batsman Andy Sandham ends day 2 of the 4th test against the West Indies in Kingston, Jamaica, unbeaten on 309. It was the first triple century in test history. He was out eventually for 325. Uses his feet. It gets very lucky, the fielder. That's a Bujar Litton. It's not the way to do it. And I think that's one thing that I like to call for more from European cricketers. Get your hands to the ball. Get down. Get dirty for your side. And, foot fielding, not a good look. And that could have gone horribly wrong. Nilesh looking to finish the over well. Only 5 from it, but of course he knows he could have got the dangerous as Duzeman. And that's what a bowl. Just gets that little bit of movement away. And it beats Rupu again, so 5 off the over. But of course the big moment is Asad Duzeman survives a first baller dropped. And, well, of all people, it's Kendall that drops him. This is a quick look at, well, where we've been. Cyprus, Spain, the European Cricket League in Spain, and here in Portugal. We'll have the Western Shield this weekend, and then we will continue the European Cricket Series here. Then after that, we go to France, Italy, Estonia, and to England before, well, we go back to where we started, back to Cyprus for the encore, and then continues. Well, we've got to check out Romania, Hungary, and many more as well. Looking forward to going back to Bulgaria. So going back to Bulgaria, slightly different time of year. Of course, many of you will know that the last few years in Bulgaria we've had issues with the weather. I reckon this time around is going to be hot, hot, hot. Handle. And, well, I don't know what happened there. There was a bit of a squeal. And, well, maybe somebody saw a rat on World Rat Day. And it's World Rat Day. It's a day to dispel the bad vibe that rats suffer. Rats are amazing animals with some amazing talents and qualities. This one gets through, but yeah, this one is okay, says the umpire John. And rats, though they suffer a bad reputation, they always linked to plagues, etc. But they also make good pets, and those that know rats and have them for pets will tell you that they're very intelligent animals and fun to be with. Now, that's a good delivery. Well, how does this get through? And, well, this is when the bowler says, "You dirty rat, you dirty rat. How did you do that?" Now, how does he do that? And the wicketkeeper gives applause to Gandao because that's very, very lucky. Almost sneaks under the bat of the batter. And almost gets played onto the stance, but it won't be. So just some facts about today. And, of course, it is International Carrot Day, so eat your carrots, everybody. And also, it's National Burrito Day. That's not a good delivery. It's another one that he gets wrong. Now, we spoke about Kieran Kendall before, and he was doing the same. He was bowling left arm around. And I said at the time, I don't understand why he's doing this. For me, he's got to come from the other side. As soon as he did, here he goes. As soon as he did, he more or less had instant success. All right, in the air, and this one's going to get over the infield. Chase is on. That will go to the boundary. But, all right, that gets to the boundary, but he's far better off coming over the wicket. If you get the ball in the right areas, he's more likely, A, to get the ball in the right place, B, he'll get the ball to come back into the right-hander. He's more dangerous. And to that, you can set a field. All right. Kieran will hope that things get better for him in this match. All right, that's a pretty decent shot from Asaduzzaman, and all of these runs that Asaduzzaman scores from him will make him feel even worse, because remember, it was he, Kieran Kendall, that put him down very first ball of this innings. Oh, nice little jump there over the fence from Nilesh. Difficult for the captain to try and set a field here, because Asaduzzaman does hit to all parts of the ground, and that is a delightful shot. He just waits on this a tad longer, and then he attacks it by getting right underneath it and sends that big as well. Shaba, shaba, kinna sona. Balle, balle, balle. Ale, agyashaka. A nice shot, and that one disappears into the bushes. And I reckon that who's up there in the camera? I think that'll be Martha Maria again. Might have to direct. And then where to go? Come on, Paolo, get in there. Watch out for the snakes. Gaya, get there, Niari. Gaya, Gaya, hor kadalo. Niari, hor lablo. मैं नहीं जाना अंदर वो कहता मैं भी नहीं जाना मैं तो कच्चा पाया मैं नहीं जाना वो सप्पा ने मेरी लत्ता नू लड़ जाना किधर गई है कहते मैं नहीं जाना चल होर कट ला होर दे दो मैं भी नहीं जाना. All right, well, he's saying I'm not going in there. Well, there it goes. Well, that'll give you an idea. It's around there somewhere, boys. Around there somewhere. I think we'll have another one for now. Kendall has gone for 22, and this one will be nothing this time, as these two batters will hopefully get their calling sorted. It's the end of the second, and after the first only went for 5. That one is a magical one. And things for Kieran Kendall don't go well in this match so far. Drops the catch, and then he goes for a magical over 22. 27 without loss. And a welcome back to everybody. How are you all doing? Hello to Steve Cook, Christopher Ward. Hello to Dave, Wayne. Hope you're all enjoying the sunshine coming to you from Portugal. And I hope you're all having a good day, whatever you're up to. Okay, I'm going to go back now here to Chima, who starts with a wide. I must admit, when you're talking about World Rat Day, actually back in the UK knew somebody that owned rats. It was one of my wife's friends, and I didn't know until we went to a dinner party that he had these rats, and they were big. 2 white rats that he had for pets. And of course, it was after dinner was over that he got the rats out and just let them, well, I suppose, walk around freely. And they did seem very intelligent, but I suppose it's difficult, isn't it, when you're always hearing bad things about rats. Okay, catching opportunity and taken. So they get the wicket. So Asaduzzaman, though he does get dropped on 0 very first ball, he's not able to make amends. And I think this is a slower delivery that does the job. So well done to Chima. It is slower, and Asaduzzaman not able to get under this one and get it away. So he will depart for 24 of 11 deliveries. The catch this time well held. So Chima gets his man. And just like that, I suppose, though he had nothing to do with it, Kieran Kendall's day just starts to get a little bit better with that catch being taken. But yeah, I mean, when you've got this misconception about, whatever it is, it's difficult to find the positives. But I must admit, when I left the place, I did say, well, they're not that bad. But yeah, people do have rats for pets. Wayne is saying hello back to me. Yeah, hello. And I hope you are well, Wayne, and everybody else in the chat. And once again, thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network. And also thank you for all the entertaining chat as well. European cricket family growing all the time. And remember, if you are new, enjoy, welcome to our family. And like what you see, give us a thumbs up and spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your family. The bigger our family grows, the better. No run there. Straight to the fielder. Funny, when I look at this kit from Ronnie, the more I look at it, it always seems to be different. Yesterday it was sort of brown and a cream or a sort of coffee colour. Today I'm looking at it and it's more peachy. More of a peachy colour. Okay, that ends up being a good stop from the keeper, the captain, Devindu Sinha. And of course, Ronin, I found out yesterday, is based on the samurai warriors. I think most of you may have known the movie Ronin 47, and it said, yeah, we are like samurais. We stay together, we fight hard together, and that's why we went with the name Ronin. And that one, though, it's not what they like, because that one gets blasted away. So Raju Mia, who, remember, also put a good batting performance together in the last match, so good that he did back up the player of the match for his 35 of 11. He's a guy that you want to try and get out pretty early. It's going to be another wide here from Chima, so he's playing about with the wide line here. So that's the third wide. Hello, Dave, just doing his statistics on the catches. Dave, what do you like with rats? Does anybody have any experience about rats? World Rat Day, so that's why we're talking a bit of rat here. Of course, sayings like dirty rat. And that all comes around the, some people say, the misconceptions of rats. I know that when I was in the UK, coming home from work, when I was working in central London, I used to get on the underground and saw a fair few rats then roaming around. End of the over. 38 for 1. Have a look at the graph. 22, one magical over for Kendall. I'm pretty sure they will use him again, and yep, they are going to use him again. In fact, he's coming back onto bowl here straight away. So they just feel that with Azaduzman out the way, and maybe the fact that that's out of his system, he might come back with a good over here. And good start, yeah. And this is what I've got to, I've got to keep saying it to him. This is it. I've got to come over the wicket. Well, I don't know what he has in his pockets there. Well, he's obviously forgotten. What's he got in his pocket? Let's have a look. Keep on him. I want to know what he gets out of his pocket. He's got something. He said, hey, Humps, can you look after this for me? There you go. Well, what's that? Maybe he's got some gloves. Or maybe it's a hairpiece. I don't know. It's a wide. It's too windy for that. He says, Humps, too windy for this. Can you have it? Yeah, this one, that's his issue. He just goes down the leg side too much. But less often when he's coming left arm over. Right, can he push this across? Yeah, that's where he wants to be. Better. So far, much better this from Kiran. He's an entertainer, he is. He's an entertainer. Of course, you want him to do well. Roland Rat. Yeah, remember that. Roland Rat, you're right. Okay, high up in the air. Catchable if you can get there. And he takes it. And, well, like that, Kiran Kandel, his match here does get better. Picks up a wicket. I'm not sure about the fielders charging into the man who's taking the catch. And luckily, they don't get too close. And look at Kiran Kandel. He was there as well. Aja maine yaar jappi pala. Mera din inna acha nahi sega hun tu, hai na? Thoda acha kara dita mere liye. Yeah, he does indeed. So, good wicket to get. You know he's dangerous. So, Raju, this time round, he'll go for a run of ball 7. And Kansal takes the catch. And Kandal He has something to smile about. Wind blustery, it's hard to say that it's coming just from one end. Most of the time it is coming and running, blowing into the batter, which means that hits down the ground could be affected, especially if you don't get him out of the meat of the bat. But Rulhaida is the new batter. He also batted well. And they'll probably be thinking to themselves here, Ronnie, that if they can get 2 more of these key wickets. So Badrul probably is one of them. And then probably Imtimaz Rana, who will come out, the captain, at number 5. Then they've got a chance. Okay, this one is also catchable, and it will be taken. Cool, calm, and collective as Chima takes the catch. So Rupu goes. Rupu hasn't really been, he's one of the top 5 that hasn't been able to get going. So Chima takes his wicket, or takes the catch, and he rewards Kandal with another. So this is how quickly things can change. So Rupu, he takes a slow walk back. 3 down now here. So Kiran Kandal, first over went for 22. Forget that, the very first ball of the innings was as the Disman smacked the ball to him at point on the boundary, he dropped it. Then after that, well, he's come back. He's come back well. And that's that sign of a good character. And I like the fact that the captain as well, Navindu Sinha, said, look, I don't care. You're my main bowler. You may have gone for 22. I need you to bowl. I need you to bowl now. And he's been rewarded with that faith by Kandal picking up 2 wickets. Got a ball still to go here. And Imtiaz Rana, so these 2 now are the ones that they like to send back. After this, they will feel that they would be able to contain. It's good delivery. That's where he needs to be. That's better. He's got to learn from these. He's got to learn from these 2 matches here today. And sometimes it takes something like this. And that is why I think this European Cricket Network series is so important to a lot of these teams. You play, you have the chance as a team and as individuals to go back and look at your performance. And you can go back and you can sort of self-coach and say, right, look what I did here and look at the difference between doing it here. And one thing that comes to mind here for Kiran Kandal, you got to come over the wicket, left arm over, and use that angle, use that advantage and make it count. And that's a really good over from him. Only 2 come from it and he picked up 2 wickets. Well done. 40 for 3. Very much for me. Still 50-50 this. But get 2 wickets here, these 2. And then you're back in front. All right, that's a good hit, and that will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Nicely hit. That's right out the middle. John Gray saying, yo, rat fans. Roller Rat. I do remember Roller Rat. Any other famous rats? This one gets played away. Thank you, Dave, and everybody else for all the nice compliments. And thing is, folks, I love it as well. I mean, he's saying some really nice things, but I mean, what could be better? You know, I love the game. It's been in my blood since I was, I think 11 when I started playing, and I played all the way through. And now here I am working for a brilliant organisation, the European Cricket Network, you know, and with people like Daniel Weston, Roger Finer around you, as well as the ECN crew, and great people to work with, excellent human beings, and those that know will know that they are. And you know, I'm enjoying watching cricket. It's not just watching cricket, you know, when you've played cricket for such a long time, you know, I'll still play given the opportunity, although it's been ever since COVID, you know, I haven't played that much, of course. And also when you're working for the European Cricket Network, you don't get the opportunity, but it's time. You always get to a point in your career where you feel it's time to give back. And, you know, I started doing that when I became an umpire. because I got to a point where I wanted to see the youngsters playing and not me playing and them watching. And then, of course, the commentating took off. But still, the one thing that I'm very passionate about, and I was passionate about it when I moved to Spain, is wanting to develop the game. About 5-6 years ago, it was about developing the game in Spain, with the juniors, with the women, trying to get the game federated in Spain, and and seeing it grow, getting Spanish nationals into the game, promoting the game to Spanish nationals, and helping those in the game improve, whether it's skills, standards, that's a nice shot, or just discipline. That's another thing, sometimes it's discipline. That's beautifully played by Hyder, just once again demonstrating why he is dangerous. Sharma looking to get out of this over without too much pain. So it's about, seeing the game grow, develop, and if I can play a part in that, and in any way, I love it. And going to places like here, Portugal, everywhere we go, we're seeing more players, more teams. So the game is growing. And also, there's an opportunity, doesn't get taken this time. He's a big man, is Chima. He just can't get there. It sort of dies on him. And disappointingly, the over comes to an end. They don't get another wicket. Sort of half a chance, but half a chances make a difference. If Chima can take that one of Badral, it makes a big difference, but Badral will survive. We can have a look at some of our upcoming events. So from Portugal, we go to France. I think Vinny's talked about this before. The Medina Cup happening outside of Malta, happening in France. A lot of T20 action happening in the Netherlands, and going to the England for the first time as well. But like I say, for me, it's now I get a lot of pride and a lot of joy going to countries to see players that I know, familiar faces, new teams, and I just feel great that cricket in Europe is growing. And all of you people in the chat, everything that you do just supports and backs up what we do on the European Cricket Network. You may not be here at the ground, but you being there, also positive, promoting what the players are doing, what the teams are doing, promoting what the European cricket is doing. That it's all about partnerships, isn't it? Cricket is about partnerships, whether it's on the field and off the field. Small clubs get bigger with partnerships, people supporting each other to help the game grow. Same in nations, in regions, and the same with us. And you have a massive role to play in what we do, and I thank you for what you do from the bottom of my heart. Some of you guys are there day in, day out watching, and even when we have bad days, when the weather is bad, you're there supporting as well. So it's not just thanks for me, it's thanks to you. So from me to you, 3 cheers for all of you in the chat. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Keep up the good work. This gets played away, and this one is just going to be a single. Chima comes back on to see if he can get that breakthrough. Expected score around about 122. Oh, this one does take a little bit off the bat, and it goes through, and it will go all the way. Now that's going to be 4 runs. That's gone past the cube. Well, there's the cube there, and this one underneath the fence, and that's going to be cuatro carreras. And a few people, Rico was saying, what was the name of your restaurant again? Well, Trip, it's an easy one. The name of the restaurant was Rico's. Yeah, that's actually where the name Rico came from, because it was a name that when I opened the restaurant, so we're talking some 23 years ago, I wanted a name that would be easy to remember by all nationalities. Well, here we go again. Well, this one could be coming through to me. I'm ready for it. Hits the cube and bounces back. And There you go. Here I am. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so the restaurant, as I was saying, is called Rico's. We chose the name because it was a name that could be easily remembered and by all nationalities. And in Spanish, we picked Rico's because Rico, though it has two meanings really. You can say Rico as in rich, or Rico as in es muy rico. It was a delicious. So that's what the name was. Up in the air, and I think this one will go all the way. It does. Manos arriba. Vale, vale, vale. Ese golpe es muy rico. Yeah, nice shot. And, well, there's Bucksy. He's obviously feeling a little bit of a chill now. Still got his shorts on, though, but he's got... looks like he's got a hoodie on now, or a fleece. Right, where's this one? It's up in the air. Can anyone get there? Yeah, he can. So Chima picks up another. Great work from Chima. And, well, we were talking about where I got started, and the man who I started off with, Santiago, is here with me, of course, James Cantor. Of course, everybody's coming in here ready for the Western Shield, and the preparations are going for it. Great. Good catch there by Chima. Picks up his second. And Friendship CC just starting to struggle here. So that's the wicket they really wanted to get. You needed to get Badrul Haider. They've got him. He'll go for 30. And now I reckon this is where a runner can really apply the squeeze. So Badrul, he chanced his arm a little bit, didn't he? But he will depart 30 of 10. Good strike rate, but I think he needed to stay there just a little bit longer. Caught and bowled by Chima. So Alamin will now join his captain out there. All right, so making some changes in the field. They're bringing up Fine and Third are up. So what do you got here? You got square, mid-wicket, long on, long off. A sweeper on the offside. So Imtiaz. It's not a good delivery. Ends up being a good block by the keeper. It's not where you want to be bowling. You just move the fine leg up. You don't want to let yourself down now. 76 for 4. So important last 4 overs coming up here. The expected score still around that 125. Right, goes for it. High in the air. Doesn't really get the middle of the bat. That will just be a single. A few people asking questions about why, Zad is saying why ECN is not quite yet in Denmark. It's obviously there's a lot of places we'd love to go. Denmark is one, which I know. Denmark, having met a lot of the guys from Skanderborg. I also for cricket España play for the over 40s, and we've done some tours to Denmark. Part of what we have the quadrangular tournament where it's the team from the UK, the English 40 club, the Spanish SGS from the Netherlands, and then we have the Danish XL club as well. So I know a lot of grounds there in Denmark, lovely grounds, a lot of people. I think it's one of those where it's all about the ECN and federations working together. A lot of things to tie up first. Need to have, of course, in an area, a number of clubs can take part. Quite often, what you have in a lot of European countries, as this one gets clipped away, chases on, will make the stop. Yeah, so in a lot of countries you'll have clubs, but the countries are huge, a bit like Spain. I mean, we're lucky that we have a lot of clubs in the Catalonia region, Barcelona. But otherwise, if they were all scattered around, trying to get them all together for a 2-week event becomes, a bit of a logistical nightmare, and also can be quite expensive with getting teams staying in one venue, travelling, etc. So once the infrastructure is there, there's no reason why not. But of course, as you can appreciate as well, that's a nice little shot. Goes for the old scoop, good shot to play because we've seen that fine leg and third have been brought in. So what do? Well, if it's short enough, you play a bit of the scoop, and that works a treat. So valuable runs. Imtiaz Rana, the captain, getting a little bit funky. And now, well, they're going to tie his laces together so they can't do it again. Nah, just helping out. Stronger together. That's what it's all about. The teams are stronger together, even if they're not playing on the same team. So, yeah, so I think it will happen. But, you know, we've seen our schedule already. Look at the schedule this year, where we've been, where we're going. And there's a lot of places not on it this time around that we've been to in the past. For example, Sweden is not there this time around. Germany's not there this time around. So, with new venues coming on board, if it gets to a point where you just haven't got enough weeks in the year to go everywhere, so maybe eventually there's, you know, it'll be like a 2-yearly schedule where we'll go to places sort of, you know, once every 2 years rather than every year. But we'd love to go, of course, to as many places as possible. And this is going to be a cheeky one. It might just come into the cube, will it? Might do. Just on the outskirts again, as Conrad Greenshields comes across to pass the ball back. Thank you all for your questions. And once again, everybody on the chat, thank you for your support. We really do appreciate all your lovely comments. We appreciate you. Appreciate all the moderators who do their job by keeping it clean and respectful on the chat. And together, we are stronger together as well, aren't we, everyone? And we'll be stronger together when we go to England as well. And this is coming up. You've seen it on the schedule. We will be going to England, and we'll be going to Wimbledon Club, which I'm told is not very far from the Wimbledon Tennis Club. And that'll be nice. I have been to Wimbledon once to watch some tennis. But 6 teams, 24 matches in Wimbledon. Hopefully the weather will be kind to us as well. And if you've got good weather, the cricket will be exceptional. And we'll give you more news on the teams once we get those confirmed. 88 then for 4 after 7. And, swing and a miss. As we see Jaswinder Kumar gets the ball. Good start from Jaswinder. All right, Levis is onto the leg side. Fielder comes in, puts it down. Almarin gets our life. Gets dropped on one. Gets there, but once again, it's low down. And Lytton just can't hold on to it. So Almarin gets an opportunity to continue. This one just gets pushed. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, this is an absolute clanger. And, well, Lipton, first he puts the catch down. And now this. Oh, no, oh, no. Oh, yaar, ki kar dita. Uh-oh. And that one's gone wrong. Oh, no, I think I made a boo-boo. I think he did. And he's going to get replaced. Just watch where he goes, though, because there's no hiding place. There's no hiding place. Drops the catch, then commits a bit of a boo-boo. So he gets moved. And looks, where's this going? It's whipped away. It's 4 more. So Imtiaz making it count. And don't forget, he wouldn't be on strike if the catch was taken. And he shouldn't be on strike anyway, because that last one should have just been a single. But he whips this away. All valuable runs are on in. Look at the percentages here, 65 to 35. That keeps changing dramatically. Not long ago, there wasn't that much in it. But a wicket, this wicket of Rana could change everything. Can Kumar be the one who gets it, flights it up? That's intelligently played. That's a very good cricket shot. Imtiaz Rana, you know, is playing some very good cricket at the moment. He batted really well in the last contest between these two. Went out there and he scored healthily, got into the 30s or just 14 deliveries, but he's played 2 really good shots. That last shot is just awareness of the field. He knows the gaps there and he just paddles that to the boundary. All right, that's nicely played as well. Oh yeah, he's turning on the style here is the captain, Rana. What a lovely shot this is, and I like the way he holds the poles as well. Beautifully played, and that brings the 100 up. Okay, he's going to get lucky. It's going to be another boundary. This over is gone from bad to worse. It started with a wide, and then just a single, which was a drop catch. And after that drop catch, 4, courtesy of a misfield. And then it's gone 4, 4, 4, and 4. It's gone for 22. And one magical over like that takes the score to 110 for 4. One magical over like that really puts a dent in all the hard work that was done there. Okay. Croom's asking me a question. He's big rat question, Rico. And Roland Rat versus Splinter. Okay. New bowler coming in. I wonder if they'll go to Lytton to have a bowl here now. Maybe not. This is Gaurav Sharma. Pitched up, and it's another one that doesn't get taken, and Kieran Kandel doesn't take the catch, and then he boots this back. Let's have a look at this. He's dropping, he gets hands to it, doesn't take it, and then says, just says here, I'll boot it back to you instead. Another chance. And this one's been held. Good catch. Oh, he takes the catch on the swivel. Well, this time the drop, allowing Rana to go on strike, actually works in their favour. And what a good catch this is from Russell Khan. And it's a break-dancing catch. Break dance. Let's have a break dance party. Yeah, nicely done by Russell Khan here. And let's see that catch again. Beautifully taken. Takes a catch, and he does a bit of breakdancing as well. Here we go. Let's watch this. Yeah. Well caught. And that's a big wicket that they needed. You needed to see the back of the captain, and they've done that. Rana goes for a fine 36 of 14 deliveries. It took a good catch to remove him from Khan. And Sharma does get the breakthrough. All right, now, can they contain? This is all about containing. Can they keep this to around about that 125 score? Stop it getting to the 130. They allowed Friendship to get to 142 last time. In return, they only got to 101 themselves. Only just getting to the 100, which they required to get a point. And that's going to be a wide. It gets left. They're taking it on. And they'll get there as well. The wicketkeeper will be disappointed with the captain. He goes with it with his pads rather than staying low and getting his hands involved. It's going to be another wide. Will they go again? They will not in the end. They decide against it. Sharma did take the key wicket, but now he can't get the ball in the right idea. I was thinking of another. I thought it was another famous rap, but then when it finally came to me, of course, I'm thinking of a mouse. It was Danger Mouse. Oh, he's gone for this big time, and it's going to go all the way. He's already gone over the boundary rope, so once you get that far, Uttar Karki, just leave it alone. You don't want you bust your fingers on this. And that's a good hit. So he goes, and at this point you think, yeah, he makes the right choice. And no point breaking me fingers on a ball that's already gone for 6. Good strike from Alamin. Oh, now he gets a bit of a full toss. Let's just have a look at the height on this. It is a slower delivery. Gets fielded by Ujjwal Kansal. But let's just see side on here. I mean, it is coming down, and yeah, that's okay. It's always good to just check it side on. The umpires are having a check. It will come through to say that it's okay. And not sure what's happened here. And no, not sure what that is. It's been passed on to the umpire. All sorts of things happening out there at the moment. And this one is, well, that will be out. That's actually top work from Sinner, the captain. And he's gone forward to catch the ball off the pads. And the batter, he starts to run, doesn't really know where it is. And will end up running himself out. So Mohamed Abdul Motin will go for a 2-ball duck. Gets a run out. Not knowing where it is. So back he goes. That happens at the end of the over as well. So 121 for 5. Mohamed Al-Mamin will be on strike for this last over, and he'll probably want to get as many out of the middle as he can. This is a good one on this day back in 1960. The biblical epic Ben-Hur became the first film to win 11 Academy Awards. And, well, good stop, no run. And notably received Oscars for Best Picture, the Best Director, and of course the lead actor Charlton Heston. I know they did make a remake of it. I don't believe I've seen it. It's one of those I know it's a long movie, so it's on my list to see. But people 50-50 with it. Some saying, yeah, worth a watch as this one gets clipped away. But will just be a single. So trying to keep it to that under that 130 here running. So some have said, yeah, worth seeing, good special effects, etc. Others are saying, well, if you've seen the original, don't bother. What do you think in the chat, people? Is it worth me? Is it worth the? I think it's almost a 3-hour movie, isn't it? Is it worth 3 hours of my time? Nilesh. Good delivery, full straight. Jog the forte. Well bowled. He's been good, hasn't he? As Suryawanshi comes back. This is one thing for running also to consider. Talked about some things already. We talked about the bowler and Kiran Kendall. But when you've got a partnership that was going there between Imtiaz Rana and Haider, then even when Rana was there with Al-Mamin, you've got a bowler like this guy, Nilesh Suryawanshi, got an over left in him. Is it worth holding him back for the last and allowing that partnership to continue and be fruitful? Or are you better off just saying, look, you're my strike bowler, you can make things happen for me. Go out there, get this wicket. And if he gets that wicket for you, the same way that Kendall did when he came and bowled that 4th over, even though he didn't bowl the best first over. Well, if he came on, say he bowled that over number 7 or over number 6, and gets you those key wickets, next thing you know, you're not looking at a 130 score. You're looking at maybe a 110 maybe. It's high up in the air, but it's a little bit of luck. There's going to be cuatro más to the delight and the joys and the cheers of friendship. So they're getting ever closer to a 130 score, and running. They've had their highlights in this innings. 60 was the halfway score, so it looks like they've doubled that. Got to the 120, and now they've got 6 more added to that. But there was that little period, wasn't there, when running, if they could have picked up those wickets, could have made a difference. Badral was dropped on 14 by Chima. Al-Amin was dropped on 1. He's now, all right, not blasting them, but he scored a further 10. They've If only they'd taken those chances and maybe gone back to this guy a bit earlier. Oh, that's pretty wild. And they're running, and he goes and misses. Should have looked to get this one back to the bowler. And just will be given as buys, I think. Batter sneaks it in. The bowler sneaks it in. The batter misses out on it. Well, yeah, there's the buy signal, so it will be just a buy. So this, I think this is the last ball of the innings now. That makes it 1, 2, 7, and how many more? Well, will they get there? Will they not? And this time, well, I think the wicketkeeper, the captain, this time round, Sinner says, no, I'm not committing the sin. I'm missing the stumps. By throwing, I'm going to run at them. He thinks about it, but decides that the best option is just to have a little run and knock him over. So another wicket will go. That will be the end of Rahman. It's also the end of the innings. They lose 8 wickets and they get to a score of 127. At one point, that score was, the expected score was around about that 135 mark. So Ronin, they have clawed back a little bit, but still, I think they'll be disappointed with some of the catches that they weren't able to hold. We'll see some of them maybe in these highlights. It started with this, a drop right off the very first ball. It could have been a royal duck for Azduzaman, and then that one could have been gone as well. And it sneaked under the batter and went to the boundary. Azduzaman, he got to 24 before he would go. And this is one that he didn't quite get right out the middle, and he offers the chance, and Kansal takes the catch, and Chima gets the breakthrough. And then we saw Rupu. This one was skied up in the air, and a good catch taken this time. No mistakes at all. Look at Kendo, because this was after Kendo went for 20 in 22 of his second over. He came back to bowl the 4th, and he picked 2 wickets up there as well. And at this point, it was around 50-50, but you just knew that you wanted to take the opportunities that came your way, and that was Badral being dropped there by Chima on 14. He would go on to score a quick fire 30 before that catch was taken. That was good work. And then, well, there was some funky shots being played as you saw the captain Imtiaz Rana get out there and play some nice shots. But then, well, after being dropped, well, that was Alamin who was dropped on the boundary. Then there was that mistake from Litton, and that meant he had to be moved. Some of these shots were just beautiful. That was a classy shot. And then he played one who extra cover. That was delightful as well. Another opportunity not taken. This time, Kendo just decided just to boot the ball back. Then there was this catch, the breakdance catch. And what a good catch that was from Khan. And then opportunities coming. But this one, forget it, he says. Had 6 runs. And a run out there towards the end by the captain. He did have an opportunity to get a second run out, which he missed. But then there was this right on the money from Nilesh. And Suryawanshi, he's a good bowler, good player. Let's hope that he can get them a good contribution with the bat. And then right at the end, we saw another run out, something that I think we sort of expect to see quite a lot at the end of an inning, especially off the last ball, where batters tried to get another valuable 1 or 2 runs. But this time, the captain, Navendu Zina, was alert to it and gets the run out. So 127 will be the score. 8 wickets now. Let's take a quick look at the scorecard. So Azduzaman, who got a life after being dropped very first ball, made 24. But once again, it was that middle order, Badrul Haider and the captain, Imtiaz Rana, that clicked again for a Friendship CC. And Alamin, not setting the world alight, but he stuck around for 11 of 9 deliveries, even though he was dropped a couple of times himself. With the bowling, we saw a 2 first for Kieran Kendall. Great comeback from him after going for 22 in his first. We saw 2 for Chima and 2 for Gaurav Sharma as well. Great bowling figures from Suryawanshi, 1 for 10. A little bit expensive though, Jaswinder Kumar, who Well, there was an opportunity for a wicket, which wasn't taken. Then after that, well, it was Imtiaz Rana that carted him for 4 fours on the spin. So we're going to leave you with the mid-match summary, 127 for 8. So Ronin, if they are to get their revenge from the defeat earlier in the day, they're needing 128 for victory. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu will be back in the cube as well when we talk you through the reply from Ronin. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for the second half of match number 58. And a pretty similar score to the previous match, actually. In match 57, we saw 128 posted. This time, it's one less than that. Friendship CC, 127 batting first here against Ronin. And of course, yeah, Ronin have a big day. Played their first 2 matches yesterday against Precious, had 2 wins. Had a bit of a tough day so far, going down by 41 runs to the same opposition, Friendship CC, that they're playing right here. Right now, they'll need 128 for victory. I've got to say, we're all pretty excited. Some of the ECN top brass just popping into the Santarém cricket ground in preparations for the Western Shield, which will be played for the first time Saturday and Sunday. So it looks like we're almost ready to get underway. And for sure, yeah, Ronin CC, this will be a big boost to their confidence if they could pull this off. They've probably got half a dozen players or so that have ECS experience, principally for the Indian Royals. So it's like Utsab Karki, who's been sent out to open the batting. Yeah, Ronin, they managed 101 earlier on. Karki made 7 off 6 to get 1 maximum in there, but also a fair few dot balls. That's the other thing, is to at least get the point, they'll need to exceed that 88. But I think they're looking at the win here first and foremost. If they have a brilliant 7 overs, who knows? About 18 and over required, and they could get all 4 points. So I want to say quick hello to Dave B. Good to see you in there. Hello to John Gray, to Trip, to everyone else. Pretty entertaining first innings of that one. Here's the second innings. It starts with a baseball shot, and it's been absolutely nailed. Well, how about that? I can tell you what, it's definitely 6, but let's have a look at the height. Oh. Yeah, this is another one. It's one like before that wasn't called. I say first ball of the innings, I feel like he's hitting that waist high. I wonder what their attitude is there. That's a really good shot. He is probably half a step out of his crease. In the end, I have a feeling, well, it will be actually no ball plus 4. Okay, well, I thought it went all the way, but okay. Well, actually don't know because his bowling figures have a ball, but the total doesn't, so I'm confused. And now the next one will be a wide. I'll come back to great time. Rico Full doing a great job behind the mic. First innings, he'll be back shortly. Never rains but it pours. Speaking of Rico Full, here he is back again.
I'm back. And this is well struck, and it will get over the fielder. 6 more. This guy, you know, he's Sam Karki is the ideal guy to have out there at the beginning of innings in the power play. He's all out attack. I heard you mention that, you know, he last time around he got 6 and got out, but if he gets going, he can give you the start that you need in this kind of run chase.
Okay, so I confirmed the first one wasn't no ball. We've gone 6 wide, 6, and everything looks like it's matching up now as the next one comes in from Soufiane Roubel. Certainly had a bit of a trouble off the first ball. I mean, they need to get off to a good start here, you feel. I mean,
yeah.
Karki's the guy who didn't really fire before, and we've seen Ronan kind of hit the ground running. Navendu Sinha was opening for them before, but he's not opening this time. They've gone for just Vindas. This one is lifted up in the air. A little bit of a chip shot just out of the reach of the infielders. And in the end, they'll just go through for a long single. But you got Chima, who batted 3 last time. Yep, players towards the end, like Nilesh Suriyawanshi, who didn't really get going. But they'll feel with a good start that they could chase down this 128.
Yeah, that's the thing. They need a good start. Good start. Just get the good feel factor about their batting. Get a couple of batters that get in, and yeah, they've got every possibility of doing it. Chima was, of course, the main contributor last time round. He scored 41 of 22, and then Sinha 34 or 20 deliveries. Those were the guys that eventually helped them only just get to the point they needed.
Needs to be another wide. Hits the crease and kind of dies on the keeper. Pretty close to the helmet there as well. Well, Chima, don't know if he rubbed the cap in the wrong way. Maybe it's just the way they've listed the order, but they've listed him number 11. Bit rough.
I'm just watching this, and it just gave a thought to my head. Have you ever had or seen where the ball's going to hit the helmet and the fielder kicks the helmet away to stop the ball?
It's good defense. It's completely fine. Anyway, this is an awkward one for Badrul Haider. Does well to block it, keep it to a single. Yeah, the old defensive helmet kick.
Yeah. Yet to see it. That's
I think the 5
one
runs
thing I've never seen.
The 5 runs is a pretty big penalty. And we never really think about that. We just kind of accept it. It's kind of a funny thing.
Yeah.
But do you reckon 5 runs is a bit of an overkill there? Could you just give it 4 and treat it like a boundary?
Yeah, I mean,
you know, just thinking.
It's a bit
62 matches since the golden ball, by the way.
When you think a lot of changes have been made to do with helmets, you know, ball hitting a helmet, getting lodged in the helmet, etc. I think that's one that they could have done away with.
Because you can always just put the helmet on. That's the other thing.
Speaking of balls being lodged in the helmet, did you see the one that get lodged in the helmet?
Yeah. It was like an ice cream. It came up.
Eat this.
Yeah. Here we go with over number 2. And it's Haider who's going to bowl at first one, no run. I don't know. I don't think it's something that needs changing that much. Although, it doesn't happen very often. We did have it happen twice in 3 balls once in Barcelona. Corey was absolutely losing his mind. Because I suppose on a field of these dimensions, it's not too far to just get it off the field.
This is what I never understand, really.
I'll go to the second wicket keeper down the leg side. But hasn't that been an interesting fielding position today? The very fine leg.
Yeah, they've stuck with this fielding position, and I suppose it comes into its own there. It's already been in play a couple of times, and we're only into, the 8th delivery. Well,
it's not good bowling, though, is it, really?
Nah.
Missing the mark by a long way. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you could just say that if you put a helmet down, it's part of the boundary. Because I'd be a bit chipped okay, maybe you don't deserve it. If you get a big French cut, it's going to go for 4, hits the helmet. 5 penalty runs. They don't go to anyone.
Yeah.
I want those runs. And I think the keeper should be penalised with byes if they've missed it. Another one down leg side.
I think this one might, well, it's
Close to the pad, but not quite.
Yeah.
Umpires, I've got to say, have been really good.
Yeah, the umpiring, the standard, the umpire's been fantastic. Umpire John, who's come on board this week as well.
He's been
Crute,
very good. But
Bucks.
I just love seeing these crews, and when we see the same crews, and yeah, nice to see a few new faces as well, but getting more experience and more confident year by year when we come back. And Portugal's a very good example of that.
Yeah, I mean, just look at, I mean, we know Bucks is a good example. We've seen Bucks umpiring now for a number of years, and how he's come on. Malik as well was here last year. But someone like Crute Patel is a player.
Yeah.
We've seen him play for a while, and now he's really an established umpire and a very good umpire as well. So loving not just the development in the players, but also in the officials as well.
Definitely an indicator that we judge ourselves on. And I think if you're going to go back, I know we showed a few classic matches, didn't we, when we had these rain interruptions. But the old Wild West days, I saw some things back then. Probably one of my favourite things that I saw.
Yeah.
There was a court behind where they appealed and the bowler's umpire said not out. So then he went and asked the square leg umpire, well, what do you think? And then he gave it out.
And nowhere.
And then that's pretty amazing, right? Oh, we had big wide, probably too high as well. In fact, it might be a no ball for the second bounce to be the over. So no ball trumps a wide, and we've got a free hit coming up. It's getting a bit too carried away with the short stuff. That was very short from Hyder. But the craziest thing about getting given out caught behind by the square leg umpire was the batter just tucked his bat under the arm, walked off. He must have hit it. But it reminded me of what I call the style of appealing, which is if your mum says no, ask your dad.
Yeah. Well, now what's the height on this one like? I mean, maybe
pretty
just
close as
in.
well. Maybe just underneath. Let's have a look.
I suppose disadvantage of being a little bit too tall, maybe. Let's have a look at this. Yeah,
Probably
just
just cutting it fine though, isn't it? Must be another wide. Well, not helping themselves with some of these extra deliveries so far.
Wow, look at this over. It's just going on and on
11
and on.
ball over minimum coming up because we've had 4 wides and a no ball in there. Funny thing is, there's only been 1 run off the bat. So look at his actual figures, aren't too bad. Oh, there's the old half-hearted dangle the bat out shot. And I'll just get a single. Like maybe a slight slower ball, like a leg cutter from Hyder. Got to say, it's been nice to be back on the ground with you today, Rico. I've been paying attention when I can amongst my travel over the last couple of days. Well, it's pretty close to wide as well. Will be called. Gets a bit of the line. Just went away a bit at the end. I've got to say, though, that it's been nice to see things brightening up.
Yes. Certainly has been. I mean, it's a beautiful part of Portugal. It's nice and lush and green. I suppose we know why, because, well, it has had plenty of water. We were talking about balls hitting the helmet. If the keeper doesn't stop this one, this would have gone onto the helmet, that's for sure. He gets it on his little pinky, I think. But they over finally comes to an end. This is going to put them under pressure, though, isn't it? Because now they're finding the time as well. As it's 24 without loss.
Steve's got a good point, saying with the clock ticking, on and off the field with a helmet can add up and make a dent in your 40-minute time frame. Yeah, but it shouldn't take that long. Some of the players do have an issue with anything that's more than a jog.
Yeah.
Look at the table. Ronan, this is quite a big game for them because if they can overhaul Friendship here, they actually look in decent shape. Same thing, it's a big game for Friendship, who only picked up their first win earlier in the day. I'm going to put that under rules that I think would be interesting, but there's no good reason to bring them in. Because you need a good reason to bring in a rule. It's got to be, or a law, or a playing condition, however you want to call it. Anyway, here we go. Start a new over. And it says, Mustaf Izarrahman coming on. First one's no run. So, yeah, I've got a few things in this basket. So I'm going to put that in my rules that would be probably make more sense, but it's not worth changing them for the sake of it, which is call the helmet a boundary 4 instead of making it 5.
Okay.
And I'll tell you my other one which I liked. If you hit the ball into the bowler's end stumps, you get 2.
Yeah.
It's like a ground rule double in baseball. Again, you never...
Isn't that funny that when we mentioned that for the first time in Cartama, how many times it happened on that same day? It was crazy.
Yeah. This is hit straight, hit pretty well. Fielder does pretty well to read that early, gets the jump on it. It's Abu Sufyan Rubel. Keeps it to a single. Yeah. What do you think what are some rules you'd bring in just on a whim? Do you think it'd be interesting? I know Corey likes his one. If you foot field, then you lose a shoe, and then maybe you lose a sock.
One that a lot of people have talked about, and I like it as well, after this delivery, and well, that one's probably again just drifting down the leg side, but is where you can get both batters out in one play.
Yeah, double plays. Yeah,
I
like
know
a few people like that. I suppose this is where you open a can of worms, which is then there's a lot of situations. I think you're thinking of like an obvious one, like a catch and a run out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. Right now, we'll see a ball which is cut away, and it's cut away quickly and runs down the hill, which is everywhere. And Kaki gets a boundary. Nice shot.
They need these boundaries. The one issue that they had in the last match running is, though they were finding the boundary fence, they were doing it about, I think, on average once and over. They need to be doing it more than that. This rate required, it's still gettable. They're needing under 15. It's just under 14 at the moment.
Yeah.
So you're needing at least minimum
Kaki
at the moment 2 or 3 and over.
Gee, that's a good cut shot as well. That's
Yeah.
quoted. That one's more of a full-blooded cut shot. It's going to end in the home dressing room. And Cuatro Carreras. That's the way to deal with that. I think we see a lot of players trying to drag these leg side. But, geez, if you can cut, you get value, because this outfield's lightning fast. It's also a part of the field, that quarter, that isn't often protected with an outfielder. So at the end of the over, the score is 34 without loss. What was the one you were just mentioning? Oh, the double play.
Double play.
So you'd have to be pretty alert about... So the issue we have in cricket is that once you're out, you're essentially eliminated from the play. So in cricket, we always have 2 batters, and when one is out, then the play's dead. So in baseball, for example, it's not that way. So you can get double plays, but then also each runner in baseball is acting independently, whereas cricket, you both have to do something to get one run. So I suppose the question is, what sort of double plays could you have? Whereas this one is pretty awkward, but it goes to the backup keeper. So that'll just be the one wide.
So once again, he's showing that he's worth having him there.
Yeah.
But he's still going to be running.
You know, they say don't set the field to bad bowling, but I tell you what, if the bad bowling is going to keep coming, maybe you do. And that's not a great first ball. But anyway, this is skied. Well, he took the last one easy enough. How about this time? He does. That's really good fielding. 2 balls in a row from Mustafizur Rahman, who actually stopped a boundary, and then he takes the sky ball. So Kumar just never got going in that innings at all. He gets caught for 2. And Ronan CC are 35 for 1.
Well, there you go. It's a specialist fielding position. It's not just to back up the wicketkeeper, but there to take a wicket as well. So just when the Kuma goes, and maybe that's not a bad thing, you know, actually. You can see there, just sort of a quick shot there of, well, the car park filling up and a lot of vehicles trying to get into the ground, a lot of people turning up. I get the feeling that this little country lane that leads up to the ground here, Vinny, is going to be a little bit chocker when it comes to the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Looking forward to that. Here's Prab Chima. So he doesn't bat at 11, he bats at number 3. I don't know who's filling out the team sheet for Ronan CC. Yeah, so I suppose if you got caught, then maybe, because that guy's already out, so he's kind of eliminated from the play. So then, but you could probably get a catch run out double play, which means if you're the guy that's not caught, so you're the non-striker.
What about stumping and a run out?
Safety. Yeah. So I suppose it comes down to how you handle. So here's what makes it a bit complicated, right?
Okay.
With a double play, you need to get both batters out if you're going to break a rule. So it can't be like, oh, I've caught a guy and stumped him, because you've got the same guy out twice. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I kind of like the idea in theory. I just think the application's tough. But so think it, for example, stumped and run out the guy at the other end. But the problem is, once that guy's stumped, theoretically, like, which end is that guy running to? Because he doesn't have a running partner anymore.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So say you got caught, and then we're both in the middle of the pitch.
I think once a wicket goes to the other end, you've got to say, right, if he's out, you've got to be home at the other end, at your end. If you're not, you're out as well.
Yeah, true. You could say that. But then we're going to have a bit of an epidemic of, could you, like in baseball, because you can't run until the catch is taken. So if you hit the ball down the ground, do you even run? Because if you're caught, your friend's in trouble. So I don't know. Already it seems quite complicated. I've thought about it a few times because I know it was trialled in indoor cricket in the Northern Territory, which is like lawless in Australia. They had double plays and it was always like a mystical rule that I never quite understood. But I think what it was, so let's say that I skied a ball and by the time it's caught, we're both in the middle of the pitch. But then which end are you running to? Do you run back to your original end or are you allowed to continue running through?
See.
So you can see how like already you get, cricket's quite complicated as it is. It's
Outside
a long way
the
across
line.
here, too far across.
But they're not, you see what I mean with them, with the no boundary in that over from Martini. In fact, only the 6 runs come off it, courtesy of 2 wides as well. So they're just not getting the number of boundaries they need. So they get up with the rate and fall behind the rate. And that's what Ronning have been doing. Now, they've still got Karki out there. He needs to explode. And Chima's out there with him now as well. So I think if they're going to get there, these two have to try and get them close. They're the ones that you're counting on.
I'll tell you another one that I think would be fun.
What's that?
And I'm going to borrow this one from indoor cricket.
All right.
Which I would like to see it just because it'd be interesting. But in indoor cricket, the ball's always live unless there's a wicket. And I guess see the ball's always live except for a wicket or a boundary, or if the umpire called it dead for an injury or something like that. So actually, you never really see this done, but it's possible. So if you mishandled the ball, throwing it back to the ball or whatever, you can run. Or if you throw it around the field, and it's also pretty exciting. And this didn't get done for 20 years because everyone was alert to it. But I was playing in a game. It was quite a big game. It was like a semi-final in the Nationals. It was like quite a big crowd and it was quite noisy. And the bowler's walking back to his mark. They snuck a run on him. and no, we were yelling at him. There's that fielder again. Jeez. Well stopped. But yeah, everyone was yelling at him like, turn around, turn around. He's sitting there thinking about the next ball. And they're not long run-ups either. Yeah. Right? But again, that used to be done a lot more in the 80s. I reckon that'd be an interesting one. Will that happen? Probably not. But I like the idea of even now, because it'd be pretty ballsy to try and sneak a run like now.
Yeah, just say, right, let's go. Let's do it.
And then you get like these Mexican standoffs, like the guy doesn't face up. He's like, and then because this actually has happened, the bowler has to like give the guy a reasonable amount of time to face up. But if he's still that kind of that, he's just running and bowling him. Yeah. That's his fault.
So what happens there then? I suppose the bowler's walking up to his mark. They can still run.
Yeah. No, but they won't because you can just bowl the ball.
Got to run these. They're not running these. I mean, they're not hitting the boundaries. They're not running. And that rate, look, it was only, I reckon it was about, 8 balls ago where the rate was around 13.5. It's gone to 17. No boundaries, and they're not running. You've got to be running these.
Yeah. Boundaries aren't coming. You need to get runs one way or another.
So there's no boundaries in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, no. See, only 1 wicket down, and score is 43 for 1, but that rate required's climbed. Okay, I haven't done this for a while. I'm doing random number generator, and hopefully it gives me something from British and Irish Knights. It's set number 3, which is Tom Hindley. Well, he was brilliant. He had a pretty good tilt at the MVP actually in the ECC last year. He was pipped out by Hamza Saleem Dar in the end, but brilliant with the bat. He's like a mystery spinner as well, left-hander. Not sure where he'll bat. I think he'll bat somewhere in the middle, but I actually think his mystery spin will be quite effective. And this pitch does take a bit of spin.
It does take spin, yeah. I think spinners will do well here.
He's hard to pick. Anyway, this is blasted. They need more of this, and they're going to get some right now. Kaki, he's been of the wild card here. If he could go on a heater, maybe they could still chase down the whole thing here. But Maximo, 6 runs to start the over.
Yeah, well, Rahman comes back and he gets blasted for 6. But can they get a run of boundaries here, or will it be just the one and they'll set it for that? They need to get going. And, well, the only person who's going to get going is going to be Kaki. Hits a 6 and he'll go full and straight from Mustafa Rahman, and it's adios Akaki. So once again, he gets going, he gets into the 30s, and he'll have to depart. And it's a good time to get a wicket for Friendship CC.
Yeah, it's just I suppose an over-aggressive shot. I know they have to be that way, but in the end, the bowler gets it right, gets it on the stumps, gives himself a bit of room, and over goes the castle. So to score 49 for 2. I suppose the thing is, Chima at the other end, 3 off 7. You know, he's struggling to hold up his end, isn't he? But yeah, it's a pretty handy wicket. And I think right now they might secretly, maybe not so secretly, be eyeing up all the 4 points. Well, to all our sheep-loving friends, wherever you are watching around the world, that'll be a nice little taste of home for you.
Yeah,
We do have New Zealand out there, basically in the retro kit, and we got the sheep.
Got the sheep.
What else do we? What are other iconic New Zealand things? They're probably all asleep by now, so we can talk about them.
Yeah. They will take the single.
Like the skiing's pretty iconic there. The kiwi. So do you know what an actual kiwi is? Not the fruit. It's a bird, right? It's a flightless bird.
Okay.
The national bird of
What,
New
that
Zealand.
you only have in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like their kangaroo. But it's not a kangaroo. It's a flightless bird. Have you ever seen it here? I'm going to put it up. It's a kiwi. It's got like a long bill.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And you don't get them anywhere else, except I guess the zoo. And then some people say it's cute. Well, I'm not so sure. But then it scared me, because when I first went to New Zealand, nice pick up and throw. Good fielding from Hyder. It'll be at the end of the over. We got one more. No, there's still one to come. Because we had in Australia at a burger joint, they call it the Aussie burger, which is bacon and egg. But I went to New Zealand, and they had the kiwi burger. And I'm like, are they putting the bird in the burger? But it was just their version, because obviously New Zealanders, people, they get called kiwis as a bit of a nickname. That's a nice delivery as well. Mustafa Rahman's bowled really well today. That's the end of 6, and Ronan a 51 for 2.
Yeah, 51 for 2. Fair way behind where they need to be. They're almost some 16 runs behind where their opponents were at this point. And just haven't got going. It's very much the repeat of what we saw for them in the first match. They're just not able to get the batting clicking, a run of boundaries that they need. So in control, and very much so here at Friendship CC. 89 is the score that they need to try and get to get a point. They've got 4 overs here, and I think we'll start to maybe have a look at what the rate is that they need to go in to get to that, as we have a look at this centrum ground again, looking absolutely marvellous underneath the Portuguese sunshine, I should say, as this one is hit pretty straight. And well, that's a boundary. So that's one, but they need more than one, don't they? The last over there was just the one, and then there was the wicket, and then the leg by and some dots and a single. Can they now capitalise here? They've got to go. They're needing around, well, probably you've got to be hitting about 4 boundaries and over.
Yeah, Chima needs to turn it on. He's the senior partner now. Uh-oh.
Running into trouble. If he hits, he's gone. He misses. And Chima,
and this round is made for 5s. Has it? How far has this gone? Was it backed up? I think that's fine. But I was a bit worried when he threw this. He's thrown it into the gap. I think this will be a leg by. I'm not sure there's any bat in it. Probably had more time to line it up, or even cheat a couple of meters and go underarm.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think he could have raced him there, actually.
Wow, that was... We're kind of used to these now, aren't we? But it's quite unthinkable. You could miss from there. He'll just go down as a leg by.
Yeah, just a simple leg by. All right.
Equation for a point, getting pretty interesting. I think that's around about what their current run rate is. At the moment, it's around 9. So essentially, they're on the rate to get the point. But if they slow down at all from here, they won't even get a point out of this, Ronan. Remember last time they snuck in by 2 runs. Anyway, this one is going to be gone. So it just cramps Chima for room. He uses a lot of balls there, just couldn't get going, could he? So tossed in. He's been a good player, I got to say, for Friendship. See there, trying to cut this ball. That one, he's really late in the pool, or he's very late in the cut. Either way, he's late. And it's a nice catch taken there by Mohammad Asaduzzaman. And Ronan CC now in the 7th over, 57 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good catch. He was alert and aware to it. But that one, again, I think it just creeped up on the batter. He's not quite there for the shot he wanted. It would have been better going on the back foot and trying to cut or uppercut. But it gets tucked up and gives his wicket away. So the next batter comes out and is going to be, well, a guy who took a really good catch, Russell Khan. Let's see if Russell can give some sort of support here to Nilesh. But once again, very similar to the overs that we've seen. They get a boundary, then they lose a wicket. Well, he's hit this pretty well. He does at least rotate the strike. So Suryawanshi. Now, you'd probably say that he and I guess next probably still haven't seen the captain, Sina, which is a bit of a surprise, really. You would have thought the captain would have wanted to come out to assure they get something out of the contest. My ball down the leg side.
Could have a bit of a bonus point thriller here, the way things are going at the moment. Suryawanshi hasn't really fired with the bat today. Ronan, they've got another game, pretty tricky one against the Fighters as well. The last game of the afternoon coming up as well.
Oh, this is too high, I reckon. Let's have a look. First, it goes all the way. Now, the question is this 6 or 7 up? No ball being called, and it's going to be a 7 up. Oh, he thumps this. Well, sometimes little things like this can make a difference in the way that the innings goes. And maybe that 7 up is going to help them get the acceleration in and at least get something out of this contest.
Leaves it hanging up there. Free hit to come. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Still giving 13% here.
Well, it hits it pretty well. The fielder loses sight of it for a moment, but then catches up with it, makes a stop, and fires the throw back in, just a single.
Free hit anyway, so hang on, a regular delivery. Maybe you try and turn that into a catch. Anyway, 67 for 3 after 7, 22 for a point, 61 for the win. We'll go back to the sheep in a second, but this is what I was talking about just a second ago. Fighters taking on Ronan. Those two will meet in match 59, which actually starts in around about 35 minutes live from the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. Sahota's been leading the Fighters. This time you've got the Parminder combination as well. Yeah. Interesting that I think obviously captain wasn't too happy because I noticed one name that wasn't there. And can you guess who it is? Dalwinder. Been given the boot after his I suppose somewhat comical dismissal, even though I don't think too many of the fighters were laughing about it. Anyway, here we go with the 8th over, and it starts with 6 Maximal for Suryawanshi. Look, Magical over here, and I think they kind of got to go at 20 and over. So yeah. Magical keeps them on the pace, but it keeps the game alive. It's a perfect start to the over.
Yeah, well, he gets one out in the middle now. Wonder how much confidence that will give Suryawanshi. So 6 runs, good shot on the swivel.
And now goes for it again. Does this have enough? Going, and gone. Maximal! Well, pretty much shores up the point for Ronan. They've got a free crack at the match. And with Suryawanshi taking down Abdul Motin twice in a row, maybe this is the big over they need to get back in the contest.
Yeah, he hits it well, doesn't he? Hits it hard. So 2 sixes. It's been a while since we've seen back-to-back boundaries.
Now he's going to go again. This is straight down the ground. He thinks he's gone. He is gone. Well taken by Badrul Haider down the ground. So it's 6 and out for Suryawanshi. You would imagine they should cruise to a point from here, but you never know. There's still a chance Friendship could get into the new batter, maybe take all 4. But Suryawanshi goes down swinging for 20, and the score 79 for 4.
Yeah, and I think this is, again, you're going into the wind. That wind, when it does pick up, is pretty strong. It's blowing quite strongly into our commentator's cube at the moment, so that ball would have slowed up. And, well, we know that Badrul Haider is a very good catcher of the ball. He's not going to drop those. So the one thing that Nilesh could have done with those couple of 6s is at least maybe ensured that they will at least get a point. But still, as you say, Vinny, they've still got to score another 10 runs to get those.
And Sin has come out, the captain, and he did score 34 off 20 earlier. Hit 6 balls in his 6th, though. They need 6s, you'd imagine. Can he clear the ropes? Can't get this one.
Gets a bit of bat that saves him.
Hits onto his own foot, I think. was pretty straight. I still think if you're Friendship now, you're hoping you can take all the points because you're feeling pretty confident in the game.
Yeah.
If you bowl well, create a couple more dots. So 10 off 14. That one just sneaks inside. So 10 off 13.
Whoa.
And if you can take this to the last over, then maybe you can.
What we haven't seen here, I mean, for teams that are looking to take, when you're fielding, looking to take all the points in, we haven't seen them bring the field in.
No, and that.
Oh, wow, this
See,
one.
I don't think this is a wide because he's going to be called a wide. See, I don't know. There's two schools of thought with this. One is that once you face up, your leg side's your leg side. But for me, once he plays that shot, he's got two offsides. That's the way I would interpret it. But, you know, there are different interpretations. I don't feel very comfortable with that being wide.
Well, they obviously retracted it because it's been called over.
Yeah, okay. So that and I think maybe that's just, it's an unusual situation that you wouldn't see too often. But I think maybe the refs intercepted that and said, look, no, because he's changed his, he's playing a left-handed shot essentially.
Yeah.
He loses his leg side protections. Anyway, that'll be the end of the over. It'll be 81 for 4 after 8. Yeah, but there's different interpretations. I feel that you should also lose your leg stump, pitching outside leg stump protection once you decide. If you face up as a right-hander, then you play a left-handed shot, then you basically have two offsides.
Yeah.
So this is just what I feel would
That's
be
a
the
good
right thing
way to describe and look at it. Yeah.
So you go back to, you can still get wides, but I mean the tram line is the wide now, not just missing the stump. Anyway, good umpiring in the end. Here we go with the 9th over. It's going to start with a bit of a Gundy ball, turn around the corner, but not a lot of timing. And it'll just be a single. So, yeah, pretty interested about this point, you know.
Yeah, well, Badron Hyder, he's a fighter, and that's why he's come on here. He's trying to take it into all the way. He doesn't want to give him that point, so that's well bowled again. It's another dot. So, yeah, pressure situation here because you got Khan, who's on strike. The more experienced batter, the captain, is at the non-striker's end. And really, this is where the captain's got to be speaking to Khan and say, hey, come on, just don't worry about hitting it too hard. We just need singles. But he's trying to hit it hard. Wrong shot to play. Loses his wicket.
He's actually trying to hit it even harder. Russell after swinging and missing. He said, well, maybe the problem is they haven't swung hard enough. I know it's tough to take your medicine sometimes, but now there's 7 off 8. And I think you just got to make sure that you get your point. And you also make sure that Friendship EC don't get the extra point because they're exactly the kind of team you'll be jostling with for position on the ladder.
Yeah.
So one of the all-time great bat swings from Russell speed-wise, but he comes up with nothing but fresh air, and he's the 5th to 4. It's 82 for 5.
You know, I've been saying to the chat, Vinny, that I can't make up my mind about these colours, whether it's a cream, like a coffee cream, or sometimes it looks a bit peachy. You know why? Because there's 2 different tones of it.
Yeah.
Now that's why it's been it's been doing me in.
Depends what you wash it with.
So that's the sort of the coffee creamy sort of colour there at the bowler's end. But you can see that the captain, well, he's more peachy. I knew my eyes weren't playing games on me. Anyway, it's going to be Sharma that comes out. He's bowled well, but now he's got to play his part with the bat.
Anyway, still 7 required for the point. Yeah, he actually plays the sensible card, which wasn't what I was expecting. And so they'll get a run first up. But this is a famous thing. Also, you know, the 12th man, the famous impressionist in Australia. And we talk about which jacket Richie Ben would wear in the morning. And it would be the cream, the bone, the white, the off-white, the ivory, or the beige. And so that's what I'm thinking about. They're essentially all colours that are pretty close. So I'm going to get you over the next few days as we get to know Ronan CC even better to decide who's wearing the cream, the bone, the white, the off-white, the ivory and the beige. It's a cool colour scheme though.
Yeah, that's an interesting shot. He's got to be stepping outside off and whipping that to the leg side really, but he just fends it off for a dot. So this becomes a huge
6
delivery.
off 7. They've got to bring the field up last over. Good thing. All right, Sinner doesn't want to run here. So we've got 6 off 6 now, and can of worms very much opened here. And it's Friendship CC. We'll have a fighting chance of getting all 4 points in this one. It's 83 for 5 after 9. And to be honest, these are the exact kind of games where I suppose we wouldn't have too much to talk about if we didn't have the bonus
Well,
point.
I'm still up for the bonus point golden ball, Vinny.
Yeah. Well, Daniel Dorkay, that was his idea, wasn't it?
That's what I mean. I know Daniel's around here. But yeah, the
Where is he? I think he's at the other end, otherwise I would say that loudly. If you're missing Daniel Dorkay of Spain and Team Europe, and of course Oerash in this series, he asked Corey, the Spanish coach, that if it's a tie for the bonus point, do we play a golden ball? But that's the great thing about the bonus point, in all seriousness, is it can't be a tie. You either get it or you don't. You either exceed 70% of the first innings total or you don't. All right, here we go, 6 off 5.
maybe you could do a double or nothing.
Okay, I like that.
You just say, all right, well, look.
But it's very rare that you actually, the equivalent would be if you chased it down exactly 7 overs, right? But anyway, tell you what, 6 off 5. All right, make some solid contact. But the fielder's interested and he's going to take the catch. Well, that could be an important catch. Just think about Friendship CC. They've got ambitions of qualifying.
Yeah.
This point could be critical. For example, they finish in 3rd place. Then they need to score more points than Gorka 11 in Group A. That was a really nice catch by Mohamed Abdul Motin. I like the way he gets off his feet, protects the ball. And that'll make it 6 off 4 required for the point now.
Who else out there is pulling their hair out thinking, what are they doing? They needed just singles to at least get a point. And batters are going out there, they're swinging, giving their wickets away. And at the moment, well, you can see the equation. They're not helping their cause. They've got the captain at the other end, who for me came in too late in the innings anyway. And now he's stranded at the non-strikers end. And trying to get to this 89, they need 6. And well,
handy.
That will help big time.
So handy. Kandel is a really fun player to watch. Action follows him. Now, who's after that ball in the background? I think is that our very own Daniel Weston? That's in town for the Western Shield. Is that a sighting on the grassy knoll?
Oh, is there a sighting? Is there?
2 off 3.
And well,
yeah, it is. He's not on the grassy knoll. He's actually appeared. All right. 2 off 3 now. Oh, we got a golden ball. Fake golden ball thriller here. 2 for the point. Friendship CC can concede a 1, but they can't concede a 2 off this if they want to keep their point.
Let's have a look. He's played and missed at this as well. Kendall. Can he be the hero?
Do they know that? Hopefully they do. They need
know.
2 to get a point. And wait for the call. I think it's a nothing burger. Or is it still 1 to go? How many balls have there been in this over?
There's 1 to come, Vin.
Oh, just in.
Just sneaks it in, so he's got to go for the big shot here.
Heel of the glove. All right, so I stand corrected, but I'm right now. It's 2 off 1 required. Kandel needs to get bat on ball and run for his life, and he plays a reverse and he misses it, and they will not get 2. We've seen, there's no other way to see it. We've seen some pretty much, I'm thinking of a word that's not brain dead.
Be nice.
But it's, the thesaurus is running thin. But he needs 2 to get something out of the game. He goes for a Hollywood shot, misses, runs out his partner. He protects his average. He'll finish 4 not out. And in the end, Friendship CC, talk about out of jail. I mean, they were pretty much always going to win that game from halfway through that second innings. But the fact that they can get that wicket and reverse the momentum, take all the 4 points, that's a big boost for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, when you're watching this, you're just wondering, this is where you got to play smart cricket. It wasn't smart cricket. I'm not really sure what Zinner was thinking coming in so late. He's one of the key batters.
It's only the second worst shot I've seen today.
Yeah, that's
anyway,
true. I think he did try that, didn't he? The very first ball he played last match. Jeez. And he didn't work. He tries it and he gets it wrong. But yeah, look, they only needed 6 of that last over. They didn't get it. They fall short. Well done. You've got to say credit to Friendship CC, though. They win their second match, but this time they take all the points.
I suppose we only see that outcome and we don't see what would happen if he'd hit it and gone for 4. He'd be chaired off for getting his team a point. Anyway, Fighters versus Ronan in the last game of the day. 25 minutes away from the first ball. The Fighters winning the toss and bowling. Yeah, makes sense. Ronan, they've struggled a bit with the stick, and they remind me of one of these teams that are fairly new to the competition, although they've got a few players that we have seen playing with the Indian Royals, but their batting isn't quite where their bowling is just yet, and they're relying on too few. And if you can crack that top order, you can open them up. And you can see, even when they needed well less than run a ball, at least to secure a point, they weren't able to do that. And Friendship, after going winless through the first couple of days of action. They take 7 out of a possible 8 points today against Ronan and kind of assert their dominance, I think, in this bilateral contest. But still, their Friendship CC, they'll be pretty happy with where they're at the moment. But yeah, for Ronan, they'll be just disappointed with how things fell apart with the bat.
Yeah, it's a good response from Friendship. Remember their first match, they were blown away, weren't they, by Marlow, 167 to 71. And I think a lot of people were wondering to see what we were going to see from them here today. Well, I think they've surprised everybody. Remember, running yesterday, they did get 2 wins out of 2 against Precious. So they were, I think in the first match, they were close favourites really to win. But Friendship, they showed their experience. And some of those players, they performed and they sort of, when they had to dig deep and get something out of the contest, they did. They did that in the batting. When it looked like they were falling away, they came back strong, and they did it with the bowling as well. But I think more importantly, they played the smart cricket and running. I think they're going to really have to dig deep and say, right, okay, look, we haven't got a lot of time between this and the next match. We've got to think about what we're doing. We got to play better cricket and smarter cricket. I mean, that was not smart, and they end up with nothing.
I mean, you're always the chance of maybe 2 overthrows there. But luckily, the keeper, Rupu, has a good laugh saying he probably dared him to play that. He said, hey, you're not hitting right-handed. Why are you trying to left-handed? It's the classic mind the windows approach, getting the batter's head. He goes for glory, comes up short. And as it was said in the chat, Candell has been extinguished there towards the end. 87 for 7, so not really on the money. If you look at their 2 innings today, Ronan, they scored 101, they scored 87. Just not quite there with the bat yet, even though Kaki stepped up this time. Chima just had a bit of a shocker, really. Couldn't get going through your one. She looked good while he was there, but he was caught well by Hyder. And even with 17 extras, they're only able to get 87. So I suppose that's a learning curve for Ronan, especially some of the new players coming in. But for Friendship CC, I think it was an important day. They get 2 wins out of their 2 games. Ronan, having said that, Rico, they will get the chance to make up for it when they're playing Fighters in around 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, but they're going to have to be at their best, aren't they? Because I think Fighters, they're a team, they can certainly turn it on as well. They'll be looking to go out there and get a victory under their belt to finish off this day number 12. There's some bowling figures there. Wickets for everybody, which you don't often see. 2 wickets there for Martin. He bowled well, 2 for 20. Also, it was Rubel who went for 20 as well. But I suppose the pick of the bowler really has to be Badrul Hyder. And I like what he does out there in the field as well. He's a great catcher of the ball. And he's a very good batter as well. So they've got a good all-rounder there in Badrul Hyder. And I think if he stays in good form and fit, then certainly Friendship, they're more than capable of causing a few more upsets along the way as well. So we're going to leave you with that match summary of match number 58. But remember, coming up in just over 20 minutes time is the final match of this match day 12, and it will be once again Ronin that we'll see in action. They are taking on the Fighters, and also right now that Vinny's back is an opportunity for you to fire in your random questions, and we'll do our best to answer them. So join us back in about 20 minutes time for match number 59.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the last match of the day here on day number 12. And this one will see these two teams locking horns for the first time today. It will be Fighters CC taking on Ronan CC. A big effort from these players as well, because we are getting the full program of games in today, and this is their third match. Let's see who gets the coin toss and gets that early blow. Tyrone Peters is with the two captains.
Ronan cricket team to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Wee. It's a hit. They're going to bowl.
So the toss has been won by the Fighters. They've sent in Ronan. Now, I've got to say, these teams, they've had a bit of a mixed bag so far, no doubt about that. But yeah, they're two teams, I think, that have a lot of potential. Of course, Ronan CC, they had a good start yesterday. They've been tested a bit more today. Fighters started the day with a very, very good win over Marlow, but they couldn't take a point out of their last game. So plenty to play for both of these two teams as we get ready for the start of match number 59. Rico Full is standing by. I've noticed a few arrivals as well from the ECN top brass. Rico, keep an eye out for them. But right now, let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss here in the last match of the day is Fighters have won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Well, it's good to have you back as well. So Fighters taking on Ronan CC, and they put Ronan in here. And I think the Fighters, well, they're looking to try and restrict Ronan to a score around about the 90 mark, maybe even less if things go to plan, and try and knock those off. And they're aiming to try and pick up maximum points here. But Ronan, well, they want to try and get something out of this contest as well. They only just managed to get a point up against Friendships in the first match that they played, and they failed to get anything in the next. So they're looking to come back well here. And notice a slight change for the Fighters behind the stumps, but Winder Singh will go behind the stumps. I think they're going to miss his bowling though. So somebody like Mandeep Singh comes into their side. Let's see what he has to offer. But over to the other side, well, I reckon that you've got to have key players performing. I think the captain Zinner, he needs to take responsibility and take himself up to the top of the order. I'm expecting a big game here from Kiran Kandel. I think he just lets himself, his side down in the last one with an opportunity to take the point, and maybe a Prabhachima, maybe he'll come back good in this one as well. Well, we are ready to go. And you can see, well, there's Pawinder. So he's not going to be bowling in this one, so that's going to be interesting. Let's see how he fares. And Ramandeep Singh is another new name that comes into their lineup. And no Dilwinder Singh. I suppose Dilwinder, he's been disappointing, hasn't he? With the bat, and blocked out a maiden in the first match that they played here today. And then the second match, 5 balls, and then he sort of gets himself stumped in comical fashion. And so they've lost patience with him. He won't be featuring. So here we go, get ready for the start here. And, reaches for it, gets bat onto ball. Does Karki, and says no, wait there. It was the pick of the batters in the last one, scoring 33 of 20. It's not quite the strike rate that he normally goes with. He's normally a hard hitter, but never really was able to get going with the bat last time. We'll get after the bowling. This is a good start here. Getting this ball to swing away. Well, there we go. It's some of the faces that Vinny was saying to look out for. James Cantor, Daniel Weston. And it's a little Casper there as well. And it's good delivery. Right there on the money. So Lalit Kumar being asked to open the bowling, and he's starting well. And yeah, once again, just keeping the ball in the right areas. That one will be a wide. Well, I think the effort there, the solo effort of Parwinder Singh to put off the umpire, Kru Patel, doesn't work. He starts and Kru already has signaled the wide, and Parwinder just says, "Chal, acha main chup hi kar janda, hor kise nu mainu koi support da ditti nahi." Don't mind what the bowler's trying to do here. And, yeah, that's well bowled. It's a good over so far. You're going to try and keep the ball out there. If the odd one goes wide, you don't mind it. Just having a look at the field that he's got set. The only thing I would say, he's given himself nobody back on the offside. So third isn't back. They haven't got a backward point back. So if there is bat on ball here, you know where it's going to go. They've opted to go long off and mid-wicket on the boundary. And okay, this is up in the air and it's being dropped. So you've got 3 men inside and the drop from Rahul. He needs to take this really. It's an opportunity. Karki's a dangerous batter and he's been dropped on 0. How much will that come back and hurt you? They've normally been pretty good in the catching department. Kumar faces his first and he just strokes this one out to the man who couldn't hold on to the catch. You can see a bit of disappointment there from Rahul. End of the over, but it's a good over. Just the 2 come from it, from Lalit Kumar. And Jaswinder Kumar is out there once again with Karki. Jaswinder never really got going. And you can always stay in touch with us as well. We're loving all the comments coming through from you and all the work being done on the chat as well. And this is, well, this is our platform to thank you as Vinny Sandhu himself comes back and joins me in the box.
I'm back, baby, and yeah, throwing a few random questions. My first day back here at the ground. Had a nice few days away. It wasn't a bad few days to get away from the ground. I hope you had a nice inside weekend because I think it was pretty bleak here at the ground. I think we had 46 overs out of a possible 200 on Saturday and Sunday. Anyway, here's Rahul with his in duckers. That's pretty well handled down there. Just a single, but yeah, Ronan need to try and find some answers with the bat and quickly. I feel like 100's a bare minimum here. Yeah. They weren't quite able to get that many against Friendship in the last game.
They are batting first though, and one thing that we have seen today is big appeal, and the ball should be, well, is it stopped, is it not? No, it's not, as Verinder Virk comes from a long way to try and stop this. It just gets clipped away. And
is that off the bat? Oh, maybe it was off the pad.
And you can see Verinder there trying to flick it back in. It's not able to.
It was off the pad, so it'll be leg buys. But yeah, you can see him flying in late in the piece. Couldn't quite make the stop in the end.
Yeah, good effort there from Virk. He now goes much finer. He sort of goes all the way from the sort of behind square to fine. And, well, he's not going to stop this one either, so he might even go even finer as this one.
Another leg bite. Okay, what's this hit? Yeah, it flicks the top of the pad and just diddles the keeper. Harvinder. Jeez. So we had 8 kicked runs in the over.
Yeah, but this is the issue. I mean, they've got Bawinder behind the stumps. Now, they're going to miss him as a bowler. But, yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure if this is a smart move. That's where you need your key keeper. And I reckon there, I know they're difficult ones, but a keeper, a regular keeper is stopping those.
Yeah. Again, one thing that you might be a good fielder and general good hand-eye coordination, but the distraction factor is one thing that I think a lot of people, if they're just picking up the gloves, they haven't done it much, they're not really prepared for that. This one hit really nice on the back foot by Karki. And that'll just keep on motoring to the boundary. There's great value all around the wickets there. Oh, there's Casper. And there's Dan Weston from the Western Shield. And also James, I think, floating around. But that's a really nice cricket shot. Bit of Steve Waugh in that one. Back foot cover drive.
Of course, all these runs are hurting Rahul even more because he was the man who dropped Karki. And Karki placed the wrong shot here. I think he needs to go the other way and get the swivel on. And if he misses it, at least he'll take a wide. But that's the end of the second over. 16 it is without loss. So welcome back to everybody in the chat. And yeah, keep your random questions coming in as well. On this, well, important day for various things. It is International Carrot Day, so eat your carrots. Remember, carrots are good for your eyes, as they say. As you look at the standings then, you can see that running, if they can get a victory here, they go above the fighters. The fighters, though, And they're trying to catch up with the likes of Friendship and Marlow. Public holiday, of course, in Switzerland. We're celebrating Battle of Nefels, World Rat Day, to tell everybody that rats are not all bad and they're quite intelligent creatures. Okay, they will take the single, and that's one thing that I've noticed a few times when the fighters are playing. They're very deep, and I think the reason they're deep is that they're not walking in with the bowler. If you look at them when the bowler's coming in, they're very static. So because they've not got that movement coming in, they're allowing some of these singles. It's a swing and a miss. It's Lalit is looking to get another good over in.
Lalit had a bit of an over to forget earlier on in the day, but I think he looks a lot more comfortable on the right-handers. Just, needs to simplify things. Just a few things I think just weren't happening rhythmically. He didn't have the flow going. So far, so good here. He's conceded 3 off 8 balls.
Well, that's a nice shot. He just uses the pace of Lalit and the movement. I think now he knows, Karki, that what Lalit is doing is getting this ball to move away from him. So he waits for it and plays a nice shot, smart shot in between the two fielders.
I was going to say, because you can rely on Kumar here, maybe that's where you have one of your outfielders, because he's been so consistent in hitting that offside spot.
Yeah, I would have my long golf up, to be honest.
Yeah.
And
dare them to hit over.
Yeah, dare them hit over into the wind and get the backward point in, because also the what he's bowling here, the ball moving away, there's a genuine chance of an edge that can fly over to third. So, yeah, that's a possibility. And I think also Karki, he is, you can see there, even there, he's looking to hit on the offside. He's looking to hit over those two fielders.
I suppose that's the thing, if you don't quite get it right like that time. It's just a dot ball, 2 to come in the over. First time he's really got the line wrong in a while, isn't it? But doesn't get put away. Karki will just get the 1.
Yeah, Karki, we saw him do that before. He actually because he's trying to give himself room to play on the offside quite often. Deliveries that he should just leave alone and take the wides, he ends up playing at him.
Jasvind has yet to fire. Are they going to try him again at the top of the order? Let's see what he can do here. Last ball, the power play.
Oh, well, bowler gets a bit unlucky here. Just does a little bit of a tortuga to get over his outstretched hand. It'll take a single. And that's the end of the over. So 23. It's a bit of a low-key power play, but we have seen worse. It's not the best. It's not the worst. I suppose you can say it's just below average. They would like to be going around about 10s. So a nice start there and a good spell there from Lalit Kumar. He'll be very happy with that. His captain will be for sure. Only 9 of his 2 overs.
He just settled in a bit better in this game, didn't he? So 23 off the first 3, and I think Finer's pretty happy with that, even though they haven't gotten the breakthrough just yet. But you can draw a line between them hitting their spots with the ball and having good outcomes, and we saw that. That's how they actually, they did bat well against Marlow as well, but it really was their bowling, I think, that won them that game. They didn't allow any of the top 5 from Marlow to fire. And at one stage, it looked like they might take all of the points out of that against the reigning champions. Anyway, here's Rahul. What's that back foot, Rahul? Just okay.
Yeah,
we're talking about rules we change a bit.
Yeah.
I'm getting close to saying we do away with the back foot rule for bowlers. Just make it so they need to have something that lands inside the sideline and behind the front line. And just forget that back foot. It's such a technical one. It's archaic. It's out of date. And then let Rahul just bowl. He's not getting any big advantage. If anything, you can argue it's a hindrance when you bowl from that wide of the crease. And it's fine once in a while, but you do reduce your chances of an LBW and things like that. So that's one. I think we'll get there.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where you never really see it being advantage as such.
There we go, see? I bet this is what this is for. It's the back foot no ball. And he's not getting an advantage out of this, but Malik's spot on. If his back foot lands or touches that side, and then see the tough thing is there. Does his heel actually land or not? And it's very hard to adjudicate. That's why I don't like the rule either. It doesn't make sense, and it's hard to adjudicate.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Does the heel actually go down?
But then how then you never know if everything's touching the ground because it happens so quickly. And by the way, you can only look at it for about 100th of a second before that you're looking at the front foot and then looking up at the batter. So actually, that's one rule that I'm sure that if we put that in our playing conditions, within 2 years, it'd be in all cricket.
I can tell
I'm sure about that.
I can tell you this now, that those are being called by the third umpire. Because I can tell you, as an umpire, when you're standing up, you're not moving your head, you're using your eyes. You took a little look at the line for the front foot, then your head stays still and you're looking at the stump. You can't see the back
But
foot.
one thing, when Rahul's got a reputation from it, that's when umpires will actually look for it.
You're right.
You know, but I've seen these missed at a very high level of cricket
But
as well.
also, you think with the umpire standing, he will not be able to tell if that heel goes down or not. So
Like
this
how
is
long
where
is the grass? How long are his studs?
Exactly. So this is where the third umpire
doesn't come up that
John,
often. But honestly, there's a better way.
Yeah.
And I honestly think if we were to make just a front foot rule, then because again the rules right now don't make sense because your front foot can actually land outside the sideline. So what's the sense in that? It doesn't make any sense either, right? So anyway, I think that might be one to look at maybe for next year or something. And I think a bit like when we stopped crossing on a catch. Everyone's like, oh, you can't do that. Makes sense. And now suddenly it's in all cricket.
Yeah.
And
nobody is saying, oh, yeah, but, because it's the right move to make, Anyway, I'll
25
tell you.
without loss. This is a good old man rant that I've gone on here, actually. And one thing that annoys me a little bit is when people say, oh, the game's fine the way it is and it can't be improved, like as if the laws were written down like the Declaration of Independence in 1776 in USA. Guess what? They have always been changing. Always. They've never stayed still for that long. Do you know that originally there was no LBW, and I think the law's been changed 12 times since they brought it in?
Yeah.
Originally, they used to roll the ball on the ground. Cricket has changed so much, and people tend to think of the version they grew up with as the way it always was, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Actually, I learnt something the other day. That I saw a game from 1954. I wasn't watching it live. But it was a photo, and they had 3 behind square. I'm like, well, hold on, how can you bowl with this field? And they're saying, well, this was like the body line after body line.
Yeah.
But I knew they brought in the law that you can only have 2 behind square. But I didn't know that it wasn't until the mid-50s. So the body line was the early 30s, right? I didn't know that if you had a leg slip, it never used to be counted as one of your behind squares. Oh, he's hit the stumps here. This could be gone. Well, let's have a look at this. But
they're liking it.
I don't think Jasvinder's feeling that confident, to be honest. He's not really motoring anyway. Let's see. He's holding the bat. Doesn't have a great slide here. Oh, I think he might just be in. Let's have a look.
It's about whether the bat goes down in time. Is that bat down or not? It's so close.
Honestly, I don't think it's quite down, but I think it'll be umpire's call. I just think it's so close that the replay doesn't. You can make a case for either. This will feel like it's in the air, but it's pretty grainy, and I wouldn't want to hang him on that evidence.
Yeah, I think what you have to remember there is that the umpire's done brilliantly well as well.
Yeah.
He's there, he's watching, he's in the right spot. And Crew, well, we talked about Crew and how he's really has become such a good umpire. And that you can only go with umpire call, because where the camera is, you can never say if it was down or not. So umpire says not out.
Okay, what round was I on then? I forgot already.
Oh, so many. You've thrown
the
me and how
round.
many on. Well, you were talking about the 3 behind square.
Oh, yeah. So I didn't know. I don't want to read rant. This is an observation. I didn't know that this is the law they changed later. That if you had a leg slip, it didn't count as. Did you know that? Oh, by the way, this one's going to get through. Again, both fielders come together. But this field is so fast. And that'll get through for a boundary. Badly needed for Ronan. Check it out in the replay.
It's a nice shot. It couldn't be stopped by Verinder Virk, and it should have been stopped by one of those two.
Again, he's worried he's going to get cleaned up from his right, so you can kind of understand that as well. This is hit pretty well. In fact, that'll be another boundary. So Kumar making up for a bit of lost time. Maybe he needed a scare to get into things, and he gets 4 through the covers. That's a really nice shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Unlike the initial skip, he skips into position, gives himself space, and plays it for extra cover.
But did you know that that used to be the law in the 50s?
What was that?
That you could have, because I was like, how can you have 3 behind square?
Yeah.
But you were allowed to because the leg slip didn't count as 1 behind square before they changed the law again.
To be honest, I mean, when I think about the game, especially the game now, again, I often think, so what? Yeah. If it's the same for both sides, so what?
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
Anyway.
why does it matter? If you want to put all your fielders on the leg side, why does it matter? Why does it matter, people?
It encourages, you know, going at the body. Hey, wardrobe news. Daniel Weston has brought me a new vest, ECN vest. Do you wonder why that is? It wasn't because I lost mine. Do you know why?
What happened to yours?
I had to give mine. We promised Don Mundo from the Empanada shop a vest. And Dan, he had an early night. I said, look, make sure you bring the vest. Make sure you bring the vest. So I actually had to give Don Mundo my ECN vest. So now I got mine back. It's a brand new one. Has that nice new vest smell. And I know the word in Spanish is chaleco. Chaleco. For a vest. Chaleco.
So is Don Mundo wearing that now at the Empanada shop?
I'm glad you asked. Maybe, I don't know if we can put this up or not, but I'll show you. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
He loves his vest. This one gets past and needing a bit.
I'm liking it.
Needing something to start happening here. It's quite incredible that they're none for and they're only going at 7 and over.
Yeah, and when you think that you got the likes of Kaki out there, well, that's a better hit, and that's what you need. A few more of those. I tell you what, even Alex Macy had sat down on that chair thinking there's nothing coming our way. Let's just sit down. And as soon as he does, the ball comes over. Yeah, you've got to be super aggressive. Now, this will be obviously running, haven't played too much T10 cricket. They've normally played the 20 over or the all-day format. So they're just got to adjust, and the batters have to go for this. Got to go for it and say, look, we've got so many wickets in hand. Let's swing and swing hard. I mean, even that one there, the intent for me is not there to try and get the big shot. That's the word,
intent. We've seen it at times. They're probably giving the bowling a bit too much respect.
Yeah.
I think often we're critical for teams that go too aggressive as well. It's just about finding that balance. But I also think, and that's a good example for Kaki, he's just got a few little technical things that the bowlers are starting to work out. So these in-swing deliveries or these in-slanting deliveries, he's letting the ball follow him rather than get in behind it and maybe we're opening up the leg side. He's trying to kind of back away and muscle them offside.
Yeah.
That kind of millionaire's shot, which looks good when it comes off. But again, it's hard to get power into it. This one will test the outfielder. We'll get there eventually. But you can see how, even that, he hits that okay, but all of his body weight is going away from the ball. It's all of his body weight is, look, it's actually going leg side.
Yeah.
And so that's why it just makes decent contact, but just doesn't have that much power in it.
Yeah, and if you're a bowler that's watching this, you're going for his pads because you're thinking, well, I'm going to follow you. And that's why he hasn't been able to play and hit these shots so freely. So continue to struggle. 44 now, 6 overs complete. 24 balls to go from to really to try and get to a score that they feel is going to be competitive against the fighters.
We have had some times that teams have actually lost a match without losing a wicket. Probably I think 2 or 3 times on the network. And I'm not saying they're going to go through 10 overs here without losing a wicket, but if they do, it's still going to be a chaseable score, I'd say. I'll tell you what, they could be the first team to not lose a wicket but then get 4-point loss against them.
Yeah.
To have like a 4-point.
That could be. All right, this will once again be dragged onto the leg side. And a few people just touching on what we were talking about, the fielding, and Steve McVeigh. It wasn't the bodyline field or leg side slips.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say with the leg slip was an exception. Maybe you're allowed 1 leg slip. But the bodyline, it's quite incredible when you think about it in the context of today. On uncovered wickets and no helmets.
Yeah.
And it's frightening, really. It's dangerous. And yeah, really could have cost someone their life if you look at it. But also, apart from the danger element, it wasn't really attractive cricket to watch.
Yeah.
It was kind of exploiting a loophole. And yeah, it was...
But then also...
It wasn't good for what the game looked like.
Nah, and also in those days, you didn't have... The umpires didn't have the briefing, or they didn't have the powers to be able to say to bowlers, to say, hey, look, you cut that out, you carry on this, I'm going to start no balling you. All right, that's gone up in the air. This one should get to the boundary, and it will. So I think Kruk Patel just checking, and we'll signal 4.
That's the other thing. In the old days, before helmets as well, there was a bit of a code between bowlers that you don't bowl bouncers to other bowlers.
Yeah.
Because they're not really equipped to deal with it. Where's that one gone? Was that 4 or 6? Just. Maybe it's worth another look. Let's have a look at this on the replay. It is. I think it's just 4.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, good call. Called it that way, and the pictures backed it up.
It's a firm shot. But again, this is another one of those where I think you know if you're playing that shot, all you're getting is a single.
No mid-wicket. Okay, yes, it's a safer shot to play with a straight bat, but that's one that's clippable. And the mid-wicket was up in the circle. And sometimes it's also just about knowing where the gaps are in the outfield and be looking out for a ball that you could hit in that direction. That was one probably to go slightly across the line.
This one, same area.
Solid shots, but picking out the fielders at the moment. And that'll be the end of 7, and the score's 53 without loss. I suppose well done, bringing up the 50 partnership. But I think now we're getting to the point where what have you got to lose by maybe even a double switch here and getting a couple of guys out there, seeing if they can have a big last 3 overs. Coming up tomorrow, well, the Werewolves hope they get a good night's sleep. They've got 3 games tomorrow. And we'll also see Precious CC still looking to bring up their first win on ECN. We'll see Ronan CC again, so they're the only team from today playing tomorrow as well, apart from Marlow, who they will play in matches 61 and 63. Join us same time, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India.
Yeah, the Lisbon Werewolves. We're looking forward to seeing them again. A team that brand new, first time that they were seen in Portugal, even by the federation here, was when they played yesterday. And some interesting players to look out for. So, having been out there and played, they'll be better. All right, up in the air. Will this be the first wicket in the innings? And it will be dropped. And the batter, but look at the batters. They just take the single. So, well, that record, well, that historic moment is still on if these two don't throw their wickets away.
I mean, this 7 and over pace, I suppose it's slow for us, but it's, oh, look at that. It's a tough one. I guess it is a bit blowy. But it's got the feeling of, you know, a couple of batters that are in, they're hitting the ball pretty crispy, hitting the outfielders like this.
Oh, look at this pickup. Wow. That was a bit classy. One-hand pickup and gets the throw in. And just watch this again. So, comes in, says, look, I'll let one-handed. That's Mandeep Singh. And that's been hit well and well stopped.
Oh, what a stop.
Yeah, good work.
They get 1. Now they're going to go for 2. Good throw, might have him in trouble, but, oh, I think that's out.
And they're going to go.
Scoreline was in the way, but I got a feeling this could be gone. So maybe we will have our first wicket here. Throw took an eternity to come in back to Parvinder, but let's have a look. He's gone.
Yep, gone.
Yeah. So we won't have a no-wicket innings in the end. It'll be 1 and gone. And yeah, Kaki, to be honest, at least, in fact, that's Jasvinder who's the one run out on the play. But I actually think it's probably good for him to at least try someone else, see if they can hit a run of boundaries. If it hasn't happened in 7.5 overs, it's probably not going to happen in the last 2.5.
Yeah.
So he goes as the first wicket to fall, and the score is 56 for 1.
What a good bit of fielding. First of all, makes a stop, and then, well, he pulls the handbrake, goes back, and then Guswak Singh gets the throw in, and the rest was done by Parvinder.
Had to kind of go. That's a good example of where you are actually better off taking a step in front of the stumps because you can see the ball's not coming quickly.
Yeah.
Right? So this way it's situational. It's actually pretty good bit of keeping.
Well, that's been hit pretty well, and, well, he's probably thinking, oh, what have you been leaving me on the sidelines for? I keep saying this guy, Nilesh Suryawanshi, he's got to be higher up the order. All right, he probably is. He's number 3 this time, but he's coming in too late. This guy can bat, and I just get the feeling every time he's going out there's a little bit too much pressure on him to perform straight away. And this one, oh, wow, this is out. Will you believe this? I'm pretty sure this has come off the kneecap of the field.
Is that
taken?
Oh,
let's have a look at this again. From the corner of my eye, I want to see this again. What does this hit? And no,
it's off the hands. I was going to say kneecap. Like, how high did he get his knee? But it's a classic volleyball set. And when is a drop not a drop? Well, when that happens, it's a bit of the old teamwork makes the dream work. And Suryawanshi waited a long time to get out there, but he goes 6 and out. And in the end, it's Ramandeep that takes the catch. And it's 61 for 2.
Yeah, well, now, Nilesh is smacking the other batter into action as well. He's saying, "Chal jaldi kar." He's just trying to boost him up there. But another team catch. Hey, you know we're talking about a lot of things we have to change. This we have to change. Yeah, watch this. He said, "Come on, get going. Chal jaldi kar." You know what we have to change?
Go on.
Why don't we do it as soon as possible? Why aren't we getting these assists in there?
Oh, yeah, catch
We've
assists.
got to do it.
Again, I like the idea of that, but it's pretty groundbreaking. I'll tell you the way I actually would like it.
Yeah.
And it requires kind of an overhaul of the system. But like in American football, if you tackle the quarterback, that's called a sack. But if 2 players tackle them, they get 0.5 each. So I actually think for catches and runouts, I would like to reward half a stat to each. And then it all still adds up, right? So we'll come back to that in a second. It's 62 for 2 after 8. But yeah, I think that you could be, run out, you have this fielder / keeper.
Yeah.
Whatever. Catches, you could have this fielder / the fielder that caught it.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it can work.
Yeah.
Catch assists.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem fair. Well, that's a funny one because probably he just dropped it. But sometimes when they're on the boundary and they are deliberate,
Yeah.
and the person that gets all the glory in the stats sheet is the guy that catches the easy one.
Yeah.
True?
That is true. And isn't it? I mean, we saw that several times at the Cardiff Oval. Wasn't it Mulder that was just
Mulder's always giving them away. Oh, no, was he taking them or giving them away?
I thought he was taking them.
He was always taking them, you're right.
This one just gets played once again. They need that intent of Chima. We know he can hit it. But they just seem to, the aggression just doesn't seem to be here for running. And the fighters just keeping it nice and contained. It is the 9th. Will it all happen in the 9th? Well, hits it pretty well, but it's just going to bounce a couple of times.
Kevin's got a good point. He said that when or if the assists come in for catches, then that's one for the fielder who dropped it. That is actually true. So we would have some great catch assists. Remember the one in Cyprus that bounced off the keeper's helmet?
Yes.
He would get a catch assist for that. Hey, but yeah, he did assist, knowingly or otherwise. This one will be unassisted, though. And Kaki, his vigil is going to have to come to an end. 17 off 24. Just couldn't get it going, couldn't he? There, as Grusevak will break through for his first wicket in this one, and Ronan, 63 for 3 in the 9th.
Yeah, well, that one's crocodile style, but he holds on to it. Look at those snappers, he says. Look at those snappers. As the catch gets taken, well, Karki, he's been out there a long time, but that's not the sort of innings that we've seen him play. I'm quite surprised that he isn't able to get going at all. Chima will wait for a new partner to come out there. So this over so far has gone ... single wicket.
Poor Dave's head's exploding about whether to score that as a drop and a catch or just a catch. Good luck with that one. Anyway, 8 balls to come. Ronan, probably today's a bit more of a reality check for them compared to yesterday when they were playing a team that was even less experienced than them, let's be honest, at the level. Anyway, looks like this is Gujan Dillon coming in at number 5. And he'll push, and there's some thought of a run. But again, at this stage of 7 wickets in hand, I think you need to be unselfish. You need to try and take every run possible. Because I'll tell you what, right now, the fighters, who started with an impressive win over Marlow, the reigning champions, and unfortunately couldn't even get a point in their second game. They would love to take all 4 here, kind of get that point back.
Yeah, good job, Dylan. It is International Dylan Day today, by the way, so hopefully he can do something good. So it's congrats to all the Dylan. And this
like
is
the first name Dylan?
This is Dylan spelled as it's spelled there.
Really?
Dylan, yeah. Dylan, International Dylan Day. So
sometimes I think you make these up, but that's pretty specific, so
true.
maybe not. All right, this is the end of 9 at 63 for 3. Sheep watch. Now, can we get in any more? Probably not. That's probably yeah.
Hey,
well,
listen.
now I'm actually a bit upset
There's
with
a lot
the
of
bowling
sheep.
fields.
There's a lot of the cows here, and you know that here. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like to talk about bullfighting, but it's a traditional thing. And I know Santarime is known for its bullfighting ring, and it also has a university which is training not just on the sort of tourism side of bullfighting, but also training the matadors. But a lot of those bulls, a lot of those are actually also, well, raised and grown here as well. So,
did you know something that I've recently found out is this is nicely hit down the ground by Chima for 4. So they're hoping that he can regain some of his form from earlier in the day. It's just quite a nice shot, actually. Finds the gap as well.
Yeah,
But the difference between Portuguese bullfighting and Spanish bullfighting, did you know that in Portuguese bullfighting, that oh, wow, hits that pretty well, but straight down to the fielder. So it'll be 4 and out for Chima. Just couldn't get the power required there. So Hota is going to bring himself back and pick up a second wicket in this contest, 67 for 4.
Chima goes for a big one. Well, can't get it right. He's going to depart of 70 wickets. Yeah, tell me the difference.
How can I say this nicely? Because I know there's a lot of youngsters watching. In Spanish bullfighting, if the matador wins, it ends very badly for the bull.
Yeah, but let's just say used to, because they don't do it anymore. Okay. Yeah.
Traditionally. But even traditionally in Portuguese bullfighting, if the matador wins, he jumps over the bull, and the bull survives the contest in Portuguese bullfighting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a little bit more humane. A little bit.
That's good. Now I don't mind talking about it so much.
So Portuguese bullfighting, more bull friendly. I suppose I don't know if the bull returns the favour though.
Yeah, I don't know if you can turn around and say that the bulls also enjoy it, but when you go around, I mean, when you walk around the centre arm, I mean, there's posters and memorabilia up all over the place. One of the restaurants I went into the other day, it's just full of all matadors and bullfighting, etc. So it's certainly a big tradition out here, especially here in Santarém, which is known as the Garden of Portugal, Vinny, Santarém.
It's a beautiful view from the Santarém Hotel as well, isn't it?
All right, so what are they going to finish with here?
Last ball.
And it will stay on 69. And Fighters, they've given themselves a huge opportunity here to take all the points and run in. They wouldn't want that because, remember, they went pointless in the last encounter as well.
And, yeah, it's nice even 10 and over required. You knock off 10 and over for 7 overs, you get 4 points out of this. Like I said, kind of makes up for the fact that the Fighters lost their bonus point in their previous game against Marlow. So if they were to do this and do it within 7, then they'd walk away with 7 points out of a possible 12. When you consider they played Marlow twice, it's probably not a bad day at the office. But, yeah, still, Ronan CC, I think a bit of a mixture of probably not necessarily having as much experience in the format. We saw a whole bunch of leg byes, remember, early as well. But, yeah, maybe the lack of intent there and maybe the inability to at least try something to ignite their innings. So I think they probably should have tactically sent Suryawanshi out there, maybe at the 4 or 5 over mark, and just tried to make something happen in the end. There's some nice shots played, but have a look, the whole innings, we saw 6 4s and 2 6s, so not even a boundary per over, and you're always going to be pushing things uphill if you're not able to hit 4s and 6s in this format. Yeah,
and I think sometimes, you got to, if things haven't gone well and, you're playing your 3rd match of the day, you can assess things from that, make some changes. And I think Navendu Sinha, the captain, he's got to put himself higher up the order. I think you're right with Nilesh Suryawanshi. I think with Kaki, have him up there, but maybe just dropping down to 3, just change something up. The players that we haven't seen out there have a go. I mean, Chima, when he's good, he can get going as well. But I think the key thing here is power play. You got to think about which batters can go out there. If they click, they get you runs. If they don't click, they're out the way quickly. That's the other thing. Yeah. I think too many batters have gone out there and spent too much time out there, don't score enough runs. And we saw that even this time around with Kaki, who scored, 17 of 24. We saw Jaswinder Kumar 29 of 24. So that sort of strike rate is going to mean that you're not going to get big runs on the board. They only lose 4 wickets. If there was 69 for 8 or 9, you think, yeah, okay. But only losing 4 wickets, which tells me that really they didn't try hard enough to get those runs.
And so partly an intent thing. But to be fair to them also, I think they hit a lot of balls to outfielders in the innings as well. Maybe shot selection. So maybe judging when to hit across the line, when to whip away. I think they went a little bit inside out to a lot of balls that were on the leg stump, and they kind of still picked up the outfielders in the offside when they had gaps on the leg side. So maybe something to think about going forward. 2 for 15 zone against the Biggers, but you got to say the groundwork was laid by Lalit Kumar and Rahul, who were very, very tight early. And the other wicket went to Gurstavak Singh, who was also very tidy. 1 for 9 were his figures. We'll take a break and be back in just a few minutes. 70 is the target. I think fighters want to do this in 7 or less and take all the points in match 59. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Rico Full. Back in a jiffy with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello, welcome back for the last innings of the day here on day 12 in the European Cricket Series. Portugal, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again is Rico Full. And of course the news recon on the first half, just 69 on the board for Ronan CC playing their first European Cricket Series fighters now. By comparison, they're quite experienced and they'll be hunting down this target of 70. And we think that they've got a pretty good chance of doing it if they bat well in the 7 overs and taking all the points here.
Yeah, look, one thing we know about the fighters is they're going to go out there, they're swinging the bat. That's the way they play. And I think if Rowan keep a good line and keep that ball outside the off and stop them playing those shots over cow corner, they can take it deep. The question is, how deep can they take it? Look, yesterday at this point, I know that you were probably travelling at the time, but Owarish was set 57 as a target, and they got there using only 13 balls to do it. So
I was keeping track, had Wi-Fi on the plane, so I couldn't watch, but I was seeing the score going up pretty rapidly, ball to ball. I love... Did you hear this from yesterday? Because I had dinner with some of the guys, including DDC last night when I got back. So whoever it was that was meant to bowl over number 3 begged DDC, please don't hit this for 6, just get a single because I want to bowl.
is that right?
Yeah, he said,
is that
please.
why he took that single seriously?
Yes. Wait.
But the thing was, though,
Yeah,
let's see this delivery.
I know what you're going to say. And what happened when he did get a bowl?
Smacked him. Ah, dear.
He said, please, begging him, saying, please don't hit this for a boundary.
Oh, dear.
And anti-corruption measures are always in place in all cricket, especially European Cricket Series cricket. We take it very seriously. But I just thought that was quite a funny one. Please. And then, apparently, again, I think I can say this out loud because it wasn't acted on. And maybe, obviously with Precious, it's their first day in the European Cricket Series. They probably still coming to terms with how serious it is. But the captain leaned over the barrier. What did they score, like 56?
Yeah.
Please, can you get it in 6 overs so at least 6 of us can have a bowl and you'll still get the bonus point? And then 21-31 with the first 2 overs.
Listen, if you don't ask, you don't get right, I suppose. But, okay, looks like they're making a tactical change.
It was pretty clear that offer wasn't taken up.
Sahota opening the batting. He's a powerful hitter of the ball, the left-hander. And in comes Nilesh Suryawanshi to him. And, that's a spicy delivery. And look, I've said this before, was saying this yesterday, say it again today. If you bowl that length here, the ball talks.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've seen too many bowlers bowling this line. We saw it from Najam Shazad, from Marlow. But get the ball in the right areas, and you do get that ball to talk. That's a quick look of where the field set is here. You can see the fielders that are back at the moment.
I like this pitch because it kind of replicates a turf pitch in so many ways. Just it does a little bit. Pitching outside leg stump. Crute walks away whenever he's not impressed with an LBW
A
appeal.
little shake of the head. That's what I like about Crute. There's the shake of the head. He diffuses the appeal straight away. Watch this. Shake of the head, said no, and then walks away. That's good umpiring.
A little bit of like a wink and a smile, I think, there as well, saying, not on my watch.
By the way, what do you think of Crute's haircut?
Oh, yeah, it's good. I mean, we can't see it on the... He's upset he's been forced to wear the hat.
Yeah, I know. It was his birthday a couple of days ago. So, yeah.
I think I'd like to see umpires have the opportunity to go hatless if they want. I suppose also being sun smart is pretty important. But we haven't had too much sun.
But I did say to him, after the over, you can take your hat off just to give your head a little scratch and put it back on. But yeah, he had the proper Easter bunny tail at the back of the cap. And in time for Easter. And Samana Santa.
Well, it's not a great start for the 4-pointer, is it? At the moment for fighters. Suryawanshi bowling a good over.
And I'll take just another leg by here. So 3 come off it, just the 1 off the bowler. So I suppose at the moment they're still in this game. And there we go. He just tries to get into a position where he's looking to whip it away, but gets beaten by the pace. So only 3 from the first, and well, I suppose if it stays like this, you win the match.
63 matches since the golden ball. We're just looking at the best ever defences, or the lowest scores defended. 63, I remember, used to be the record. Men in Blue, remember, did that.
Yeah.
back in the European Cricket Series in Barcelona in 2021, and eventually it did get beaten. It took over a year for it to get beaten. Stockholm Tigers defended 62 in Sweden. And then 2 weeks later, Prague Tigers defended 60, and then that actually held for over a year until Ljubljana defended 56, the first ever successful 50s defence. That was in Croatia against the Zagreb Assassins last year.
Yeah, that was a wild and crazy match.
There's the bonus point equation. So they 66 off 36 at 11 and over. So, okay, wasn't the greatest first over for fighters. But yeah, they've got no excuses not to be aggressive here. That point could be very, very useful.
This wide delivery. No work. Nice to see him coming up to the top of the order. A bit of an opportunity maybe for him to get a knock, get a bit of confidence in. Of course, they'll be relying heavily on someone like Parminder Singh and Parwinder Singh. They're the main batters. And Sahota. It's going to be another wide. So at the moment, it's the extras that are scoring more than the batters.
I just realised with me coming back that you've only got another 4 days, including today. Only 3 days, including tomorrow. You've got tomorrow and then Western Shield, and then you're going to have a well-deserved week off. Because, I mean, I know you had, you actually didn't have any time off during the ECL. I know you had a couple of days off.
ECL, yeah, I had a few days off.
But not in a big stretch.
Okay, well, he gets plenty of this, and that will go over the fence. So, nice shot, the first boundary. Just saw the fielder as he was running there, just pulled up for a fraction when he, a bit of a cramp or something. And a nice hit, powerful strike there from Verk. That's what he can do. That's what I remember him doing last year. And gets 6, the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, nice shot. His first ball really goes for 9. Chima goes wide, 6. Verk off to the races.
He hits that pretty well as well. And that's 6 more. Bolle, ginna sona. Que guay, que genial, que grande.
Yeah, nice, solid contact. I'm going to take on the fielder here to an extent. He knows the fielder's lurking back there, but has enough. That one kind of cut through the wind. And to be honest, the wind's died down a little bit compared to earlier in the day. You can see the trees pretty calm back there in the background.
And now he's next behind. So Chima gets the wicket of Verk, who, well, dances down a couple of times. It gets a couple of boundaries, but this time it's a thick edge, and it's well taken by the captain, Sina.
But you look at that innings, 13 off 7. Okay, next one, but at least it gets them off to a decent start. Okay, is it a pretty shot? Not really, but you got to think about what happened earlier at the top of the order. They were burning a lot of balls up there. It didn't help them out a lot. And so, yeah, I like the approach there at least, even though it probably wasn't a really pretty way to get out, but at least, you know, he's trying to get on with it.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, though, wasn't it, when we were saying running batting out there. The intent wasn't there. You know, on that occasion, the intent is there. The intent is there to put pressure on the bowler to play the big shots. And again, that one quite easily could have flown over the keeper and been 4 runs. So you don't mind that. It's well bowled and well played as well. Just works his way on the leg side. And here's Guswak Singh, who also gets an opportunity up the top of the order and gets off the mark.
Yeah, nice little tuck away for one to get us going.
Okay, Sahota has faced 2 balls, hasn't got going yet.
So yeah, you would have done the full ECL. I know you had you had a couple of days off when Rhino was there, but I mean, you didn't go home or anything.
No.
And then you've had 2 weeks here, so 6-week stretch. Hope you enjoy your week off next week, and I know you have an eye on what's happening over here. But right now, what's happening is Sahota's getting off the mark with 6. It's Maximo. Just round the wicket, was right into the hitting zone of Sahota. He put it out of the park.
Yeah, well, look at the footwork here. And the swivel. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. That's big. And that clears everybody. And that's in the field. And I get the feeling that a new one is going to have to come out here. They're going to have to spend some time trying to find that. It's a good shot. It's a good pickup. So takes a couple of balls to get his eye in. And then smashes his 3rd for a 6. And they move on to 25.
This over's gone off the rails from Chima, really.
Aja, and foot fielding, but gets lucky.
It had step over written all over it, didn't it? But he got the boot on it in the end. And once this ball is past you on this outfield, rarely gets chased down. That'll be the end of the over. And I'm going to guess 23 off that. 23 off that. And a 3 off the first.
Over,
so
yeah.
it's 26 for 1 after 2. And it puts them in really good shape now for that bonus point win.
Hey, isn't this ground amazing? I know you weren't here for most of it, but you saw a lot of what was going on here.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of water it's taken, and when you look at it out there now, you wouldn't believe it. It's playing well. The outfield is doing, it's dried up nicely. The ball is racing along it. The pitch is playing well.
It's the drainage. It's gravity. It's gravity at work. You can see how everything slopes down from the pitch.
Up in the air, and he gets plenty of it. There's the intent we're talking about. And if Ronin, when you're looking back and you're wondering, well, this is what we're talking about. You're not just trying to push at this or guide it or paddle it. You're giving it everything. You're winding up and letting it loose. And because you do that, then you will get boundaries and you will get off to good starts.
Kind of opens up the face as well. So it's kind of an educated, I wouldn't say edge, but it's off the outside half of the bat. Knew exactly what he was doing there. Finer's looking to finish this off pretty quickly. By this time last night, you're ready in the car, weren't you, after 2.1 overs?
We were getting ready to go. Let's just say that it would have been rude not to have a little wee drink with everybody that's worked so hard around the ground, the umpires, the ground staff, and also with our production partner, Spring Media. We had a little drink, and then, we were off and plays that nicely to the fielder this time. 2 hands to stop it, and gets the throw in. A little bit slow getting there was Guswak Singh, but takes a single.
Yeah, he likes to turn on those, doesn't he? Harjot.
All right, Guswak has got off the mark off the first ball he faces. I think he likes the opportunity of getting a few shots in here as well. Nilesh would love to take a wicket.
He's bowled pretty well so far, Nilesh. And I've jinxed him.
Goes for the slow delivery, but gets it wrong down the leg side. Extras have been an issue.
That's true. See him hustling back to his mark. Still unclear, actually. Maybe they'll make a decision tomorrow about whether we'll switch ends or not for the Western Shield. Just trying to work out which end's in better shape.
Oh, he's played onto his own stump. So, well, that's a nice moment there for Nilesh. So sometimes you get a little bit of luck go your way. And Guswak Singh, Guswak's the name. He waxes onto his own stumps, onto his leg, and then back onto the stumps.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, just that'll hurt as well because it finishes missing the pad. Bat onto leg, back onto the stumps, and good reward for Suryawanshi. He certainly tried his best to keep things tight so far. And that will be the second wicket down, the score 34 for 2. Yeah, so I think one of the things is, okay, we've played a lot of cricket at this end, obviously, so far, but also there's a lot of cricket that wasn't played. So obviously all the rain-out games and things like that.
Yeah. And I think also, and maybe touch on it after this delivery from Suryawanshi. Oh, well, almost hits the stumps and gets 2 runs for his side, but it would just be one. No, but the other thing is, the cricket that we did play, some of them shortened matches and some matches we played when the ground were very wet, but the players, credit to them as well, because they were sensible. You didn't see bowlers running from long run-ups, which was making the ground worse. Batters, in general, batted around on the edge of the strip. So the players also respected and looked after the pitch as well.
Yeah, you're right. You have to play the conditions as well. You can't expect to run in like crazy in damp conditions.
Well, gets hold of this one, and it's going to be, well, palmed forward. Doesn't take the catch. And that is Gaurav Sharma. Here's a catching opportunity. Sahata gives an opportunity, but it doesn't get taken.
Yeah, I mean, does everything right here, Sharma. He skates around to his left quickly. I think he was a little bit worried if he was going to step out, but he had room. In the end, just didn't stick. Got a small margin of error. That's the difference between baseball and cricket. You know, baseball got a massive glove. It'll disappear into the glove. You got no problems. But yeah, cricket ain't like that. Ended 3 now into the power play, 36 for 2. I think Suryawanshi bowls a pretty good spell. He finishes 1 for 11 off his 2. Could have been 2 for 10.
Yeah, he has bowled well. He's a good cricketer. I'd like to see him pushed up to maybe opening, because I'd say, and even if he comes 3 or 4, I think he's better off going an opening. At least he gets you off to a better start. I'd like to see the captain also play more of a role up the top of the order. And then maybe someone like Karki and Chima are your next batters. So they can play about with that batting order, but they've got to do it pretty quickly. Well, here's a man that always gives us something to talk about. What I like at the moment is he will be coming over the wicket. He stays that way to the left-hander as well. And I hope he keeps this line now from now on. I think he's much better when he comes this way.
He's got a nice action.
Yeah.
Kieran Candle.
Okay, this is catchable. Who wants it? It goes a long way up in the air. And it will be taken. Well done. Nice catch taken by Chima. He's got safe hands. And Kieran Candle picks up another wicket.
Yeah, really nicely taken. I think the bowler thought he might be able to make it, but it was always the outfielder's catch. You can see Candle's running, gets about the edge of the circle, and then leaves it and watches it disappear into the safe hands of Prab Chima. So it's the end of Sahota. We're 15 off 10. A couple of large ones in there for the Fighters skipper. He'll leave at 36 for 3. There's a few chats at the moment, random threads, about the differences between English or UK English and American English.
Okay.
What are some of the obvious ones? Like words like colour and favour being O-U-R in English, and in America they just go O-R. And like realise and words like that, summarise, they use Z's in American, but of course they call them Z's.
Yeah.
They call them Z's. And in UK English they'll use S's. There are a few differences, I guess.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Rahul gets a slightly spicy one that he pulls his gloves out the way of.
Yeah.
But actually there's lots of differences in kind of vocabulary in English-speaking countries, even between like Australia and England, and wherever you go they've got slightly different slang. Even different areas have different slang, don't they?
Digs this one out. Yes.
Candle's a madman, really. There's no other word for it. Have a look at this. He wipes himself out for no good reason. They're not really looking to run. They've already given up. He throws his head at the ground. Boof.
Yeah, he likes a good roll, doesn't he? That's for sure. It's played out then. Oh, look, what's a total mess up. And he's going to be gone.
Oh, no.
Will he be? How does he survive? How? What happens?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The keeper then, I don't know if he got his glove off or not. The throw dribbled back. But first, it's terrible communication. They're both ball watching. And basically, Rahul wins it back. And have a look. He tried to throw with the glove on. The glove popped off. I know. Let's come back to live action. Next one's nothing. It's nothing burger. Watch this again. Have a look at the keeper went to throw the ball with his glove on. And actually, the glove came off when he's gone to throw it. He's got the glove on. There goes the glove. The ball dribbles out.
Oh, dear.
Can you no-ball the keeper for off the pitch?
He could have just underarmed it, but hey.
Yeah, that would have been a good idea.
Got to say, that's a very good over. And, well, that ends up being a wicket maiden for Kendo. So, I tell you what, if Fighters want this point, they're not going about it in the right way, are they? They still got, what they got here, 34 to get. And now, well, that is, how many overs completed? 3 overs now completed. Yeah, 36 for 4 overs, beg your pardon. 4 overs done, 36 for 3. And that means they need to try and get 34 in the next 3.
All right, 34 off 18 for the bonus point. And they're fighting for their point here, Ronan. If they can survive to the end of the 7th over without losing, then they'll get to hold on to their point. Chima comes out in over number 5. This one's in the air, and that's going to be gone, so that'll help as well. Kumar goes for just the single. Nice catch taken out there on the boundary. And Fighters having to fight at the moment. It's another step away. Again, he's fighting his own body weight there and his own momentum. And nice catch out there by Nilesh Suryawanshi, who's done some good work in the field. And the score now is 36 for 4. Got to say, 60 seconds, clock's on. Feel like it's taking a long time to get out there.
Yeah, and also, look, they're losing wickets here, 36. And that's 4 wickets down. The last over from Kieran Kandau was a wicket made, and he certainly will probably come on and bowl the next. So not only are they possibly looking to get a point out of this, well, who knows? Another couple of wickets here with them in the 30s. They might even fancy skittling them and getting a win. That'd be quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, probably haven't seen it too often, but occasionally if you get over-aggressive, I mean, 10 and over is not really over-aggressive, which is what they needed. But we'll see teams kind of blowing themselves up, losing a lot of wickets, and maybe derailing the win. But I doubt they can mess this up from here. But anyway, Bilal not really showing too much intent there.
You know, the other thing that you're seeing here clearly is they have changed the batting order slightly. I can understand some minor adjustments like Vert coming up earlier and Sahota, but now you're going for Bilal. I don't think Bilal's had a bat yet. So you're keeping back the likes of Parminder and Palwinder. And it's a dodgy game to play. You've got to be thinking about getting these 4 points here.
If they miss out, for example, by a point on qualification, they'll be filthy. That's good length, though, to be fair to Chima. Gets that pretty right.
And Bilal.
What about, I know American have different words for things like, I'll give you an example. Third time lucky? Probably not. Oh, he's dropped an absolute goober. Kansal and Bilal somehow is off the mark.
Kansal. I just got
you got that week 6 glint in your eye. I mean, they don't come much easier, really.
The thing is that Kansal has caught, up until then, more or less everything has come his way. How does he drop that? I can't believe he's dropped that.
Third game of the day for these two teams. It's kind of showing a little bit. Maybe they think Bilal's a better option to keep in. I don't know. So maybe it's IQ 400. So, like, we say
words.
tap, you know, they turn on the tap. They say the faucet. We say, where I come from, we say footpath. They say sidewalk in America.
Yeah.
Well, there must be some other ones.
Garden, backyard.
Yeah.
And, there's a few others will come to mind as well. But another interesting thing, when you were talking about, words, this is going to be fielding again. They'll come back for 2. But words like, like you say in England, if you say which, it could be which one, or which, as in a witch and a broomstick. Could be so many things. But I know you're learning Spanish. Isn't it so different in Spanish? I don't think there's any words, if you say them correctly, that sound the same for the same thing. They're all different.
Yeah, it's very interesting, actually. This is what's coming up tomorrow with matches 63-64. Get the Werewolves back on the park. Precious CC searching for their first win ever. Ronan CC, you can see that they've got a tough couple of games against Marlow. Marlow will be keen to grab an octopus out of that, I think, based on what we're seeing today. But it all starts tomorrow again, 9 o'clock AM GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 2:30 PM in India. Group B continues, and that's before we take a bit of a holiday from the ECS for the weekend, because the Western Shield will be taking place, and we'll be back on Monday with more ECS action. But we will, of course, bring you live cricket from Portugal every day through these 3 weeks. Yeah, Spanish is an interesting one. I've started to learn a bit more about the accent differences in different places. There's this one, it's played with really soft hands, and they'll just get a single out to Jasvinder Kumar. In South America, they tend to pronounce the S's or the C's, and the Z's is more of a S sound. But in Spain, it's more of a tongue between the teeth, like more of a TH sound, which I found, and that's the way my accent's going, I guess, learning in Malaga. But it's pretty interesting. I've been practicing. Luckily, I'm not quite ready to practice with you yet, because you're still well ahead of me. But I'm getting there.
You're getting there. I mean, I hear you talking. I hear you talking a lot when we were, of course, in Malaga. I could hear you talk. And then all I like is that you're doing the right thing. Most places you go to, if they're Spanish places, you are talking Spanish. And
just try.
That's the way to learn.
Yeah.
Go to places, speak, and also try to go to the local places. Are you also trying to watch more things in Spanish as well?
Got my favourite show. It's called Cuatro Estrellas, 4 stars. And I was watching it every night in Barcelona. I would say, as a show, it was trash, but it is fantastic learning. Anyway, this is nicely driven away by Bilal.
This is probably one of the classiest shots of the day. What a shot this is. Look at this. This is proper. This is pucker. Watch this. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is pretty, isn't it?
That's a delightful shot all along the deck for 4.
It's a shot that deserved a boundary. It actually was probably within the wingspan of the cover.
What a beautiful shot.
Actually went out there and tried to hit the cover off everything. It looked a bit ugly. And that was a genuine shot. Now, look. Yeah, got to be running here. Hits him, what could be out? No, makes it. But look at that bonus point. It's just crept away. Yeah, the last over from Chima was a brilliant one. It only went for 4 runs. And you can see when you've only got 7 overs to get them, if you have a bad over,
Yeah.
you have to catch it up. And so far, they haven't looked like they have been able to do that.
Oh, he's hit this hard, isn't he? And that is going to be 4 as well. Well, now Rahul, just like Bilal, hits a boundary in the offside. It's a bit of a gentle full toss, that has to be said, Kendall.
Who was that lurking?
Nicely played.
Oh, DDC. Not many competitions in the world where you go from ball retriever to representing your continent in a 24-hour span, but that's the way it's going to be. Like, I don't think in the IPL, you don't see the players setting up the fences before the tournament or the advertising boards, do you? Now, that's the beauty of European cricket. It's a community effort, and there's plenty of people around the ground making this happen. It's the end of the 6th over, 53 for 4. So they'll need 17 off this over, fighters, if they want to scoop all the points out of match number 59.
Yeah, and I just think, I mean, if they get it, fair play. But I just think it's a missed opportunity. You still haven't used your main batters. We haven't seen the captain. And, well, I'll say the captain, the previous captain, Parminder Singh, go out there, who's probably the vice captain. We haven't seen Parminder Singh. Those are you guys that hit the run. So I don't know what they're thinking here.
Yeah, they dropped that point to Marlow. Remember, they had 0 out of the middle match of the day. So this would kind of, I suppose, get that point back. But anyway, they need 17 off this over. It is possible. And, well, Kansal, who just dropped one of the easier catches we'll see this year, and he's going to bowl over 7.
This one again, just a little whip away, doesn't really try and thrash at it. So just a single. It's almost like they're unaware of the fact of this bonus point and just thinking we're just, you know, what's everybody talking about? We just want to win the game.
Could be crucial. Could be crucial. I mean, obviously they want to push for top 2, but if not, then they would probably fancy themselves for 3rd. And if they're 3rd, they're going to need to get more points than Gorka, who scored 23.
This one probably, well, looks like umpire Crute is happy. Just keep an eye on the batter's feet. Is there any movement? Not really. So I think that's one. Crute's normally very, very stern with these, but that's one that he gets past him, I think.
His arm's getting tired.
Yeah, so once again here, you see. Oh, well, he's lucky he's got somebody backing him up.
Smart play. He just quickly tries to duck out of the way.
Yes, it looks like they're just, for some reason, from the word go, they're just settling for the win and the 3
Funny thing there
points.
is he would have been better just leaving it alone. All he was ever going to do there is kick it away from the field. It was only going to be 1 either way.
Well, that one will go to the boundary. So
Okay. Still need it. You need 2 6s. A 6 and a 4 is not enough. Or you need a wide here, and you could go 6 and 4. But yeah, I agree. Bit of a missed opportunity. Okay, they're going to win this game. I don't see them not, but a 4-pointer would have been real handy. Credit to Ronan, you know, only 69 on the board, and to fight back and to get a point out of this game. I think it's a pretty good effort.
okay, where's this one going? It will go for 4. Okay, so that takes them 67.
Ronan, remember, they picked up a point, but only just against Friendship in their first game today, which was the second game of the day, and then they didn't get a point out of the last game against Friendship, so they'll at least get 2 points, assuming this ball doesn't go for 7, and there are ways the ball can go for 7.
Yeah,
wide at 6, 7 up. So he's 7 off 1.
Don't bowl a wide here. Don't bowl an extra.
Kansal, because he got a sense of theatre here. Well bowled.
Yeah, well done.
Well done to Ronan. So, look, I know obviously you want to win matches when you can, but Ronan, I think, like we said, today's been a bit of a reality check for them. But yeah, to take a point off Friendship, they're going to take a point of fighters here as well. You know, they can be proud of the way they hung in there. But again, you got to look at the first innings and how did they only make 69? And, you know, there may be some experience now watching that. Maybe next time make a tactical switch. Try and do something to ignite your innings. Because, yeah, it's a bit criminal, isn't it, to only score 60s when you had so many wickets in hand. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Werewolves versus Precious CC in match 60 to get us going. Peacock Friday as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes as well. I've got my outfit picked out already. Also, I think over the weekend we're planning to reveal the ECC groups, which is something I think we'll shoot some content around tomorrow with the ECC and, of course, the ECCX.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting. Different format this time round.
All right, so now we go back to the actual required rate in the game, knowing the fighters can't get the bonus point anymore. It's 5 runs required. T10 gets it back in over number 8.
Well, he hits this pretty well, but there is a fielder out there who puts it down. And they'll just take a single. Well, Nilesh, he's been pretty good out there, hasn't he? We've seen him take some good catches. He's saying the ball swings, he says. He says it swings. I hate it, but it moves.
Yeah.
I don't see it myself. I think he puts this down.
These ones, they naturally do curve a bit. It's a bit like a slice in golf. So I'm hearing you, but if you knew it was going to curve, probably should have moved the hands a little bit. 4 to win now for fighters.
And they might do it sneakily. They will. And that'll be 4 runs. It's done. They get the victory. They'll finish on 74-4. They do miss the opportunity, though, to take all the points. And we'll have to wait and see where they finish. I mean, they're hoping for a top 2 finish. Maybe with the Irish and Marlow in the same group. Perhaps it'll be third they might have to settle for. But that 1 point, well, that could really cost them. So they do get a win. They're happy about it. But you just feel with them not using Parwinder Singh or Parminder Singh out there with the bat, 2 of your key and recognised batters, they let an opportunity here slip to get all the points. Yeah. But well done, you're right. Well done to Ronin. They didn't pick up anything against Friendship in the last one, but they've come back. At least they finished with something to show for in this match as well.
Yeah, that's kind of also what this new expanded points concept is about, is they can take something tangible away from today. They take 2 points away from today. Okay, they were 0 and 3, so 3 losses. You could feel a bit dejected ordinarily. But the fact they do pick up points there, they've got something to show for their efforts. And the efforts have been there for Ronan. Just in the end, couldn't quite go with the fighters who chased the runs down in 7.5. So 3 points to the fighters, 1 point for Ronan in match 59. Coming up tomorrow, we have day 13. Well, we'd say matches 13 have something funny that happens. Maybe day 13's got something in store for us. Maybe a golden ball. Who knows? Maybe the first win for Precious CC. The possibilities are endless. Join us 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India for the first ball as the Werewolves. They'll be out in the sunlight taking on Precious CC. I'll be here. Rico will be here. And, of course, we'll be making our final preparations for the Western Shield. 3, 2, 1. Let's roll. And we thought that they would be really going after this bonus point. Got to say, it took a little while to get going. In the end, an opportunity squandered, but still, it is fighters who get the win. They go 2 out of 3 here on day 12.
Yeah, we're in the vert. He gets an opportunity. Well, he certainly had the right idea. He got 2 big sixes out of the middle of his bat before he finds the edge, and a good catch taken there by Sinha behind the studs. But Sohoto also, he looked like he had the right idea, tried to get there quickly. Well, that one went into the trees and was knocking the Leafs over. But this one, well, it was Guswak who whacked the ball onto his own leg, which then went onto the stumps. And he went. And then after that, when we saw Sohoto also fall to a good catch to Chima, it just seemed like they'd already given up the chance to try and get the 4 points, because we didn't see some of the other recognised batters come out as others were given an opportunity, like Lalit Kumar, Rahul and Bilal. And though those 2 would eventually see them home, they didn't do it inside the 7 overs. And, well, this man likes to throw himself around. He's, well, maybe he's the energy bunny here in Portugal. He certainly looks that way. And this one, well, that's the moment where the wicketkeeper forgot he hadn't taken the glove off and went to throw the ball, and threw the glove and the ball at the same time. Good catch taken there.
Yeah, look, it's a funny old day. for Fighters because they start with a great win, probably the best win of their career, I think, against Marlow in an ECS. And then, you got obviously they had a bad loss and they get this, but I think you're always trying to find a balance between, giving people opportunities as well. And a lot of these guys are giving up, a week and a half of work, and so this is an opportunity they felt they could maybe get the bonus point and keep the points as well. We'll show you the scorecard first. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's have a look at this scorecard.
And then they do it in 7.5, so they don't quite get there in the 7 that would have been a 4-point win. But, Bilal actually, funnily enough, came out. It looked like a curious choice to promote him, but actually played some nice shots. He ends up top scoring with 23.
I think he played one of the shots of the day. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't a big hit, but all along the day, beautifully played. He was not out for 23, so well batted to him. But you're right, though, in that way. If they didn't change the batting lineup, you probably, maybe that's a find, and you would never know until he goes out there. So he batted very well.
I think also, you remember the first over, they couldn't get anything going either. And I think that kind of cost him in the end. I just think it's funny. We've seen some under-aggression, I think, at times today, which sometimes you do get from new teams especially, but you wouldn't expect it from a team like Fighters. 227, Chima ends up with a couple of wickets, but I got to say, I think Suryawanshi was the best of the bowlers with 1 for 11. Kandel ends up with a maiden in there. Yeah. I think it might have been a fake maiden. But anyway, 1 for 13 were his figures, and in the end, the Fighters, they do chase it down with 2.5 overs remaining. Okay, why don't we come in and join the cube for one last time today. I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there for your company. It's been great to be back here on the ground. Great to see so many familiar faces. Great to see so much excitement as well with the Western Shield. Now it's something like 36 hours away or something like that. The players will be arriving tomorrow, getting to the hotel, getting to know each other, remember, because the nature of this, these players literally, there's no real training. Their training's been done. And so they will be meeting and gelling and coming together. Corey will be here tomorrow as well. I don't think we'll see him at the ground, but he'll also be joining us for a bit of commentary to give you a bit of a break in week 3. But here in the European Cricket Series, pretty interesting day. Marlow go down in a big upset to Fighters. They come back with a 4-point win. Ronan pick up a couple of points in there as well. Friendship, I think they get their tournament going with 7 points out of a possible 8 as well. So pretty interesting group, this one, Group B.
I think it's a very interesting group, and I think tomorrow is going to be a big day. I know we were looking at the fixtures coming up, but one that excites me is where you're going to see the Lisbon Werewolves taking on Precious, because there's 2 teams that haven't yet got a win on the European Cricket Network. So one of those 2 teams will get their first win on the European Cricket Network. That's an exciting day.
Yeah, that certainly is. So join us for that. Same time tomorrow, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 11 o'clock. I'll say 9 o'clock GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. And also, look, it's a tough one, but you learn from every experience. Ronan, I like their enthusiasm. Marlow, they're not exactly in consistent form at the moment, are they? Yeah. So maybe it's a good time for Ronan CC to kind of really test where they're at. Seems like every day they've got another bigger challenge, and I think tomorrow's 2 matches against Marlow will be tough. Same with the Werewolves. I think they get their 2 matches against Precious will be really influential in seeing maybe who ends up right down the bottom. And no one wants to finish right down the bottom. And then the Werewolves take on Marlow in the last game of the day. Well, I just want to say one more time to all of our fantastic viewers out there, thanks so much for your company. Dust off those Peacock Friday shirts, because we'll be rocking them tomorrow. Plenty going on. ECC groups, I think, we'll be revealing this weekend. Western Shield, obviously, coming together. And I've heard the Shield might be arriving in Portugal today. And it's being, I don't know if they've got the armour guard car, whatever you call it, the armoured vehicle to
seen it. I think we've all seen some pictures of it. It is amazing. It really is. It's an amazing piece of work. It really is. So, wait till you see it. It's quite fantastic.
If you're watching on YouTube, love it if you could like this video, subscribe, tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and EuropeanCricket.com, the website. You can check out the squads. You can check out some of the other tournaments that we've got going on and planned, including the European Cricket Series France. I see that those teams and fixtures are up there as well. I want to say big thanks to all our crew here at the ground, to the Blue crew, all the crew come in for Western Shield, Spring Productions as well, Spring Media. They are magnificent doing at what they do as well, to all the umpires, officials, and all of you out there. Thank you so much. Here's some of the best bits of day 12. It's Vinny Standing, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Rico Full and the whole team here at ECN. Have a happy, safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more cricket. Here's some of the best bits of the day. For now, it's hasta pronto.
Adiós. Hasta mañana.